And Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, defends deep cuts to the company's workforce, says he had no choice as Twitter was losing more than $4 million a day. 50% of Twitter's staff has been let go a week after Musk bought Twitter in a $44 billion deal. And 2 months after businessman Cyrus Mistry died in a car crash, the police case filed against his co-passenger, top Mumbai gynecologist Dr. Anayata Pandole, who was driving the car at the time of the accident. And former Indian captain Virat Kohli turns 34. In an exclusive interview, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has claimed that the BJP had offered him a deal to spare his ministers Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, who are embroiled in investigations by central agencies, if the Aam Aadmi Party pulls out of next month's Gujarat elections, saying that after Manish Sisodia rejected the BJP's offer to be Delhi's chief minister by leaving AAP, now the chief minister himself has been approached. The AAP chief said that the BJP has been scared of losing both Gujarat and the closely watched municipal polls in Delhi, and so was pulling out all the stops to defend his party. Listen in.
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने, उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है, मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ, अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
बहुत बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं आप, ये बड़ी हेडलाइन है, क्योंकि इस वजह से मैं ये बात बोल रहा हूं, क्योंकि इस तरह के आरोप लगाना आसान है अरविंद जी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आपके पास सबूत होंगे।
1 महीने पहले कहा था कि दिल्ली के एमएलएज को खरीदने की कोशिश की जा रही है, दिल्ली के ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रहा है, हमारी सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है, 25-25 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। आप लोगों ने कहा था सबूत दो, सबूत दो, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मतलब गुनाह हमने कर दिया। अब सबूत आ गया, तेलंगाना के अंदर पकड़े गए 3 लोग, इनके तेलंगाना के एमएलएज को खरीदने गए थे और उनकी स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हो गया। उसमें वो कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के अंदर 41 एमएलए हमारे टच में हैं, सबको हम 25-25, वो खुद ही मान रहे हैं, खुद ही कह रहे हैं। आपने सुना?
पर
दिखाया नहीं आप लोगों ने, लेकिन
हमने बिल्कुल दिखाया सर। एनडीटीवी पे मैं बता रहा हूं, मैं उस शो को होस्ट कर रहा था, हमने रात को जब ये स्टोरी ब्रेक हुई, अरेस्ट हुए, तब भी दिखाया और उनका केसीआर साहब की पूरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिखाई। हम किसी से सर सबको
तो फिर आपको बधाई देता हूं, बाकी चैनलों में हिम्मत नहीं है वो तेलंगाना।
लेकिन ये
अब सबसे बड़ा सबूत ये है, जब इनका मेरे पास ऑफर आया कि गुजरात चुनाव छोड़ दो, आप गुजरात में मत जाओ, मैंने उनको मना कर दिया, मैंने डील नहीं मानी। मैंने कहा मैं गुजरात जाऊंगा। गुजरात के लोगों ने मेरे ऊपर बहुत भरोसा किया है, गुजरात के बहुत सारे लोग मेरे को अपना परिवार का हिस्सा मानते हैं। मैं गुजरात के लोगों से दगा नहीं कर सकता, मैं गुजरात के लोगों से बेईमानी नहीं कर सकता, तो मैं गुजरात आ रहा हूं। अगले कुछ दिन में देख लेना, मनीष को गिरफ्तार करेंगे ये।
लेकिन ये तो आप कई बार कह चुके, लेकिन ये बड़ी बात मैं एक बार फिर से दोहरा रहा हूं। आप कह रहे हैं कि सीधे आपको ऑफर आया था कि गुजरात मत जाओ और ये सारे जो ईडी के केस हैं, सब परेशानी है,
सत्येंद्र जैन को छोड़ देंगे, मनीष को गिरफ्तार नहीं करेंगे, सारे केस रफा दफा कर देंगे।
किसी बीजेपी के नेता का आया था?
अब छोड़ो, मैं देखो जब मेरे लेवल पे बात होती है ना, अब कौन आया था, कोई दोस्त आता है, उसके थ्रू किसी के थ्रू मैसेज भेजते हैं। अब मैं अपने किसी का नाम थोड़ी बता सकता हूँ। तो लेकिन आपने उस टाइम भी मेरे को बार बार बोला, मैंने कहा मेरी सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है, आपने कहा सबूत दो, आ गया सबूत। झूठ थोड़ी बोल रहे थे हम। अब ये खुद ही कह रहे हैं कि हमने 41 एमएलए केजरीवाल के तोड़ लिए, एक नहीं टूटने वाला।
And election fever is well and truly here. Prime Minister Modi has hit the ground running in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh ahead of the November 12th assembly polls, campaigning for the BJP. He's been asking for a second consecutive term, saying that the BJP means stability and development. The Congress also released its manifesto for the Himachal elections. Saurabh Shukla reports on the political rhetoric heating up before voting in these assembly elections.
Traditional song and dance as these women gather to pray for BJP's victory in Himachal Pradesh before the Prime Minister's speech in Solan. In the morning, Prime Minister Modi bowed his head at the Radha Swami Satsang Vyas before starting his campaign for the Himachal elections. Prime Minister Modi addressed 2 rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan. appealing to voters to break their pattern of changing the government in Himachal every 5 years, since a BJP government in the state as well as the centre was needed for development.
इस विधानसभा चुनाव में हिमाचल के लोग भाजपा सरकार की जोरदार वापसी की ठान चुके हैं और फौजियों की ये धरती, वीर माताओं की ये धरती जब कुछ संकल्प ले लेती है तो उसे सिद्ध करके ही दिखाती है.
Prime Minister Modi also sought votes citing the removal of Article 370 from Kashmir and construction of the Ram Temple.
भाजपा ने जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाने का संकल्प लिया था ना, पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? भाजपा ने राम मंदिर बनाने का संकल्प लिया था. आज राम मंदिर बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? आप बताइए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है?
Congress released its manifesto for Himachal elections during Prime Minister Modi's campaign, making big promises. The old pension scheme will be restored as soon as their government is formed. In the first cabinet, 1 lakh government jobs will be announced for youth. Women from 16 to 60 years will be given a monthly pension of rupees 1500.
As far as Prime Minister is concerned, I am asking you a question, counter question. Why he has to give so much time to Himachal? He knows that situation is very bad for BJP.
Prime Minister Modi will also address 2 rallies in Himachal on the 9th.
PM Modi's biggest hope of BJP in Himachal Pradesh. There's a lot of infighting in BJP. A lot of rebel of BJPs are contesting as independents. But BJP is hopeful that face of PM Modi will overpower these problems. Congress is talking about unemployment, old pension scheme. PM Modi has said that if Himachal wants better development, then double engine government is important. In Delhi, BJP, and in Shimla, people should choose BJP for speedy development. In Solan, with Ashok Mahale, Saurabh Shukla for NDTV.
And the air quality in Delhi continues to remain in the severe category for a third consecutive day. This was on Saturday morning as the overall air quality index, or AQI, of the city stood at 431. The concentration of lung-damaging fine particles, what's known as the PM 2.5, was above 460 micrograms per cubic meter. That's around 8 times above the safe limit of 60 micrograms per cubic meter in many areas. Primary schools have been closed. 50% of Delhi government offices will have to work from home. The entry of non-essential trucks, the movement of non-BS6 diesel-run light vehicles to Delhi via Noida has been banned. All of this as the thick layer of smog has blanketed the city, primarily due to unfavorable meteorological conditions and farm fires in Punjab. Official data on Friday revealed that stubble burning in Punjab contributes about 34% to Delhi's PM 2.5 levels. But stubble burning farmers say they're not the villains here, they're the victims.
As fields turn black and skies smoky, Punjab has failed to put out the stubble fires yet another year. And as we report from one of the worst offenders of farm fires in Punjab, Sidhuwala in Patiala, which has seen a nearly 70% rise in incidents of stubble burning from last year, farmers tell us that they are helpless and that they are the first victims of pollution caused by the toxic blaze.
हम भी मजबूर हैं पराली जलाने के लिए. सानू कोई चाव नहीं है, साडे मन में कोई खुशी नहीं है कि हम पराली जलाएं. पहले धुआं हमको लगता है, बाद में आगे जाएगा. इसलिए असी मजबूरा. गवर्नमेंट ने हमको कुछ भी नहीं दिया, ना कोई प्रोडक्ट दिया है, ना कोई मशीनरी दिया है, ना कोई पैसा दिया है, ना हम गरीब आदमी खरीद भी नहीं सकते.
Amid the 18% rise in farm fires in Punjab, the Chief Minister boasts of machinery given to farmers for stubble management.
हमारी तरफ से 1,20,000 हैप्पी सीडर्स बोलते हैं उसको, वो मशीनें चल रही हैं, मशीनों की अवेलेबिलिटी की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Farmers tell us that they shun machines to treat crop waste because they cost them almost half to a third of their meager profit.
सर प्रोडक्ट कहाँ से मिलेगा? डीजल कितना महंगा है. जो इसको हम जलाते नहीं तो कम से कम 10-12 इसको जुताई करना पड़ेगा. उसमें कितना डीजल लगेगा? आप लगा लो कितना डीजल लगेगा. इसलिए हमारी मजबूरी है, इसको आग लगाना हमारी मजबूरी है. नहीं सरकार कोई इसके ऊपर कोई हमारे को सब्सिडी दे, हम इसको उससे तैयार कर लेंगे.
मशीनरी है हमारी सोसाइटी में, उनको कितने लोग यूज कर लेंगे? कम से कम 2 यूज कर लेंगे, क्योंकि इतनी जमीन है आले दाले, कितने दिन लग जाएंगे, महीने लग जाएंगे बनाने को. तभी अब ये लगानी पड़ती है, आग लगानी पड़ती है. नहीं कोई और रीजन, कोई और मेथड है कि आप बता दो.
Meanwhile, the Chief Minister has appealed to farmers to grow crops that do not need burning to clear fields.
हम धान से किसानों को किसी और फसल की तरफ लेके जाएं. किसान को उतने ही पैसे जितना धान बीज कर 1 एकड़ से उसकी कमाई होती है, किसी और फसल से हो जाए, चाहे तो वो सरसों हो, चाहे बाजरा हो, सूरजमुखी हो, पॉपुलर हो, सब्जियां हो, लेकिन मार्केटिंग चाहिए. तो इसके लिए हमने अभी से काम शुरू कर दिया.
But questions over the MSP promise loom large.
हम इसके लिए तैयार हैं. ये हमारा खाना नहीं है पंजाब का. जो चावल है ये यूपी का, बिहार का खाना है, हम का खाना नहीं है. बिल्कुल हम सिर्फ पंजाब, हरियाणा के लिए, यूपी के लिए, इंडिया के लिए चावल उगाते हैं. हमारा बिल्कुल खाना नहीं. हमारे को MSP दिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. जो दूसरी चीज़ें हैं, मक्की है, मूंगफली है और सूरजमुखी है और दालें हैं, हमको MSP दिए, हम बंद कर देगा.
Year after year, similar visuals. Why are farmers still forced to burn stubble? Why are alternatives not in place yet? When will the government incentivize farmers to stop burning stubble? Farmers helpless here and kids across North India breathing toxic air. These are questions that we continue to ask as farm fires continue to rage across Punjab and other parts of North India. In Patiala with camera person Sanjay Kaushik, Vedant for NDTV.
And 2 months after the businessman Cyrus Mistry died in a car crash, a police case has been filed against his co-passenger, the top Mumbai gynecologist Dr. Anayata Pandole, who was driving the car at the time of the accident. Cyrus Mistry, the scion of the illustrious Shapunji Palonji group and the former Tata Sons chairman, was killed in a car accident in Maharashtra's Palghar on the 5th of September. A friend of the businessman, Jahangir Pandole, was also killed when the car rammed into a road divider. The other 2 occupants in the car, Anayata and her husband Darius, suffered serious injuries. Mr. Mistry's silver Mercedes was being driven by Dr. Anayata Pandole. The businessman was seated in the back when the accident took place. He was not wearing a seatbelt. In fact, both of those who died were not wearing seatbelts. And now, according to the police, based on the reports and the probe, it has been established that the accident was a result of rash and negligent driving, and hence a case has been registered against the driver, says the Palghar police. And Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, has defended the deep cuts to his company's workforce, saying that he has had no choice, as Twitter was losing more than $4 million a day. 50% of Twitter's staff has been let go this week, and they've all been taking to Twitter actually to voice their complaints and concerns. This a week after Mr. Musk, Elon Musk, bought Twitter in a $44 billion deal.
No choice, says Elon Musk, defending himself after firing half of Twitter's workforce via email. This brutal overnight layoff prompted droves of disgruntled employees to, ironically, take to the same app to share their disbelief and anger. Many questions have been raised over the suddenness of Musk's move, with many employees even banding together to sue Twitter collectively. But Musk holds that this decision was necessary since the company is losing $4 million a day, and that everybody laid off was offered 3 months of severance pay, 50% more than what is legally required. It's not just dissatisfied employees who are upset with Musk. According to US media reports, US President Joe Biden was the latest to criticize the billionaire at a fundraiser where he said, that Musk has bought an outfit that spews lies across the world and that there are no editors left anymore in America. And how can we expect children to understand what is at stake? Biden's remarks come just a day after reports that advertisers have begun fleeing the platform after a study found that hate speech on Twitter rose exponentially after Musk's takeover. Now Musk again has defended this, blaming activist groups for pressuring advertisers, holding that he has made no changes to content moderation on the app, although various online safety groups have suggested that Musk might indeed relax moderation policies as part of his repeated bid to promote free speech. Musk appears belligerent in maintaining his reasons for the many changes he says he is going to bring in, including the controversial $8 fee for getting and keeping that blue tick or verification for a user. Trash me all day, he says, but it'll cost $8. It's been a roller coaster week since Elon Musk bought Twitter in a $44 billion deal, not just for the billionaire, but for employees and users alike. Leading to the question, is this just the beginning of the controversies that lie ahead for a Twitter headed by Musk? Nayantara Singh for NDTV.
We're going to go in for a short break. After that, there are celebrations galore as Virat Kohli turns 34.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever. NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
Class on, match off, रुकावट के लिए खेद है, meeting on, a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी family के लिए.
Everybody's on.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला ना बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। एनडीटीवी इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने। उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी, इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी। वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है। मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ, अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे, तो वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है। यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है।
Welcome back. Now it's the start of the wedding season, and in a boost for the economy of the state of Rajasthan, weddings are back with a bang. After 2 years of COVID and restrictions on the number of guests, it is the first time in 2 years that Band Baja Barat is finally looking forward to some unfettered celebrations.
It's the start of the wedding season. And after a 2-year low due to COVID, weddings are booming in Rajasthan. From small villages to big cities, weddings are back with band baja and unlimited baratis.
सब खुश हैं, मैं भी इस बात से खुश हूँ कि पहले कोरोना था कोई बात नहीं, बट अब सबको बुला पा रहे हैं, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ इस बात से। और मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ कि ये जो बीमारी थी वो दूर चली गई हमारे देश से, और जो पहले जैसे कर पा रहे थे सब वैसे अब कर पा रहे हैं। ये तो बहुत बढ़िया हो गया है। हमारे जैसे भैया की शादी हुई थी लॉकडाउन में, तो जैसे गेस्ट वगैरह थे वो भी कम आ रहे थे, डर भी बहुत ज़्यादा था कि किसी की बीमारी ना हो जाए। पहले तो बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत आ रही थी, अब बहुत बढ़िया हो गया, डर भी इतना नहीं है बट थोड़ा बहुत कम है। सैनिटाइज़र वगैरह सब कुछ हमने कर दिया है, बाकी गेस्ट वगैरह सब रेगुलर आ रहे हैं जैसे पहले आते थे।
Due to the pandemic, there was a cap on guests ranging from 50 to 100. But those restrictions that came in the way of joyful social interactions have now been lifted.
कोरोना काल में जो शादियां हो रही थी, जो भी फंक्शन होते थे, उनमें बहुत घुटन फील होती थी। उसमें सब परिवार एकजुट नहीं रह पाते थे। जैसे गाँवों में बड़े बड़े परिवार है, रिश्तेदारियाँ भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो कोई प्रोग्राम करते हैं तो उसमें 500-700 आदमी तो बहुत नॉर्मल बात है इकट्ठे होनी। तो उस समय प्रतिबंध में हम उनको इकट्ठे नहीं कर पाते थे।
According to estimates in Rajasthan, in this 1 month alone, when the wedding season gets underway, there are over 1 lakh weddings as compared to a little under 40,000 last year. And it's giving a big boost to the wedding market.
कमाई अच्छी हो रही है। पहले कोरोना था इसलिए थोड़ी कमाई कम होती थी और 50 आदमी का खाना बनता था, और अभी क्या है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा बहुत है तो ज़रूर कोरोना, पर इतना नहीं है अभी। जी हाँ, खाना वाना बढ़िया चलता है। 2000 आदमियों के लगभग 2500 लगभग 4000 आदमियों को भी खाना चलता है।
In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
And celebrations have been just as loud and exuberant as the Indian cricket team plays Zimbabwe on Sunday. But ahead of that, there was a moment of bonding as Virat Kohli celebrated his 34th birthday. The team's mental conditioning coach also shares his birthday. Virat Kohli has been in the top run scorer in this T20 World Cup so far with 220 runs. It's been a year of being a turnaround year for Virat Kohli. He's gone from the low of the IPL to the high of the Asia Cup, during which he scored his 71st century, and now there's the T20 World Cup. Of course, we had that mental health break that seemed to have clearly refreshed Virat Kohli as a batter, and he's been able to roar right back. And fans from all over the world and in Melbourne celebrated this moment when King Kohli turned 34. And NDTV has been part of the celebrations, and NDTV has been part of Virat Kohli's journey right from his early days in cricket. We dug out for his birthday from our archives this heart-rending tale of India's batting hero. How he went out to bat for Delhi after just losing his father. This was way back in 2006. Virat Kohli, a picture of resilience then and now. Enjoy and bye-bye.
Now, hosts Delhi managed to draw against Karnataka in a Ranji Trophy elite group match today, and the credit for it goes to a teenager who set an extraordinary example on Tuesday. 18-year-old Virat Kohli, playing only in his first Ranji Trophy season, scored a valuable 90 runs after losing his father earlier in the day.
DDCA President Arun Jaitley was among several people who turned up at the Firoz Shah Kotla Stadium in Delhi just to meet Virat Kohli. Delhi may have drawn the match, but there was no doubt that this teenager was the man of the match for coming into bat just hours after his father died.
ज़्यादा बात नहीं हो रही थी हम लोगों के बीच, बस क्योंकि अगर वो जब बाउंड्रीज भी मार रहा था तो ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर रहा था, थोड़ा चुप था वो, काफ़ी मतलब आई थिंक उसको बहुत ज़्यादा फील हुआ है और अपने डैड से बहुत ज़्यादा क्लोज था वो.
Even as Virat was playing the Ranji tie, relatives and visitors were pouring in at his residence to mourn the demise of his father, 54-year-old Prem Kohli. The family was not quite sure on Tuesday whether to let Virat play the Ranji match or make him stay at home in their moment of tragedy. They eventually decided in the team's favour only if Virat arrived in time for his father's cremation.
It was difficult. We were being told by the elders in the family that he is not supposed to go like this. But we took this decision, and we told him that if you are required there, you should go there. And that's it. Family also backed up. Okay, if you have come to this decision, he can go.
We're talking about
Class on, match off, रुकावट के लिए खेद है, meeting on, a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, news that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them, and we are here to bring you both.
A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies.
Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Breakfast News. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to follow. Also today, the results of the by-polls that took place in states recently. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Counting begins in by-polls for 7 assembly seats across 6 states, many of them key contests between the BJP and regional parties. Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal launches a sharp attack on the BJP government. claims that he's been asked not to contest in Gujarat in exchange for leaving AAP Deputy Chief Minister Sisodiya alone. But can he back up his explosive claim? Campaigning in Himachal, the Prime Minister asked for a second straight term for the BJP, and after Himachal, the Prime Minister will now visit poll-bound Gujarat again. Delhi's air quality improves, but it's still in the very poor category. PM 2.5 level is nearly 12 times the WHO's daily safe limit. And 2 months after businessman Cyrus Mistry died in a car crash, a police case has been filed against his co-passenger and top Mumbai gynecologist Dr. Anahita Pandole, who was driving the car at the time of the accident. Well, our top story now, and counting of votes to be held today in the by-election to 7 assembly constituencies across 6 states. It's a contest symbolic of the fierce turf war between the BJP and regional parties. A polling was held in Mokamma and Gopalganj assembly constituencies of Bihar and of East Maharashtra as well, in Andheri, Adampur of Haryana, Munagode of Telangana, Gokarnath of UP, and Dhamnagar of Odisha on the 3rd of November. Now, among the 7 seats, the BJP earlier held 3 of the seats, the Congress 2, while the Shiv Sena RJD had 1 each. Well, let's now go across to Uma Sudhir and Vedant, who join us for more. And Uma, the Munagode seat especially has had, so much attention. There's been such a fierce battle over this particular by-election, and finally today the results.
Yes, indeed. And even now, all the candidates, I must say, are very, very tense, because the battle, it's largely a three-cornered battle between the TRS, the BJP and the Congress. But it is seen as mainly a battle between the TRS and the BJP. Of course, the election was necessitated by the Congress MLA, Rajgopal Reddy, in fact, resigning and joining the BJP. And subsequently, the BJP has made this into a prestige battle. And even for the TRS, obviously, they do not want this by-poll to go the BJP way, because the last 2 by-polls, whether it's Huzurabad and Dubak, had gone the BJP way, and assembly elections are going to happen just next year. So it's ironic that for an election, for a term of an MLA, which will last just about a year, so much of money has been spent. Many people have dubbed this possibly India's and possibly the world's most expensive election. In fact, we have heard from people that they are being paid as much as 4,000 or 5,000 rupees per vote, both by the ruling party and by the BJP. At least that is the word on the ground. Of course, we cannot substantiate it with no documentary or any kind of a videotape kind of evidence for it. But what I must point out is that, yes, 8 a.m. is when the ballot boxes will be, the strong room would be opened, the ballot boxes, the EVM will be taken out, the EVMs will be taken out, the polled EVMs will be taken out. Till 8:30 we are expecting that it will be the postal votes that will be counted, and after 8:30 is when the voting, the polling on the EVMs will be counted. Till 8 o'clock they are even going to receive the electronically transmitted postal votes of service personnel and others. And in the polling itself, this was a very, very highly watched election and participative election also, because we had a polling of 93.13%, which means out of the 2.4 lakh electorate, 2,25,000 had in fact gone and voted in this election. So there are going to be about 15 rounds that we are going to see. There are about 21 tables that have been set up. 15 rounds mean each of those rounds they'll be counting about 15,000 votes, and we expect that maximum by about 1 or 2 maximum. 12-1-2 is when we are being told this entire process will be through, and the fate of whoever the candidate, more important than the candidate, I must say, the parties which have been kind of making this into a massive battle, their fates in Munagode at least by that time will be known. through this period, last 2-3 months, it has been a non-stop party for people in Munugod who have had free liquor, chicken, biryani. You know, people were not going to work, and whenever they were going for party work, different parties. I mean, it's not as though they would be sticking with one party. Whoever was going to give them the money for a few hours of participation, they were doing that. It was celebratory atmosphere. Today, of course, the results. Back to you.
All right, so it was good times there in the constituency being wooed by all parties. Well, let's go across to Vedant now, who joins us from Adampur. And this again is a key contest, Vedant. It's a test for the Congress after Bishnoi switched from the Congress to the BJP.
Well, absolutely, Gargi. Adampur again, a keenly watched by-poll. As you rightly mentioned, it's going to be a prestige battle for the Congress. Remember, the Congress won this seat back in 2019, but it was after Kuldeep Bishnoi, in fact, switched from the Congress to the BJP that this by-poll was, in fact, necessitated. So it's been, a three-cornered fight, between the Congress and the BJP, and also now, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party, which is looking to enter the Haryana Assembly with these by-polls. However, mainly it is being seen as a contest between the Congress and the BJP, a classic Congress-BJP fight here. Remember, the BJP candidate is Kuldeep Bishnoi's son, Bhavya Bishnoi, and the Congress's candidate is Jay Prakash, and the Aam Aadmi Party's candidate is Satinder Singh. Now, remember, why is it important for the BJP to win this seat? So, remember, it's a Bishnoi stronghold. Adampur has always been, a very strong, stronghold of the Bishnois. In fact, the Bishnois have been at the helm since 1968. So, it's important for them to, in fact, prove to the people of Adampur that they did not, as many people say, betray the people of Adampur by switching from the Congress to the BJP. For the BJP, of course, for the Congress, I beg your pardon, it's important because, it wants to retain its seat in Haryana here, and also it wants to prove to the people, as the Hudas have been saying on the campaign trail, that the Congress will be able to revive itself in the state of Haryana. In fact, the Hudas have been very aggressively campaigning here in Haryana. They say that their victory on this seat will in fact signal a change for the party, not just in the state, but of course in the run-up to 2024 as well. And remember, the Haryana Assembly polls will also be held in 2024. They coincide with the general election. So in that context also, it's an important fight. Remember, we saw high voltage campaign here in Haryana with CM Manohar Lal Khattar campaigning for the BJP candidate. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann also held a massive road show here in Adampur. In fact, the Hudas have of course been on the campaign trail. So a high voltage campaign here, and three-cornered fight, but primarily a fight between the Congress and the BJP. For the BJP, of course, it's also important because the BJP-JJP alliance in fact lost two by-polls here.
Right.
So for them to actually prove that they will be able to take on anti-incumbency, a wave of anti-incumbency here in Haryana ahead of the 2024 assembly polls as well as the general elections, it's important for them to win this seat.
All right, so all eyes on that stronghold of Bhajanlal family. Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us with those details. Now, in an explosive interview, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has claimed that the BJP had offered him a deal to spare his ministers Manish Sisodiya and Satyendra Jain, who are embroiled in investigations by central agencies, if the Aam Aadmi Party pulled out of next month's Gujarat elections, saying that after Manish Sisodiya rejected their offer to be the Delhi Chief Minister by leaving up, now he himself, the Delhi Chief Minister, has been approached. The Aam Aadmi Party chief said the BJP was scared of losing both Gujarat elections and closely watched municipal polls in Delhi and was pulling out all stops to defeat his party. Listen in to what he said.
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने, उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है, मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ, अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
बहुत बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं आप, ये बड़ी हेडलाइन है, क्योंकि इस वजह से मैं ये बात बोल रहा हूं, क्योंकि इस तरह के आरोप लगाना आसान है अरविंद जी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आपके पास सबूत होंगे।
एक महीने पहले कहा था कि दिल्ली के एमएलएज को खरीदने की कोशिश की जा रही है। दिल्ली के ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रहा है, हमारी सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है। 25-25 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। आप लोगों ने कहा था सबूत दो, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मतलब गुनाह हमने कर दिया। अब सबूत आ गया। तेलंगाना के अंदर पकड़े गए 3 लोग, इनके तेलंगाना के एमएलएज को खरीदने गए थे और उनकी स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हो गया। उसमें वो कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के अंदर 41 एमएलए हमारे टच में हैं, सबको हम 25-25, वो खुद ही मान रहे हैं, खुद ही कह रहे हैं। आपने सुना?
पर
दिखाया नहीं आप लोगों ने, लेकिन
हमने बिल्कुल दिखाया सर।
ना,
एनडीटीवी पे
बिल्कुल
मैं बता रहा हूं, मैं उस शो को होस्ट कर रहा था। हमने रात को जब ये स्टोरी ब्रेक हुई, अरेस्ट हुए, तब भी दिखाया और उनका केसीआर साहब की पूरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस दिखाई। हम किसी से सर सबको
तो
बराबर।
फिर आपको बधाई देता हूं, बाकी चैनलों में हिम्मत नहीं है। वो तेलंगाना,
लेकिन ये
अब
बहुत
सबसे बड़ा सबूत ये है जब इनका मेरे पास ऑफर आया कि गुजरात चुनाव छोड़ दो, आप गुजरात में मत जाओ। मैंने उनको मना कर दिया, मैंने डील नहीं मानी। मैंने कहा मैं गुजरात जाऊंगा। गुजरात के लोगों ने मेरे ऊपर बहुत भरोसा किया है। गुजरात के बहुत सारे लोग मेरे को अपना परिवार का हिस्सा मानते हैं। मैं गुजरात के लोगों से दगा नहीं कर सकता, मैं गुजरात के लोगों से बेईमानी नहीं कर सकता। तो मैं गुजरात आ रहा हूं। अगले कुछ दिन में देख लेना, मनीष को गिरफ्तार करेंगे ये।
लेकिन ये तो आप कई बार कह चुके, लेकिन ये बड़ी बात मैं एक बार फिर से दोहरा रहा हूं। आप कह रहे हैं कि सीधे आपको ऑफर आया था कि गुजरात मत जाओ और ये सारे जो ईडी के केस हैं, सब परेशानी,
सतेंद्र जैन को छोड़ देंगे, मनीष को गिरफ्तार नहीं करेंगे, सारे केस रफा दफा कर देंगे।
किसी बीजेपी के नेता का आया था?
अब छोड़ो, मैं देखो जब मेरे लेवल पे बात होती है ना, अब कौन आया था, कोई दोस्त आता है, उसके थ्रू किसी के थ्रू मैसेज भेजते हैं। अब मैं अपने किसी का नाम थोड़ी बता सकता हूँ। तो लेकिन आपने उस टाइम भी मेरे को बार बार बोला, मैंने कहा मेरी सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आपने कहा सबूत दो, आ गया सबूत। झूठ थोड़ी बोल रहे थे हम। अब ये खुद ही कह रहे हैं कि हमने 41 एमएलए केजरीवाल के तोड़ लिए। एक
And news now from Himachal, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had hit the ground in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh ahead of the November 12th assembly polls. Campaigning for the BJP, the Prime Minister asked for a second consecutive term, saying the BJP means stability and development. The Congress also released its manifesto for the Himachal election. Saurabh Shukla reports on the political rhetoric heating up before voting in Himachal Pradesh.
Traditional song and dance as these women gather to pray for BJP's victory in Himachal Pradesh before the Prime Minister's speech in Solan. In the morning, Prime Minister Modi bowed his head at the Radha Swami Satsang Vyas before starting his campaign for the Himachal elections. Prime Minister Modi addressed 2 rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan, appealing to voters to break their pattern of changing the government in Himachal every 5 years, since a BJP government in the state as well as the centre was needed for development.
इस विधानसभा चुनाव में हिमाचल के लोग भाजपा सरकार की जोरदार वापसी की ठान चुके हैं और फौजियों की ये धरती, वीर माताओं की ये धरती जब कुछ संकल्प ले लेती है तो उसे सिद्ध करके ही दिखाती है.
Prime Minister Modi also sought votes citing the removal of Article 370 from Kashmir and construction of the Ram Temple.
भाजपा ने जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाने का संकल्प लिया था ना? पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? भाजपा ने राम मंदिर बनाने का संकल्प लिया था. आज राम मंदिर बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? आप बताइए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है?
Congress released its manifesto for Himachal elections during Prime Minister Modi's campaign, making big promises. The old pension scheme will be restored as soon as their government is formed. In the first cabinet, 1 lakh government jobs will be announced for youth. Women from 16 to 60 years will be given a monthly pension of rupees 1,500.
As far as Prime Minister is concerned, I am asking you a question, counter question. Why he has to give so much time to Himachal? He knows that situation is very bad for BJP.
Prime Minister Modi will also address 2 rallies in Himachal on the 9th.
PM Modi's biggest hope of
BJP in Himachal Pradesh. There's a lot of infighting in BJP. A lot of rebel of BJPs are contesting as independents. But BJP is hopeful that face of PM Modi will overpower these problems. Congress is talking about unemployment, old pension scheme. PM Modi has said that if Himachal wants better development, then double engine government is important. In Delhi BJP and in Shimla, people should choose BJP for speedy development. In Solan with Ashok Mahale, Saurabh Shukla for NDTV.
On match off रुकावट के लिए खेद है meeting on a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever. NDTV, real news by real journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about
Welcome back. Now, Delhi's air quality has improved slightly, but still remains in the very poor category. Severe air quality in Delhi for the fourth day in a row. And Delhi under a smog blanket. High levels of toxic pollutant PM 2.5, that's particulate matter 2.5, are being reported, which are nearly 12 times what the World Health Organization considers safe. And this even as the stubble burning continues in Punjab and Haryana, where farmers say they are helpless.
As fields turn black and skies smoky, Punjab has failed to put out the stubble fires yet another year. And as we report from one of the worst offenders of farm fires in Punjab, Sidhuwala in Patiala, which has seen a nearly 70% rise in incidents of stubble burning from last year, farmers tell us that they are helpless and that they are the first victims of pollution caused by the toxic blaze.
हम भी मजबूर हैं पराली जलाने के लिए. सानू कोई चाव नहीं है, साडे मन में कोई खुशी नहीं है कि हम पराली जलाएं. पहले धुआं हमको लगता है, बाद में आगे जाएगा. इसलिए असी मजबूरा. गवर्नमेंट ने हमको कुछ भी नहीं दिया, ना कोई प्रोडक्ट दिया है, ना कोई मशीनरी दिया है, ना कोई पैसा दिया है, ना हम गरीब आदमी खरीद भी नहीं सकते.
Amid the 18% rise in farm fires in Punjab, the Chief Minister boasts of machinery given to farmers for stubble management.
हमारी तरफ से 1,20,000 हैप्पी सीडर्स बोलते हैं उसको, वो मशीनें चल रही हैं. मशीनों की अवेलेबिलिटी की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Farmers tell us that they shun machines to treat crop waste because they cost them almost half to a third of their meager profit.
सर प्रोडक्ट कहाँ से मिलेगा? डीजल कितना महंगा है? जो इसको हम जलाते नहीं तो कम से कम 10-12 इसको जुताई करना पड़ेगा। उसमें कितना डीजल लगेगा? आप लगा लो कितना डीजल लगेगा। इसलिए हमारी मजबूरी है। इसको आग लगाना हमारी मजबूरी है। नहीं सरकार कोई इसके ऊपर कोई हमारे को सब्सिडी दे, हम इसको उससे तैयार कर लेंगे।
मशीनरी है हमारी सोसाइटी में, उनको कितने लोग यूज कर लेंगे? कम से कम 2 यूज कर लेंगे, क्योंकि इतनी जमीन है आले दाले, कितने दिन लग जाएंगे, महीने लग जाएंगे बनाने को। तभी अब ये लगानी पड़ती है, आग लगानी पड़ती है। नहीं कोई और रीजन, कोई और मेथड है कि आप बता दो।
Meanwhile, the Chief Minister has appealed to farmers to grow crops that do not need burning to clear fields.
हम धान से किसानों को किसी और फसल की तरफ लेके जाएं। किसान को उतना ही पैसे जितना धान बीज कर 1 एकड़ से उसकी कमाई होती है, किसी और फसल से हो जाए, चाहे तो वो सरसों हो, चाहे बाजरा हो, सूरजमुखी हो, पॉपुलर हो, सब्जियां हो, लेकिन मार्केटिंग चाहिए। तो इसके लिए हमने अभी से काम शुरू कर दिया।
But questions over the MSP promise loom large.
हम इसके लिए तैयार हैं। ये हमारा खाना नहीं है पंजाब का। जो चावल है ये यूपी का, बिहार का खाना है, हम का खाना नहीं है। बिल्कुल हम सिर्फ पंजाब, हरियाणा के लिए, यूपी के लिए, इंडिया के लिए चावल उगाते हैं। हमारा बिल्कुल खाना नहीं। हमारे को MSP दिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। जो दूसरी चीज़ें हैं, मक्की है, मूंगफली है और सूरजमुखी है और दालें हैं, हमको MSP दिए, हम बंद कर देगा।
Year after year, similar visuals. Why are farmers still forced to burn stubble? Why are alternatives not in place yet? When will the government incentivize farmers to stop burning stubble? Farmers helpless here and kids across North India breathing toxic air. These are questions that we continue to ask as farm fires continue to rage across Punjab and other parts of North India. In Patiala with camera person Sanjay Kaushik, Vedant for NDTV.
2 months after businessman Cyrus Mistry died in a car crash, a police case has been filed against his co-passenger and top Mumbai gynecologist Dr. Anahita Pandole, who was driving the car at the time of the accident. Cyrus Mistry, the scion of the illustrious Shapurji Palonji Group and former Tata Sons chairman, was killed in a car accident in Maharashtra's Palghar on September 5th. A friend of the businessman, Jahangir Pandole, was also killed when the car rammed a road divider. The 2 other occupants, Anahita and her husband Darius, suffered serious injuries. Mistry's silver Mercedes was being driven by Dr. Anahita, and the businessman was seated in the back when the accident took place. Based on the reports in probe, it has been established that the accident was the result of rash and negligent driving, and hence a case has been registered against Dr. Anahita Pandole, is what the police have said. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey has apologized to employees of the company a day after the social media company laid off nearly 50% of its workforce as a part of new owner Elon Musk's ambitious revamp plan. He said he regrets expanding the microblogging platforms too quickly. Jack Dorsey tweeted, "Folks at Twitter, past and present, are strong and resilient. They will always find a way no matter how difficult the moment. I realize many are angry with me. I own the responsibility for why everyone is in this situation. I grew the company size too quickly. I apologize for that."
No choice, says Elon Musk, defending himself after firing half of Twitter's workforce via email. This brutal overnight layoff prompted droves of disgruntled employees to, ironically, take to the same app to share their disbelief and anger. Many questions have been raised over the suddenness of Musk's move, with many employees even banding together to sue Twitter collectively. But Musk holds that this decision was necessary since the company is losing $4 million a day, and that everybody laid off was offered 3 months of severance pay, 50% more than what is legally required. It's not just dissatisfied employees who are upset with Musk. According to US media reports, US President Joe Biden was the latest to criticize the billionaire at a fundraiser where he said that Musk has bought an outfit that spews lies across the world and that there are no editors left anymore in America. And how can we expect children to understand what is at stake? Biden's remarks come just a day after reports that advertisers have begun fleeing the platform after a study found that hate speech on Twitter rose exponentially after Musk's takeover. Now, Musk again has defended this, blaming activist groups for pressuring advertisers, holding that he has made no changes to content moderation on the app, although various online safety groups have suggested that Musk might indeed relax moderation policies as part of his repeated bid to promote free speech. Musk appears belligerent in maintaining his reasons for the many changes he says he is going to bring in, including the controversial $8 fee for getting and keeping that blue tick or verification for a user. Trash me all day, he says, but it'll cost $8. It's been a roller coaster week since Elon Musk bought Twitter in a $44 billion deal, not just for the billionaire, but for employees and users alike. Leading to the question, is this just the beginning of the controversies that lie ahead for a Twitter headed by Musk? Nayantara Singh for NDTV.
Well, cricket news now, and world champions Australia were knocked out of the T20 World Cup after England beat Sri Lanka by 4 wickets in a tense chase. Sri Lanka had gone off to a flyer in this knockout game. Batting first, Sri Lanka scored 141 for 8 with 67 runs from Patham Nisanka. Mark Wood claimed 3 wickets for England. It was a tough chase in the end. Ben Stokes, remaining unbeaten on 42, pulled off the chase. With this win, England enters the semi-final and they will most likely face India or South Africa in Adelaide.
That will do nicely for England. That is England through to a World T20 semi-final. That is Australia.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Class on, match off, रुकावट के लिए खेद है, meeting on, a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी family के लिए.
Everybody's on.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies.
Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it.
News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
Bihar is well known for being the birthplace of two of the biggest religions in the world, Buddhism and Jainism, and for being home to one of the world's oldest universities, Nalanda. It's perhaps a little less known as the place where the art form of Sujani embroidery was born. Sujani was born out of necessity when patches of old clothes like saris and dhotis were stitched together to make swaddling cloths for newborn babies. These soft cloths were then embellished with motifs and designs using colorful threads, and so Sujani embroidery came into being. The word itself is derived from Su, which means facilitating, and Jani, meaning birth. Sujani embroidery is now used for more than just baby quilts. Sujani motifs now add color and meaning to cushion covers, kurtas, saris, dupattas, and other items of clothing and home furnishing. The motifs themselves range from deities, flowers and peacocks to sun, cloud, and fertility symbols. Sujani is not just a traditional craft. It is also a way to convey social and political messages. It has been giving a voice to the women of Bihar and now is empowering them in a different way. The Usha Silai School program has played a critical role in restoring and promoting traditional art and crafts, and some of the masters of Sujani now have their own Silai schools. Two of them are pioneers in empowering their community in the villages of Ara in Bhojpur district, teaching old crafts as new skills to a new generation of Silai heroes.
हम 2007 से इसमें हैं। 2007 से जुड़े अनीता जी के साथ भोजपुर महिला कला के इनके बारे में, ये सब कला के बारे में हमको जानकारी नहीं था, बहुत शौक था हमको। बाकी से कोई गांव की महिला कुछ बनाती थी, कहीं अच्छा देखते थे तो हम सोचते थे कि हम भी बनाएं, कैसे बनता है, नहीं बन, हमको कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था कैसे बनता है, कौन सिखाएगा हमको। ये जो जैसे ये थी कोरोना का आया ना, कोरोना उस समय हम लोग बैठे थे तो सोचा कि चलो मैडम बोली कि सुजनी पर कुछ काम किया जाए, तो हम अपना करने स्टार्ट किए हम लोग। तो उसमें सुजनी के काम करते करते अभी पूरा हम लोग कुछ स्टॉल लगाते हैं, वहाँ भी सुजनी के हम आर्ट रखते हैं बिक्री के लिए, तो अच्छा सेलिंग हो रहा है। अभी सोच रहे और अच्छा मार्केट पकड़े हम लोग का।
कोरोना काल के समय में जब हम लोग घर पर बैठे हुए थे, कोई काम वगैरह नहीं मिला, तो सब महिला हमारे साथ जो थी सब हम लोग अपना में ग्रुप बनाए कि कोई काम हम लोग को करना चाहिए। जो बाहर थी महिला लोग अपना घर लोग आई, और पहले से जो लोग भी जानता था थोड़ा बहुत सुजनी, जो हम लोग साधारण सुजनी बनाते थे, लेकिन उसमें हम लोग पहले आए बनाने के बाद सोचे कोई उसमें डिजाइन हम लोग निकाले। जो पुराना कपड़ा था घर में, पहले तो पुराना ही कपड़ा में सुजनी बनता था, तो हम लोग बनाए तो हम लोग को कुछ अच्छा लगा, तो हम लोग सोचे कि इसको कुछ नए डिजाइन से बनाएं।
And that is the other goal with which Usha is reviving and teaching Sujani embroidery in Bihar, to breathe new life into old clothes by upcycling them and therefore reducing textile waste. Some reports estimate that up to 7,800 kilotons of textile waste is accumulated in India annually. Sujani embroidery began by stitching together old saris and dhotis and then sewing colorful threads onto them. So not only is its revival by the Usha Silai schools keeping old clothes out of landfills, it is also empowering women in about 15 villages, including Ara in the Bhojpur district of Bihar. A classic technique to solve a modern problem.
सारा पुराने कपड़ा को यूज करते हैं, जो घर में जो हम लोग यूज करते हैं पुराना ही कपड़ा से यूज करते हैं। पैर पोछना भी बनाते हैं उससे, पौदान, और हम लोग घर में बच्चे लोग जो छोटा छोटा होता है उसके लिए भी हम लोग यूज करते हैं बना के। और जो हम लोग को शहर में मार्केट में जो आता है तो उस नए कपड़े में बनता है।
जैसे हम लोग एक साइज के चारों पार्ट काटते हैं, उसके बाद ऊपर सेटिंग करते हैं, कांचा करते हैं, कांचा करने के बाद उस पर कढ़ाई करते हैं। कढ़ाई जब पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाता है उसके बाद हम लोग उसमें कपड़ा पछा से लेयर देते हैं, दूसरा पचवा लेयर देते हैं। देने के बाद उसके बाद फिर पाइपिंग हम लोग हाथ से चढ़ाते हैं उसमें।
In 2021, Rita saw the story of Kusum Devi, an Usha Silai school teacher on Kushalta Ki Kadam, and was inspired to make Sujani art. She got Sujani training from Kusum Devi herself and established herself as a noted trainer of Sujani along with being an Usha Silai school teacher. The women learning Sujani embroidery have the support of Bhojpur Mahila Kala Kendra, an NGO that is working in collaboration with Usha Silai School to implement the program on the ground. The training they provided helped these women in their worst times, providing them a source of earning during the COVID pandemic.
कोरोना काल जो अभी हुआ था तो सभी लोग घर में बैठी हुई थी, तो हम लोग सोचे कि क्यों नहीं जो हमारा दादी नानी का जो पुराना परंपरा है, इस चीज़ को हम लोग बैठे बैठे इसको हम लोग शुरू करते हैं। तो कैसे इसको और मॉडलाइज करके और अच्छा से अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बनाया जाए ताकि ये मार्केट में बिके और इससे काफ़ी अच्छी डिमांड हो और हमारी जो महिलाएं हैं इसको बनाएं और काफ़ी सशक्त हो।
Silai school teachers Rita and Geeta have trained a large number of women and through the Usha Silai school program have used a traditional form to bring revolutionary change to the lives of the women.
बहुत अच्छे तरह से मदद किए उषा ने, हम लोग के बहुत अच्छा लगा कि उषा कंपनी से जुड़े हैं। हम लोग के कहीं भी जाते हैं तो हम लोग के नाम होता है, उषा कंपनी से आई है, लोग मैडम भी है जो उषा से ट्रेनिंग लिए हैं, आज हम लोग को भी ट्रेनिंग दे रही हैं। हम लोग को बहुत अच्छा लगता है, गर्व की बात होता है कि हम लोग उषा से जुड़े हैं।
Such is the artistry of Sujani embroidery that it has also been given the UNESCO Seal of Excellence Award in 2019. And with the Usha Silai school teaching even more intricate innovations to new learners, the future of Sujani and the women who practice it looks bright. The path of ambition can be tough and challenging, but those focused on their goals turn their challenges into chances. Walking these narrow lanes are footsteps heading toward a better tomorrow. Women from 10 villages of Hawalbagh block in the Almora district of Uttarakhand make this journey every day to reach this far-off training center run by Usha and Moora, where they will be trained not just in sewing, but also in the art of shibori, on upcycled clothes. Moora, with the help of Usha, is turning discarded clothes, which would earlier go to waste, into something useful.
ये हम लोग ने 30 लड़कियों के और महिलाओं के साथ शुरू किया था। बेसिक ट्रेनिंग 30 लोगों को दी गई थी, उसमें से 15 का सिलेक्शन हुआ जो अब आप देख रहे हैं एडवांस ट्रेनिंग से गुजर रही हैं और ये पैटर्न मेकिंग सीख रही हैं।
वेस्ट में
Moora Collective pays the stipend for initial sustenance. For more than a decade, Usha has worked at empowering women from rural India by encouraging them to become financially independent. They have been motivated to become entrepreneurs by taking up sewing and training others in their respective communities. And that is the aim through Moora Collective in Almora as well. But with an added skill and an added benefit. Learning shibori will increase the quality and value of their products, enhancing their earnings and improving their lives while making use of unwanted materials. In the process, will help reduce waste and promote recycling.
सबसे पहला कोलैबोरेशन हमारा उषा इंटरनेशनल के साथ हुआ है, जिसकी वजह से शायद हमने हिम्मत जुटाई है कि हम आगे बढ़ सकें इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में। उषा हमें मास्टर्स जो इनके सोइंग एंड स्टिचिंग मास्टर हैं, पैटर्न मेकिंग मास्टर हैं, वो ट्रेनर्स के तौर पे दे रहे हैं।
Moora has a long-standing experience in shibori making, but was unable to reach women in the villages. This is where Usha stepped in With their experience of working with women in remote villages, Usha specifically designed modules to gauge the interest, understanding and capability of these women, customizing their programming to the training needs.
हमें उषा में जुड़ने के बाद हमें महसूस हुआ कि हम यहाँ पर रह के एक बहुत अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं कि शहर के लोगों के साथ में गांव की महिलाओं को जोड़ना है काम के जरिए। तो हमें शहर में चलने वाला जो कटिंग और फिटिंग है वो हमें गांव की महिलाओं को सिखाना होगा। अगर गांव की महिला अगर वो कटिंग और स्टिचिंग सीख जाएगी, वो क्वालिटी सीख जाएगी, तो उनको शहर से जोड़ना और शहर से काम मिलना आसान हो जाएगा।
Getting women to the training centers was a challenge in itself. Around 125 women showed interest in training, but when they were to be selected, only half of them turned up. Family restrictions, societal pressures kept many of them away. Another impediment was the 5-kilometer road to the training center, a tough walk in the hilly terrain. But that wouldn't deter Kamna, who helped her father at his shop making tea and samosas.
उषा और मोरा कंपनी से हमें बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है। हमें महीने के 2500 रुपये भी देती है, जिससे हम अपना महीने का खर्चा भी चला सकते हैं। और इससे हमें बहुत कुछ नई चीज़ें सीखने को मिली हैं। हल्की फुल्की सिलाई तो हम पहले भी करते, लेकिन इससे हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और आगे भी हमें बहुत सारे रोज़गार के अवसर, स्वरोजगार भी कर सकते हैं।
Shweta is married and has a 3-year-old baby girl. Her daily chores include cooking, cleaning, taking care of the family, and feeding the cattle. She was luckier than most when this new opportunity came knocking at her door.
अभी हम सिलेक्ट हो रखे हैं, तो अभी हमारा पैटर्न मेकिंग चल रहा है। उसके बाद आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिला है और उषा कंपनी को हम धन्यवाद कहेंगे। ऐसी व्यवस्था मतलब हमें रोजगार के लिए एक साधन मिला है।
Renu, who takes care of an 18-month-old daughter, faced some flack from her neighbors for doing the training. But she stubbornly stayed the course and is thankful she did.
उषा कंपनी और मोरा कंपनी से हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। जो आज तक हमें सीखना चाह रहे थे, वो चीज़ हमें आगे सीखने को भी और देखने को भी मिली, जिससे हम कुछ अर्निंग कर सकते हैं और रोज़गार पा सकते हैं, घर परिवार की मदद कर सकते हैं और लोगों की भी मदद कर सकते हैं। जो सपना हमारा बचपन से था कि हम कुछ आगे कर रहे हैं और कुछ करके दिखाएं सबसे अलग, वो हमारा सपना पूरा होते हुए नज़र आ रहा है हमें।
Kamna, Shweta and Renu are among the more than 10 lakh women that the Usha Silai schools have trained into becoming financially self-sufficient, empowered women. It's a huge change in their lives, and one whose ripples will be felt in the community as well, because when you empower a woman, you change the destiny of not only her family, but also her community.
डाइंग सबसे क्रिटिकल इसलिए है क्योंकि अगर ये धागा सही तरीके से नहीं पकड़ा कपड़े को, या टाइट नहीं हुआ, ज्यादा टाइट हो गया तो रंग नहीं आएगा।
कुशलता के कदम brought to you by Usha.
Thank you, Sonal.
हमें
on match off रुकावट के लिए खेद है meeting on a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
one thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies.
Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching.
News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखा।
Driving for over an hour from Manipur's capital Imphal out into the countryside, past lush green paddy fields, one reaches Toi Thawai village in Ukhrul district. The village has mostly tribal families. Most of them do farming in the distant foothills. Some run small businesses. 36-year-old Yuthing Ronra Simre and her 47-year-old husband Yarshang Ronra Simre are busy talking about their daily expenses. The couple have 3 children, all of whom go to school. Their family had once struggled to make both ends meet, until Simre joined the Usha Silai training and later started her own branch of the Usha Silai school in the village. Simre married her husband in 2007. He worked as a teacher then, but in 2016 he had to resign because of serious health issues. With the only earning member of the family out of a job, Simre decided to start earning. She started making traditional clothes and helping others on their farmlands. As her husband's health improved, her father-in-law helped them buy an auto rickshaw. But it wasn't enough to run the family smoothly. That is when the Silai school came handy. Today, Simre earns money not only by sewing and stitching and providing training at her Silai school, but also runs an innovative project of cycling dumped clothes and turning them into utility products like bags.
Last year, pandemic time, she used to collect and her friend come and stitch and some work. And with that, we sell it. Somehow, it is a very small amount, but we sell it, and by that small amount, we manage it.
Once her husband leaves, Simre gets busy cooking and wrapping up her daily chores. Simre comes from a large but poor family. Once she had started earning by making traditional Manipuri clothes, Simre came to know about the Usha Silai school from the local NGO, People's Development Society. She joined a 7-day residential training camp and then further learnt entrepreneurial skills to open her own Usha Silai school. With the household chores sorted, Simre leaves to work on her innovative project, recycling waste clothes. Simre's idea was to recycle used clothes from the many villages near her Silai school to make fabric bags. She has been doing this since June 2021 and was joined by 2 women from nearby villages in collecting old clothes and stitching bags.
मैं 2020 में उषा सिलाई स्कूल ट्रेनिंग भी है और अभी तो मेरा स्टूडेंट तो 22 और 3 तो अभी लर्निंग है ना मेरा पास और अभी 1 मंथ में मेरा इनकम तो 10 to 15, 10 to 12 ऐसा चलता है।
The process involved is very innovative. There are a few collection centers like this one, where the villagers dump their old and unused clothes. Simre and her team come by periodically to collect them. After collection, they sort the clothes according to different fabrics, colors and garment types. Then they wash the sorted clothes and iron them before drafting, cutting and stitching the bags. As her products gained traction in the local markets, she started involving other women to help with the collection, sorting and stitching. Simre pays these women 30 rupees per bag of clothes collected. Apart from bags, they also make children's dresses, shirts and shorts with the unwanted clothes collected from the village. The idea of recycling has brought a big turn around in Simre's life.
मैं friend को बुलाया और damn clothes तो don't throw. Then it can make different ideas, different things. So they agree me to do that. So we can have to collect the things from our villages, from different colonies. So we collect them and we start our stitching.
During the pandemic, Simre came to know about online training classes organized by the Usha Silai School. She joined the class and learnt many aspects of drafting and designing bags. Now she stitches the bags using traditional fabric that she weaves herself.
After I learned this stitching, they don't support me. Oh, that's not a good idea. You have to work hard. मेरा बैग तो दिखाई दो वो तो मेरा फ्रेंड्स तो इंटरेस्ट है थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट है उसके लिए some people I want to learn how to stitch, I want to learn how to draft. They come like that, so I started from that.
Simre has trained 15 village women so far. She charges a monthly fee of rupees 500. In a month, she earns 8,000 rupees to 12,000 rupees. And she is a role model for many. This initiative has not only helped Simre and her students in terms of boosting their earnings, it has also helped Simre manage her family and provide good food and an education for her children. They are also winning accolades from the community of making use of dumped clothes and turning them into utility products, breathing new life into old clothes.
Annually, about 95% of the waste which actually ends up in landfills can be repurposed and reused. So through our Silai School program, we've made conscious efforts, especially through our training programs, where women are taught how they can make new products using the old fabric through alterations as well as through new designs.
कुशलता on match off रुकावट के लिए खेद है meeting on a game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े भी।
Counting underway in by-polls for 7 assembly seats across 6 states, many of them key contests between the BJP and regional parties. AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal launches a sharp attack on the BJP government on NDTV's town hall, claims that he's been asked to not contest in Gujarat in exchange of leaving AAP Deputy Chief Minister Sisodiya alone. But can Kejriwal back up this explosive claim? Delhi's air quality is improved marginally but still remains in the very poor category. The PM 2.5 level is nearly 12 times what the WHO considers safe. And Twitter has rolled out the $8 verification service. The update currently available on iOS in US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and the UK. And India's qualified for the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. This after Netherlands stunned South Africa, beating them by 13 runs. Hello and welcome. Before we get to all the politics on breakfast news, first let's take a look at the big cricket news coming in. And Netherlands has stunned South Africa in the Super 12 game, and it means that India now qualify for the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. Let's go across to Rika now for more. And Rika, give us the details. South Africa stunned.
Well, Gargi, today is the last day of the group stage of T20 World Cup. Several upsets are expected. We've already seen the first happen, Netherlands beating South Africa by 13 runs, and they have now knocked South Africa out of the World Cup because their net run rate has now fallen below Bangladesh and Pakistan. What happens now is this loss for South Africa opens up the door for either Pakistan or Bangladesh to make it to the semi-final of the World Cup. India has already qualified because India is on the top of the table. South Africa's win now ensures that India is guaranteed a seat in the semi-finals. The second team, of course, will come out of one of the Asian nations. It will be either Pakistan or Bangladesh. So interesting developments are expected throughout the day. And as for Netherlands, this was history made for the first time. In any format, they have managed to beat South Africa.
Right, but the great news for India is making it there to the semi-finals now through this.
Absolutely, it is great news. India was always expected to make the semi-finals of the World Cup. Gargi, if you look at India's group, except for South Africa, Pakistan was beaten in the initial stages. Pakistan suffered two very hopeless losses. Thereafter, they have made a turnaround in this World Cup. But except for India, Pakistan and South Africa, the other teams were not as difficult for India to overcome. So they were always expected to make it to the semi-finals, and they have now got there, and they are going to play the second semi-final in Adelaide on the 10th.
All right, but now that is confirmed that India through to the semi-finals. Thanks so much, Rika, for joining us with all those details. Well, on to politics now. The results of elections in 7 assembly seats across 6 states to be declared today. The counting has begun. The prestige battles were fought in Bihar and Telangana, a family legacy on the line in Haryana. It's a contest symbolic of the fierce turf war between the BJP and regional parties in many parts of the country. Now, polling was held in Mokamma and Gopalganj assembly constituencies of Bihar, Andheri East of Maharashtra, Adampur of Haryana, Munagode of Telangana, Gola Gokarnath in Uttar Pradesh and Dhamnagar of Odisha. And among the 7 seats, the BJP earlier held 3 of these seats, the Congress 2, while the Shiv Sena and the RJD each had 1 seat. Well, let's now go across to our reporters, and let's go across to Vedant, who joins us from the Adampur seat, and the counting has begun there. Uma also joins us. First to you, Vedant, in Adampur, it was this bypoll after Kuldeep Bishnoi stepped down and joined the Congress and joined the BJP, I beg your pardon, and now it's his son who's contesting there.
Well, absolutely, Gargi. It's an extremely interesting fight here. Remember, Adampur is also, the constituency where, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal launched his Make India #1 Yatra. That is also when, this seat came into prominence because the Aam Aadmi Party is looking to enter the Haryana Assembly through these crucial bypolls. However, remember, on the ground, if you assess the situation, it's primarily a fight between the Congress and the BJP. It's a classic Congress-BJP contest here as far as Adampur Adampur is concerned. As you rightly mentioned, Kuldeep Bishnoi quit the Congress and switched over to the BJP earlier this year, and in fact that was something that triggered a lot of other senior Congress leaders also. We saw Captain Amrinder Singh also joining the BJP, etc. But the fact of the matter is that the people of Adampur, as we've been reporting, we spoke to a lot of farmers here, people here, they feel that some of them in fact feel that they're willing to give another chance to Kuldeep Bishnoi. Some of them feel that Kuldeep Bishnoi in fact betrayed the people of Adampur by stepping down and moving to the BJP. So mixed feelings there. However, the Congress is trying to pulling out all stops. Congress went completely all out as far as the campaign was concerned. We saw Bhupinder Singh Hooda in fact campaigning here aggressively as far as Adampur is concerned. And in fact we spoke to Bhupinder Singh Hooda as well on the campaign trail, and he said that it's important for the Congress to win on the Adampur seat, because that will signal a change for the Congress, not just in the state but also nationally. And Congress of course claiming that there is a strong anti-incumbency wave against the BJP in the state of Haryana. I remember it's also an election that is, very strongly fought on caste lines, because the Congress continues to appeal to the Jat voters, whereas, the BJP is relying primarily on the non-Jat voters, and also it remains to be a Bishnoi stronghold. The Bhajan Lal family has been, in power here ever, since 1968. So,
right.
For the Congress to actually prove that it's capable of winning without Kuldeep Bishnoi, it's almost a prestige battle for the Congress, and for the BJP also it's important, because that will reduce its dependence on the BJP-JJP alliance, so to speak. So an interesting and keenly watched election here in Adampur. Gargi.
All right, thanks so much for that, Vedant. And let's go across to Uma in Munagode, and that's been the big election there, the big bypoll that, across the country there's been so much news of it, so much controversy, so many allegations as well, Uma. So now counting has begun there.
Yes, indeed, Gargi. The counting has begun here, and interestingly, I must say, Telangana is going to elections next year, and therefore this is only one seat we are talking about, term of which is going to be only about a year, and it's not really going to affect either the falling or the forming of any governments, and yet it became a very, very keenly watched election, high voltage as it has been described, and also high stakes, even though there are no governments at stake. Three things that I must point out: 2.4 lakh is the electorate, 93% was the polling rate, and it was billed by many as perhaps one of the most costliest elections in India. Counting is underway. The first round itself, it seems like the TRS candidate is in the lead. This has been called as a three-cornered contest between the TRS, the BJP and the Congress, but it is largely the TRS and the BJP which are in fact fighting almost, one would say, very, very fiercely and neck and neck, I would put it that way, because both of them not too sure of themselves and yet saying that they are the ones who are going to lead. Yes, we saw the TRS, in fact, putting all its ministers and MLAs on the ground. So a force of almost 100 leaders, including MLAs and ministers, camping here and trying to ensure that the TRS gets the win here. The election itself was forced because the BJP candidate, who happened to be the sitting Congress MLA, he resigned his seat amid a controversy, or rather the controversy was kicked up after the campaign began, saying that he's made the switch to the BJP itself because his son had got an 18,000 crore contract. Of course, he has explained, saying that that's a Coal India contract and there is no favors there, and he says that is all something that happened as part of a global tendering process. Third, the process of the election itself, a lot of money being spent, liquor, chicken and mutton being distributed over the last 2 months. We saw almost a party atmosphere here, and everyone going into one rally or the other and making their money there. The politics of it itself now, one, for the BJP, a win here would mean that the third bypoll that they would be winning if they do manage after the Dubak and the Huzirabad, this will become a third one, and that is something that the TRS certainly wants to guard against, because with elections next year, it may show that the momentum is turning towards the BJP, and therefore they would not want this win to happen for the BJP. For the TRS, they need to establish that their schemes are still popular. Remember, this is the first election after the party announced that it is going to go national, that it is renaming itself as the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. So in that sense, we are safe on home ground, they need to show, so that they can be ready to go national. For the BJP, of course, trying to show that TRS is having trouble in its home ground itself and not ready to go national. The third party, the Congress, whose MLA was in fact sitting here in Munugod, that party has had to split its energies between focusing on the bypoll and at the same time the Bharat Jodo Yatra happening. And I must say most of the leaders in fact had to split their time, and I should say the focus was much more perhaps on the Bharat Jodo Yatra than on the bypoll itself. Even otherwise they had said that they have very limited resources compared to the TRS or the BJP. So they in a sense are expected to end up third in this fight, even though Palvai Sravanti is considered a good candidate. K. Prabhakar Reddy is the TRS candidate, and he is looking at a win. He was the 2014 MLA from here, and he's looking for a win because the entire party in a sense has put its weight behind him. Rajgopal Reddy, again a strong candidate, otherwise here was the sitting MLA. He's the BJP candidate now, but whether he's able to make it through or not, and that could make a change in the political equations in a sense before the run up to the assembly elections next year.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And let's now go across to Manish, who joins us from Bihar. And Manish, in Bihar, there are two bypolls that took place, and this is being keenly watched because it's the first election since Nitish Kumar dumped the BJP.
Yes, of course, Gargi, but first the trends of the initial rounds. As far as Gopalganj is concerned, after 2 rounds, BJP candidate is leading by a slender margin of over 300 votes. And on the other seat, Mokama, RJD candidate Neelam Devi has got a good, comfortable lead after 2 rounds of voting. But it's a very early trend because the counting is going to be in 21 rounds. So ultimately, whoever is able to maintain the lead in the last few rounds is ultimately going to be the winner. But of course, both the BJP as well as Mahagathbandhan is confident that they will be able to win both the seats. But it seems that if it is 1-1 also, then it's going to be a big consolation for both BJP as well as Mahagathbandhan this time around. Gargi?
All right, Manish, thanks so much for joining us. And very, very early trends there coming in Bihar. Well, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit
Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies.
Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it.
News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360.
Gadget Love.
Gadget 360.
Welcome back. Sri Lanka cricketer Dhanushka Gunathilaka, who was with the national squad for T20 World Cup in Australia, has now been arrested on charges of rape, and this has led to shockwaves. It has been learned that the 31-year-old was arrested and taken to the Sydney City Police Station in the wee hours of Sunday following an investigation into alleged sexual assault of a woman on the 2nd of November. The Sri Lankan team was eliminated from the tournament after losing to England on Sunday. And back to political and election news, and all parties are putting their full efforts before voting in the Himachal Assembly elections, where Prime Minister Modi held 2 rallies on Saturday, while the Congress is also leaving no stone unturned. Congress's Bhupesh Baghel is also camping in Shimla for the last 4 days. My colleague Saurabh Shukla spoke to him.
Shimla is very cold. The temperature is 5-6 degrees. But politics in Himachal Pradesh is getting heated up. Prime Minister Modi held 2 huge rallies in Himachal Pradesh. Priyanka Gandhi is campaigning. Congress has launched its manifesto promising old pension scheme, 1 lakh jobs to unemployed, government jobs to unemployed. I'm joined by Bhupesh Baghel, CM of Chhattisgarh, who is election in charge of Congress in Himachal Pradesh. He launched Congress's manifesto. He's been in touch with Himachal leadership. He's campaigning, he's meeting workers, and he is one of the star campaigners of Congress. We'll speak with Bhupesh Baghel ji and understand Congress's campaign, why Rahul Gandhi is not campaigning, how they will reintroduce OPS, old pension scheme, from where they'll get funds, and of course about Gujarat polls as well. आप प्रियंका गांधी जी के साथ रैली भी कर रहे हैं, वैसे ये प्रचार कर रहे हैं, लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, नेताओं से मिल रहे हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ छोड़कर हिमाचल में इतनी मेहनत करने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी, पहले तो बताइए.
मैं छत्तीसगढ़ में भी हूँ और हिमाचल में जहाँ पार्टी ने जिम्मेदारी दी है वहाँ मैं आया हूँ, और लगातार पिछले 3 महीने से अलग अलग समय में कभी कार्यकर्ताओं की मीटिंग, कभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, कभी 10 गारंटी की बात, आज जिसमें चुनावी घोषणा पत्र जारी किए, आम सभाओं को भी मुझे शामिल होने का अवसर मिला. मुख्य रूप से बात यही है कि हिमाचल की जनता आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, इससे बहुत त्रस्त है. सरकार ने जहां 2 करोड़ लोगों को जॉब देने की बात कही थी, किसानों का आय दुगुनी करने की बात, वो सारी बात जुमले साबित हुए हैं. और अग्निवीर और आगे, चूँकि ये वीरों की भूमि है, देवभूमि है ही, वीरों की भी भूमि है, और यहाँ से हजारों हजार नौजवान सेना में भर्ती होते हैं, और ऐसे में अग्निवीर आ गया तो उसके जैसे सपने में आपने पानी फेर दिया है. तो जो उम्मीद लेके आए थे 2017 में, वो सब खत्म हो गया है.
ठीक सर, आज जब ये मैनिफेस्टो लॉन्च किया आपने, तो उसमें 1 लाख सरकारी नौकरी की बात है, ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम की बात है, और महिलाओं को हर महीने 1500 रुपए देने की बात है. ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम आपका बहुत बड़ा चुनावी मुद्दा है यहाँ पर. और कल हमने प्रियंका गांधी जी को भी सुना, आप भी यही कह रहे थे कि हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में करके दिखाया है, हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में पुरानी पेंशन योजना भी लागू की, किसानों का कर्ज भी माफ किया. लेकिन सर, पुरानी पेंशन योजना लागू कैसे होगी? बीजेपी कह रही है कि आपको पुरानी पेंशन योजना लागू करने के लिए भी मोदी जी के दर पर आना पड़ेगा.
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात यह है, यदि एनपीएस के भी पैसे हैं तो किसके हैं? राज्य सरकार के, और दूसरा राज्य के कर्मचारियों के. भारत सरकार के नहीं है, केंद्रीय सरकार के नहीं है वो अधिकारी कर्मचारी. ये पैसा कर्मचारियों का है और राज्य सरकार का है, और इसमें हक केवल राज्य के कर्मचारियों का है. अभी हमने राज्य सरकार की ओर से लिखा है पत्र कि आप उस पैसे को हमको दे दीजिए, लगभग 17,000 करोड़ रुपया. उन्होंने एक लाइन में कहा कि हम नहीं देंगे, लेकिन कारण उन्होंने बताया नहीं है, वो महत्वपूर्ण है, और इसलिए हम लोग वकीलों से भी सलाह ले रहे हैं. दूसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, कर्मचारी कभी पैसा अपना निकाल सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो जैसे हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ की बात करें, 3 लाख कर्मचारी का एग्रीमेंट है व्यक्तिगत रूप से, तो अपना पैसा तो वो 80-90% जो एग्रीमेंट में है वो पैसा कभी भी निकाल सकते हैं. और वो पैसा निकाल के जो कारपास फंड बनाना है वो छत्तीसगढ़ में बन जाएगा, राज्यों में बन जाएगा। कैसे रोक लेगा? किसी व्यक्तिगत पैसे निकालने के लिए केंद्र सरकार कैसे रोक सकती है? तो ये विलंब कर सकते हैं, अड़ंगा लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन सफल नहीं होंगे।
तो क्या आपको जो सुन रहे हैं बीजेपी के नेता हमारे एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से, हिमाचल के लोग एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से सुन रहे हैं और बीजेपी सवाल उठा रही है कि आप ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम लागू नहीं कर पाएंगे, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे? कैसे लागू करेंगे? कहाँ से लाएंगे पैसा?
बिल्कुल लाएंगे। पैसा उन्हीं का पैसा है, राज्य का पैसा है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार का पैसा है, छत्तीसगढ़ के कर्मचारी अधिकारियों का पैसा है। वो पैसा तो हम लेके रहेंगे, उसको रोक कोई नहीं सकता, किसी कीमत में नहीं रोक सकते। लेकिन ये है कि अभी वो सीधा राज्य सरकार को नहीं दे रहे हैं तो कर्मचारी खुद निकाल लेंगे, उसे कैसे रोक सकते हैं आप? तो रोक तो नहीं सकते आप। और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम हम लागू करेंगे, ये हमने कहा है, और वो होके रहेगा।
1 लाख नौकरियां सरकारी कहाँ से सृजन करेंगे इन 1 लाख नौकरियों का?
सीधी बात है, 63,000 पद तो वैसे रिक्त हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में। और दूसरी बात है, कांग्रेस हमेशा लोगों को अधिकार संपन्न बनाने का काम किया, उसके जीवन में परिवर्तन आए हमेशा कोशिश की, चाहे शिक्षा हो चाहे रोजगार हो। और इसके लिए चाहे नए नए पद सृजन करने की बात हो, नए विभाग खोलने की बात हो, तो लोगों को रोजगार देने, और उसके साथ साथ जितने भी आप देखेंगे सार्वजनिक उपक्रम खोलने की बात, वो कांग्रेस सरकार ने किया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इन पद को समाप्त भी कर रही है, और दूसरा जो सार्वजनिक उपक्रम है वो सबको निजी हाथ में बेच रही है। तो इनका एजेंडा दूसरा है, हमारा एजेंडा दूसरा है। हम लोगों को अधिकार संपन्न बनाने का काम करते हैं, ये अधिकार छीनने का काम कर रहा है।
भूपेश जी, चलिए आप इंचार्ज, इलेक्शन इंचार्ज हैं, आपके पास सारी रिपोर्ट्स भी आ रही होंगी, कितनी सीटें?
सीटें हमारे स्पष्ट बहुमत की है, मैं ज्योतिषित नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये है कि
सर मुख्यमंत्री हैं आप, चुनाव लड़ते भी लड़ाते भी हैं।
ये मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हम 2/3 बहुमत से हिमाचल प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
ठीक है। थोड़ा सा छत्तीसगढ़ के नजदीक गुजरात भी है, वहाँ भी इलेक्शन अनाउंस हो गए हैं, वहाँ पे अशोक गहलोत जी इंचार्ज हैं, रघु शर्मा जी हैं, कोशिशें चल रही हैं, लेकिन वो कैंपेन लग रहा है कांग्रेस से उठता नजर नहीं आ रहा है। आम आदमी पार्टी वहाँ पर थोड़ी हाइप बनाए हुए है, बीजेपी में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अभी 4 दिन रह के आए, अमित शाह है, बीजेपी के लिए साख का सवाल है। और पिछली बार बहुत कम मार्जिन से आप लोग गुजरात हारे थे, वहाँ पर कांग्रेस की तैयारियां कैसी हैं?
गुजरात में निश्चित रूप से हमारे सीनियर लीडर अशोक गहलोत जी हैं, रघु शर्मा जी हैं, अनुभवी लोग हैं, और वहाँ कांग्रेस मजबूत है। भले विपक्ष में हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कांग्रेस मजबूत है। आप पार्टी से कोई बहुत नुकसान नहीं हो, नुकसान होगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को होगा। कांग्रेस इसका लाभ मिलेगा, और कांग्रेस वहाँ बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। अभी डेट अनाउंस हुआ है, और जैसे जैसे समय बीतता जाएगा और निश्चित रूप से वहाँ चुनाव उठेगा।
12 तारीख के बाद आप लोग भी वहां पर जुटेंगे तैयारियों में, जाहिर सी बात है यहाँ आपकी जिम्मेदारी, क्योंकि आप इलेक्शन इंचार्ज हैं, यहाँ पर आपके हाथ में सब कुछ है। राहुल गांधी कैंपेन करने नहीं आए सर हिमाचल प्रदेश में?
राहुल गांधी जी पद यात्रा कर रहे हैं 7 सितंबर से। अब ये 7 तारीख को 2 महीने हो जाएंगे, 1500 किलोमीटर से अधिक चल चुके हैं। और किन मुद्दों को लेकर चल रहे हैं? यही बेरोजगारी, यही महंगाई, ये तो मुख्य मुद्दा है। और भारत जोड़ने के बाद जो सामाजिक समरसता है उसके लिए लड़ रहा है। तो जो मुद्दे यहाँ के नौजवानों के, यहाँ के गृहिणियों के, उस मुद्दे को लेके तो वो 7 सितंबर से पदयात्रा कर रहा है, तो उसका लाभ निश्चित रूप से हमको मिलेगा।
जेपी नड्डा पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं जो हिमाचल प्रदेश से आते हैं। अनुराग ठाकुर केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, बड़े महत्वपूर्ण विभाग हैं उनके पास, आईएनबी वगैरह, वो हिमाचल प्रदेश से आते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी आज कह के गए हैं कि हिमाचल के पुत्र हैं, हिमाचल ने बहुत काम किया है। तो हिमाचल बीजेपी के लिए साख का सवाल है, उनका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष यहाँ से है, कहते हैं विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। और आप लोग भी कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग पैटर्न बदलने नहीं देंगे, रिवाज बदलने नहीं देंगे। इसको लेकर के आप लोगों ने क्या आगे देखेंगे? कैंपेन किस तरीके से आपका परवान चढ़ेगा? जैसे आपने बताया राहुल गांधी जी नहीं आ रहे हैं, आप और प्रियंका जी यहाँ पर ज्यादातर कैंपेन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, उसको लेके आगे कुछ रणनीति बदलेंगे आप लोग? बीजेपी में प्रधानमंत्री को कैसे काउंटर करेंगे? बीजेपी कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री हमारे विराट कोहली हैं, एंड में आते हैं छक्के मारते हैं, और जैसे पाकिस्तान को हराया वैसे हम लोग भी, मतलब पाकिस्तान का एग्जांपल दिया उन्होंने, मैच का एक नेता बता रहे थे मैं, तो हमारे मोदी जी विराट कोहली बन के हर मैच जिता देंगे उन्हें।
देखिए, जहाँ तक कि कांग्रेस की बात है तो हमारे कार्यकर्ता हमारे स्टार प्रचारक हैं, और वो निकल पड़े हैं। और जब कांग्रेसी यदि निकल पड़े तो फिर उसके सामने कोई टिकता नहीं है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा ये कहती है कि हम दूसरे पार्टी से अलग हैं, हमारा कार्डर बेस पार्टी है, हमारे अनुशासन है। और स्थिति क्या है कि आज 21 विधानसभा में उनके बागी लोग खड़े हैं। 35 तो बहुमत के लिए चाहिए और उसमें से 21 लोग बागी हैं। और ये राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का प्रदेश है, जहाँ 21 लोग बागी हों, वहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष संभाल नहीं पा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद बात कर रहे हैं बागियों से, उसके बाद भी वो चुनाव मैदान में डटे हुए हैं, तो वो हार तो पहले मान चुके हैं। तो ये स्थिति भारतीय जनता पार्टी की है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बगावत भी है और सारे जो उनकी जो रणनीति है वो सब फेल हो चुकी है।
अब पॉलिसी बाजार
मैच ऑफ रुकावट के लिए खेद है मीटिंग ऑन गेम ऑफ
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
ओ hi, how are you doing? This is Rajiv Makni on the Cell Guru Show. You just saw me using the Nothing lipstick. I mean the Nothing ear stick. Very, very interesting in terms of the form factor, the design language used. These pivot out. Right now you're seeing this little cylinder. Pivots out, and now you have access to the buds. Now, nice design, again, transparent design, open ear, brilliant in terms of everything else, from the design to the sound, custom drivers, everything fantastic, right? Except for one thing. These do not have noise cancellation. I mean, the very fact that they're open ear kind of makes sure that they cannot, but they do not have noise cancellation. They're priced at about 8,000 rupees. So in our review, we'll tell you, is they still worth it at this price? Then we'll move on to a very famous Qualcomm segment, and we'll talk about app development using a phone to code. Incredible. We'll meet someone who's actually published 4 apps on the Play Store, and all of it just on his phone. And then we'll move into our long-term review of the Samsung foldable. This is a story all of you have been asking for because, in terms of foldable phones, the Flip and the Fold in their 4th generation now. And I've been using them for more than 2 months out here. So this is a very mature product. Each of them really well thought out. But is it now really the best you can do in terms of folds? We'll tell you all about it in our long-term review. Let's get started with today's show. Our big review today is the Nothing ear stick. Now, what we'll do, quite a few interesting things with it. We'll review it, then I'll also do a comparison. The Nothing ear stick versus the Nothing Ear 1 versus the Oppo Air 2 Pro versus the OnePlus Buds Pro. Lots of things to do, and there's a reason why we're doing it, because these are brilliant in terms of this lipstick-shaped package that they have. Usually everybody has squares or rectangles and flat stuff like boxes. But this one has a lot going for it. Custom drivers in it, transparent design, great stuff in this one. But then eventually it comes down to one thing. You want it all, including design and sound, battery life, great software, fantastic UI on the app. But you also want noise cancellation, at least for something that's more than 5,000 rupees. This does not have noise cancellation. So we'll review it, and then we'll actually compare it to all the others in the same price segment.
Nothing has launched its second TWS in India, the Nothing Ear Stick. Apart from keeping an out-of-the-box design, the ear stick is pretty similar to the original TWS, the Nothing Ear 1. In our review, we tell you the differences between the two, and we also tell you how the ear stick compares against the competition. If you keep both earbuds next to each other, they are not that different. They both have transparent stems. However, where the two stand apart is the case of the buds. The Ear 1 has a transparent square case and the lid opens to the top. The ear stick has a cylindrical lipstick style case. The case needs to be rotated to open, and if you drop the case, the buds are not going to fall out. Coming to the design of the buds, the company follows its policy of raw beauty of technology with both the earbuds. The Ear 1 and the ear stick have a transparent design. The stems are covered in clear plastic and has the dotted branding. The Ear 1 features a silicone tip that seals the entry of the ear canal and helps with noise cancelling. The ear stick follows the half-in-ear style. This will aid users in being aware of their surroundings. Nothing claims that this is designed to be more comfortable. The half-in-ear style also means that the ear stick does not support active noise cancellation. On the other hand, Ear 1 comes with ANC support. Users who want ANC will prefer the original Ear 1 to the newer stick. The latest earbuds come with custom audio technology. Users also get new software tweaks like bass lock and a new equalizer for a more immersive experience. The ear stick boasts a 12.6mm driver, whereas the Ear 1 came with a smaller 11.6mm driver. The 12.6mm drivers deliver bold and bass-heavy sound, making the experience quite enjoyable. Nothing has also changed the touch controls with the stick. They now come with press controls. The quality of the audio calls is better in the newer ear stick as compared to the original Ear 1. We also noticed that the microphone can easily block ambient sound. This is a plus given that there is no ANC. Both the Ear 1 and the ear stick have their set of pros and cons. The Ear 1 is priced at Rs 7,299, while the ear stick is priced at Rs 8,499. While you cannot go wrong with either of the two, if you are someone who needs active noise cancellation and a pair of earbuds that cancel out ambient noise, then go for the Ear 1. But if you are looking for a more lightweight, non-invasive earbuds, And no, ANC is not a deal breaker, then go for the year stake. Now coming to the competition, that is Oppo's Enco Air 2 Pro and the OnePlus Buds Pro. Talking about the Enco Air 2 Pro, the biggest pro against the year stake is that it comes with active noise cancellation and is much cheaper at Rs 3,499. The big 12.4mm driver and a custom-made large rear chamber work with the Enco Live bass to produce a deeper bass and an overall balanced sound. The Enco Air 2 Pro can be connected to two devices at once. The OnePlus Buds Pro, on the other hand, is priced at Rs 7,990. It comes with adaptive noise cancellation that can cancel noise at up to 40 decibels. The 11mm drivers deliver good sound quality. Depending on your needs and budget, one cannot go wrong with either of the four devices, and all four are on our list of recommendations. The unique design of the Nothing Ear stick gives it a double thumbs up from us.
Now let's move on to our very, very famous and much awaited Qualcomm segment. And today we'll talk about app development. And right at the beginning, I said, most people will say, what's the big deal? There's so many people developing apps, but this is very, very special. We'll meet Pallav. He started coding when he was in school. He developed his first app when he was in the 12th standard. He's developed 4 apps already. He wants his apps to be very simple to use. But here's the big deal. He codes all on his phone. Isn't that amazing? Technological advancement has really improved and streamlined our day-to-day activities, disrupting the status quo and making things available just our fingertips. We know now that smartphones dominate the world today. But do you know what is that factor that led to its growth, this incredible growth? The biggest factor is the development of mobile applications. Think about it. If your phone didn't have mobile applications, if you could not go and replace it with new ones, try out new things, just increase the power of your phone just by a new app, would you really have seen smartphones absolutely explode? The app is everything. Apps have changed the way we travel, eat, shop, book a cab, and do so many more things. So an app is not just everything, there's also an app for everything. Now, the reason for the massive growth of mobile apps is twofold. One is that people love the ease of apps, right? And secondly, everyone always carries their smartphone with them. So now that we've established that an app is a super powerful thing, have you ever wondered who are the people who are actually developing these apps? How are they making sure that they get the right app? There are now millions of companies out there doing fantastic work on apps, and that leads to a new career opportunity for people to explore. Low cost of development and app stores that made publishing apps easy. App development quickly became a sought-after career. It's a hot career right now. And the credit of enriching our life goes to mobile applications that have brought about a drastic change. Apps have provided ample scope for developers to showcase their hidden talent and creativity. The mobile app industry has catapulted and gone beyond everybody's imagination. Another advantage of smartphones is that because of this very strong processors inside, one can learn how to code on their phones itself. Yes, no longer sitting in front of a big screen, a huge giant supercomputer. Now people can make apps on the phone itself. And that's our guest for today. We met up with Pallav Parekh, an upcoming Android app developer. He learned how to develop apps on his phone when he was still in school. After completing his graduation in computer engineering, he decided to start working as an app developer and now develops apps for Android phones. His apps are available for download through the Google Play Store.
The use of mobile phones in our everyday life has proved to be of utmost importance. Because of the ongoing transformation, mobile phones have now become more than just communication devices. Today, the increase of mobile applications for individuals and businesses alike has changed the way we experience life. Thanks to the rise of apps, there is now an increased need for app developers. We meet 22-year-old Pallav Parekh, an app developer and a coder. Pallav says it's not profession, rather passion for him.
मैंने अब तक 4 ऐप बनाई है। उसमें सबसे पहली ऐप थी पर्सनल नोट, जो कि प्ले स्टोर में भी अवेलेबल है।
Pallav learned coding and developing apps when he was in class 10. For him, self-learning was the key. He saw people around him developing Android apps, and it piqued his interest. He saw the growth of application development as there was an app for everything.
फिर 12th में मैंने एंड्रॉइड ऐप बनाना सीख कर लिया और मैंने चालू किया उसको पब्लिश करना। मैंने पहली ऐप बनाई पर्सनल नोट्स, वो मैंने एंड्रॉइड प्ले स्टोर पर पब्लिश कर दी। पब्लिश करने के बाद बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स आया। एक ही महीने में 1000 डाउनलोड्स हो गए, 1000 डाउनलोड्स ज़्यादा हो गए। अभी भी डाउनलोड से आ रही है, अभी तक 10,000 हो गए डाउनलोड्स। तो जैसे एप्लीकेशन बढ़ते रहे तो मुझे भी हुआ कि चलो और बनाते हैं, कुछ और ज़्यादा बनाते हैं।
While growing up, Pallav was demotivated on many opportunities for choosing an unconventional career. But he says his family's support kept him going.
तो लोग पहले तो खुश हो गए कि ओ अब मेरा बेटा आईटी फील्ड में जाएगा, फिर वो कंप्यूटर फील्ड में जाएगा। क्योंकि अभी भी इंडिया में क्या है कि ओके कंप्यूटर फील्ड तो कि बहुत अच्छा नाम है, बहुत अच्छा वो बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। मुझे सब सपोर्ट किया, इंकरेज किया कि हाँ बेटा आप करो, अब शुरू तो करो एटलीस्ट।
हर पेरेंट को लगता है कि अपना लड़का कुछ पढ़ाई में रस ले, पढ़ाई करे, उसका रिजल्ट अच्छा हो। और मोबाइल में रहता है और लैपटॉप में रहता है तो हर पेरेंट को लगता है कि वो टाइम वेस्ट कर रहा है। फिर क्या हुआ कि मैंने देखा कि वो तो ऐप बना रहा है, वो कुछ कोडिंग कर रहा है, कुछ वेबसाइट में रिसर्च कर रहा है। तो मैंने लगा कि अच्छा है, वो तो आईटी में जा रहा है तो खूब अच्छी बात है, खूब बढ़ेगा वो। तो मैं अब देख रहा हूँ कि खूब वो इंटरेस्ट से काम कर रहा है और खूब अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है।
In the age of smartphones, Pallav says more than apps, phones must be powerful to be able to handle the applications. It is important that phones do not heat up to give the user the best experience.
फ़ोन सबसे पहले तो अच्छा सा एंड्रॉइड ओएस चाहिए, लेटेस्ट एंड्रॉइड चाहिए, क्योंकि वो सपोर्ट होगा एंड्रॉइड स्टूडियो से। तो एंड्रॉइड स्टूडियो के साथ वो पेयर होना चाहिए। अगर एंड्रॉइड 12 माइनस होगा तो ये पेयर ही नहीं होगा, वायरलेस, आपको वायर लगाना पड़ेगा। तो सबसे पहले तो फ़ोन का ओएस लेटेस्ट होना चाहिए, प्रोसेसर फास्ट होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एप्लीकेशन बन के लैपटॉप कंप्यूटर में तो फ़ोन में आ जाएगी, फ़ोन ही स्लो होगा तो एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल में बहुत देर लग जाएगी। वो आपको टेस्टिंग करने में बहुत ज़्यादा वो टाइम वेस्ट हो जाएगा वहाँ पर। तो आपको प्रोसेसर अगर स्पीड में होगा तो जल्दी ऐप इंस्टॉल होगा, आपको जल्दी से प्रीव्यू दे देगी आपको वहाँ पे ही।
But it's not a cakewalk to develop applications for Android. Pallav tells us about the many parameters through which he must run the apps before launching them.
सबसे पहले तो एप्लीकेशन हो गई तो वो कैसे चलती है, डिफरेंट स्क्रीन साइज़ में। अगर ये छोटा फ़ोन है, जैसे टैबलेट हो गया या पीसी हो गया या वॉच हो गई, आप जिससे भी एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं तो आपको सबको टेस्ट करना पड़ेगा कि ये स्क्रीन में कैसा चल रहा है, ये स्क्रीन में कैसा चल रहा है। फिर वो अगर पीसी में कुछ चलेगा कोई एंड्रॉइड एनवायरनमेंट में तो वो कैसा दिखेगा, टैबलेट में कैसा दिखेगा, अगर आपसे लैंडस्केप में करेंगे तो कैसा स्क्रीन आएगी। या फिर अगर आप अगर फ़ोन बहुत ही वो कहता है कि वो सस्ता या 10,000 या 15,000 का फ़ोन, तो उसमें कैसा चलेगा, 5,000 हो जाए तो कैसा चलेगा, अगर फ़ोन स्पीड कम होगी तो कैसा चलेगा। फिर देखिए स्क्रीन क्वालिटी कैसी है, लाइक फ़ोन अभी डार्क मोड में या लाइट मोड में है तो वहाँ पर कैसा चलेगा। इंटरनेट अगर बहुत ही कम स्पीड में हो तो कैसा चलेगा, वो सब पैरामीटर्स में चेक करने पड़ते हैं बिफोर रिलीज ऑन पब्लिश ऑन प्ले स्टोर।
Apart from developing apps as he was passionate about them, he also thought of developing apps that were free to the user and easy to use. He says that his apps can be used by anyone. In the age of smartphones, our lives are being run by new applications. Everybody needs apps to make their lives easier. And that can be achieved thanks to powerful processors which make sure that the app runs smoothly and the phone does not heat up. This has given rise to a new career opportunity for people like Pallav, who are now developing apps and making the most of this newfound chance.
You know, that was fantastic. And I had a fantastic opportunity also to meet up with Pallav and find out more. So hi Pallav, welcome to the show. अच्छा Pallav, शुरू करते हैं, बताइए कितना important है to have a good processor to be able to run and test apps जिस तरीके से आप कर रहे हैं?
प्रोसेसर मोबाइल के लिए दिमाग की तरह काम करता है। अगर दिमाग ही स्लो होगा तो फ़ोन ही पूरा धीमा हो जाएगा, स्लो। तो ऐसे सजेस्ट करता हूँ कि फ़ोन का जो प्रोसेसर है वो हमेशा फास्ट होना चाहिए। तो आपकी जो ऐप डेवलपमेंट की जो प्रोसेस चेन होगी वो बहुत ही स्पीड में हो जाएगी, वरना आपके जो स्पीड को टेस्टिंग होगा या डेवलपमेंट स्पीड होगी वो बहुत ही कम हो जाएगी। प्रोसेसर का जो होता है स्पीड वो मेनली 3 पॉइंट्स पर डिफर करता है। एक प्रोसेसर की जो क्लॉक स्पीड होती है वो, नंबर ऑफ कोर ना क्लॉक स्पीड। तो नंबर ऑफ कोर में क्या है कि जितने ज़्यादा कोर्स अवेलेबल होगा आपके प्रोसेसर में उतना ज़्यादा आपका स्पीड में काम करेगा।
Great, Pallav. Thank you so much. Congratulations on this incredible journey. I wish you the best of luck for the future. I also met up with Murali Krishnan B, President Xiaomi India. Thank you so much for joining us on the show.
Thanks, Rajiv. Great to be on the show.
Thank you. All right, let me start off by asking you, a powerful performance is what makes for an amazing user experience, something that makes them want to come back to it again and again. Do you think without a good processor, people like Pallav would have been able to develop and test apps on their smartphones itself?
A great smartphone experience is like the optimization of multiple factors. For example, the display, the camera, the GPU, the battery, the charging. But it is the processor that orchestrates everything and brings that entire experience together. And it is that power of the processor that has enabled unimaginable innovation. For example, take the case of Pallav. Imagine somebody using their Xiaomi smartphone powered by Qualcomm's Snapdragon processor to actually code and develop Android apps on that phone. That's just unimaginable. That's the power of technology.
Thank you so much for joining us. I hope to catch up with you soon.
Thank you.
Snapdragon is calling all you Cell Guru fans to join their global community called Snapdragon Insiders. This gives you access to the latest scoop on Snapdragon technology, a chance to connect with the experts behind the scenes, premium experiences, exclusive contests, and so much more. Look, I've been a Snapdragon Insider for very long. You should become one too. All you have to do is follow them on Twitter and Instagram, and I'm showing you the handles right here. Also, give yourself a chance to win a OnePlus smartphone by participating in the NDTV Snapdragon contest at ndtv.com/unleash your dreams. Let's take a quick break right now on the Cell Guru Show. When I come back, lots more happening.
Us on, match off, meeting on, game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
the show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
And let's move on to one more top story, a long-term review of Samsung foldables. Now, you know, both the Fold and the Flip are in its 4th generation. Both are fantastic phones. Some people call them the best foldable phones you can buy. I've been using them for 2 months. Are the creases visible? Is the battery life any better? How's the performance? You know, in every which way, I think these are super duper mature products. But are they the foldable phones that you want to buy? You know, Samsung has done great stuff. They've given you the most powerful processors, great cameras. But once again, the question is, should you be ready to buy a foldable phone? Well, that gets answered today.
They flip, they fold, they pack all the power. But how well do they hold up over months of use? That's what we wanted to find out. It's now been a few months since the launch of the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 and Z Fold 4 Duo, and we have been putting the two phones through their paces. How well they have held up? Let's find out. Both the Z Flip 4 and Z Fold 4 are Samsung's top-end premium devices. From Gorilla Glass Victus Plus to an aluminium frame, the spec sheet gives you everything you might want for your money. But the proof is in the experience, and after 2 months of use, the foldables hold up with ease. The Z Fold 4 in particular exudes a premium feeling thanks to the reinforced hinges and better tolerance all around. That same high-end build quality extends to Samsung's smaller foldable too. Open up the two phones though and things aren't quite as breezy. For one, it is possible to detect traces of smudges and scuffs on the ultra-thin foldable class. There's also the very noticeable crease. Sure, it doesn't always show up while passively reading content, but the bump across the middle of the display makes itself known the moment you start swiping and scrolling. What remains stellar, however, is the performance. Both phones are powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 chipset, and combined with Samsung's One UI, performance has been as good as it gets. While the smaller Z Flip has a tendency to get pretty warm with intensive applications, the Z Fold 4 is one of the best devices to play games on due to its expansive screen. The experience is further amplified by the excellent software on board. Samsung's One UI adds ample customizations here to make use of the larger inner display as well as the outer display. The Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 in particular shines for productivity enthusiasts. In our months with the phone, it has proven to be a great addition for editing documents, PDFs, reviewing presentations on the go. And when the time comes to relax, the enormous screen is a godsend for watching Netflix on the couch. The Z Flip, on the other hand, is not that phone. The hardware is specifically designed to tuck away into your pocket and get out of the way. We've found it to be the perfect device for quick interactions or for evenings out when you need something that is communications first and a multimedia device second. Between the two phones, the Z Fold 4 is the clear winner as far as imaging is concerned. The primary 50-megapixel sensor is capable of capturing high-quality images across lighting conditions. Moreover, it is paired up with a 3x optical zoom for greater reach and an ultra-wide lens that lets you capture more of the setting. While the photos aren't quite as good as what you'd capture with Samsung's other flagship, the Galaxy S22 Ultra, most users will not be disappointed. That said, the under-display camera on the Z Fold 4 left us wanting for more. It is an innovative look at the future of cameras, but as it stands, the picture quality just isn't good enough as standalone options. The Z Flip 4's camera setup on the flip side is a bit bog standard. The 12-megapixel primary and 12-megapixel ultra-wide duo do a decent job in daylight, but low-light shots suffer. Overall, the two phones have been diametrically opposite in their approach to smartphone use. While one prioritizes productivity, the other is all about portability and design. Neither phone can be termed as an all-rounder just yet, but if either of those features fit within your requirements, Samsung's hardware fits the bill and won't leave you wanting.
That then was the Cell Guru Show for this week. As always, lots of insanely good stuff coming up next week. Do join me then.
I'm on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also, you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Class on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also, you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Class on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also, you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting. News that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we're here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
the show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion?
Good evening and welcome to this edition of The Big Fight. Usually, the big fight is among the various stakeholders. But in this episode, it is that moment of the year again where we get you this programming of a big fight against pollution to find the big pollution solution. While our intention is always to get you that solution, the problem is that as there is a steady increase in the suspended particulate matter, what is contributed to this polluted air is also another form of SPM, suspended political matter, where you will have different political stakeholders blaming one another, not really finding a pollution solution. As a result of which, year after year, you've got that SPM meter, the PM 2.5 and PM 10, continuously increasing. The same thing is happening right now. If you look at the North Block and South Block, you can see that this fantastic lighting, you can see a ray of light. As sad as it sounds, this is not really a ray of light. This is a ray of despair, because that what you see is pollution. I would like to begin with Jaydhar Gupta. He's an environmentalist who has this meter which measures the level of pollution right here, 478. Mr. Gupta, this is a figure which is supposed to be 50, and I have to say this is a very disturbing mask that you're wearing.
Sanket, levels up to 300 are air pollution. Once the levels exceed 300, it's not air pollution anymore, it's chemical and biological warfare. So the state of our environment right now demands emergency measures. This is my emergency measure. I have bronchial asthma. I used to be a sports person, and I'm not anymore because my lungs are damaged, irreparable damage. It is what it is. That's why this is personal to me. That's why I'm here. And that's why, I became an environmentalist.
And the meter right now, Azam is going to show you, shows us that the pollution right now as we speak, on Vijay Chowk, this is the place where 150 meters away from here is the parliament. The new parliament is being constructed. About
a lot of construction happening around.
2 to 300 meters away are the iconic North Block and South Block, where crucial decisions are taken. And exactly at this place, the pollution level right now is at 488 to be precise. This will only keep on increasing as we enter into the night. And in the days ahead, this could very well cross 999 as well. That's when this machine stops working. There are other machines also which can accurately measure. But it's supposed to be 50, and that figure right now is 480. It's a big reason to worry. Let me quickly introduce our guests. One by one. Onika Mehrotra, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Priyanka Kakkar, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, is with us. Surya Maithil, leader of the BJP. Thank you very much, Mr. Maithil, for joining us. These are the political stakeholders. We'll ask a lot of questions of them. We also have Dr. Shailesh Jain, ICMR scholar, chairman of Universal Hospital in Delhi. Thank you very much for joining us. Dr. Nidhi Jha, senior consultant of the Madhukar Rainbow Hospital. Thank you very much. Jaydhar Gupta we've already spoken to. Vivek Chattopadhyay is the senior program manager of Center for Science and Environment. We also have Manoj Sharma, who's a concerned parent, and Kompal, who's Manojji's daughter, suffers from asthma, and this is definitely a big reason of worry for you, this situation. I would also like to welcome Ramneesh Vats, Yog Guru. How can we look at yoga as a possible solution? The focus of this broadcast will be to look at these solutions. And through the course of the broadcast, I would urge you to make certain decisions, at least ask yourself, were people able to give you that solution or not? Were they able to do it? Let's start the big fight. I want to begin with you, Priyanka Kakkar, first, because Aam Aadmi Party is the party in power in Delhi. We are standing in the national capital. This is where a bulk of the discourse around pollution happens. When the Aam Aadmi Party 7 years ago was in power, it still is. It kept saying that this is parali or stubble which is being burnt from nearby states. It's not a pollution that has been created by us. Now you are in power in Punjab. Latest figures show that parali pollution is very high in Punjab. Even now, who do you blame now?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Sanketji also. We are not shifting blame anywhere. We take the responsibility for Punjab, we take the responsibility for Delhi, but I also have NASA satellite images with me which will clearly show that yes, there was, this much was the parali burning in Punjab last year, and this is what it has come down to. There's a 35% reduction, and these are images I'm showing, not data. It is available online on NASA website. So it is not, it cannot.
How do you know it's 35%? Sorry.
Because there was one report whose name I can't recall at the moment, but that is what it suggested. Also, we've only taken over Punjab in the past 6 months. We've set up a biomass plant there. We are also in process. See, it's been 6 months. We are not satisfied with where we are. We are constantly working on these issues.
Share the details of biomass
please, sir, you have
I'll come to you. Metalji, I'll just come to you.
You have, it's in Sangrur, sir, you can check it. You have no moral authority to speak on this issue. We've been asking you consistently for a meeting, sir. We have...
Mr. Methil, I'll come to you. One moment, I'll come to you.
This is what they do. They want to divert the topic. They don't want to take the onus. They only know how to change names of the cities, and they think the solution is arrived at. So, yes. So, when it comes to long-term measures, we have ensured that the industry, 1600 industries in Delhi have now switched to PNG fuel or biomass fuel. We have ensured that there are 7320 CNG buses and electric buses which have been added to the fleet in Delhi. We have ensured that there is a 24/7 electricity model taking out the need for generators and
Priyanka
inverters.
ji, and yet after 7 to 8 years, we are still at 480 PM 2.5, which will only increase.
Let me please finish one thing. I agree with you. See, now yesterday at NDTV there was a specialist who also mentioned that right now from Delhi the pollution is 60%, and from the neighboring areas it is 40%, which is coming into Delhi. That is what an expert on your show said yesterday and on Vishnu Somji's show. So I am again requesting, because you see the situation is as grim in Faridabad. If you look it up, it's severe today. You look at all the neighboring areas, you look at Noida, it's as grim. It is very important because air doesn't know any boundaries. We've been asking them for a meeting. Gopal Rai ji is asking them for a meeting repeatedly, writing letters to them, but there is no answer.
Okay. Mr. Surya Prakash Mehtil of the BJP. Just picking up from that last point that Priyanka Kakkar mentioned. The Delhi Environment Minister wants a meeting, wants an audience with the central government, right? One would expect that if this is a crisis, you admit this is a crisis, this is a problem, environmental crisis.
This is very big crisis.
Correct. Okay. Does it not make sense for the central government to initiate an immediate meeting? The Prime Minister can chair that meeting, or he can set up a group of ministers, or call the various chief ministers of concerned states and have regular meetings with regular follow-up. One would expect something like this. Is this too much to ask for, Mr. Mehta?
Sanket bhai, Aam Aadmi Party always play a blame game. Before Punjab elections, they always blame on Punjab. Parali hai, parali hai, parali hai. Just because of that, दिल्ली में pollution है, pollution है, pollution है. ये थेम्स नदी बोलकर गंदे नाले में कुदा दिए हैं दिल्ली को और पंजाब को. At this moment, Aam Aadmi Party don't have any policy on pollution. When Prime Minister sir become a Prime Minister in 2014, after that, on priority basis, they are looking for pollution. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Delhi Eastern Peripheral, Delhi electrical buses, and many things for Delhi and NCR on pollutions. Second thing, Sanket bhai, they already shifted a pollution issue with now neighboring cities of Delhi NCR now. Punjab से अब shift होके फरीदाबाद नोएडा
मैथिल जी मेरा सवाल बहुत ही my question was very specific. My question was that don't you think if you admit that this is a crisis, can the central government not initiate a meeting with all stakeholders? Maybe the central environment minister can call a meeting of the state environment ministers, sit and decide what a collective plan needs to be put in place. When was the last such meeting that took place? Where is that meeting right now? If this is a crisis according to you.
संकेत भाई, दिल्ली के लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने जितना किया है एनवायरमेंटल के लिए, सुन तो लीजिए पूरी बात को, आप सुनी तो जी, आप पहले
because I know what you're saying.
मीटिंग से सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिलेगा।
कैसे नहीं मिलेगा?
सबसे पहले जो सॉल्यूशंस होने चाहिए थे दिल्ली के अंदर, वो सॉल्यूशन तो इन्होंने किए नहीं। इन्होंने दिल्ली की यमुना जी को कहां पहुंचा दिया? गंदा नाला बना दिया। ये पॉल्यूशन जो है एक दिन का मैटर नहीं है।
Exactly, which is why. Tell me, how do you find solutions? You talk. Where do you talk? In meetings. That is why I'm asking you. Don't you think that there should be a meeting called by the central government of all the stakeholders? Take stock, take control of the situation. That's my only
already central government doing very well on pollution. We are provide 150 buses in electric buses in Delhi. उसके ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपनी फोटो चिपका के घुमा रहे हैं।
and limited question meeting, sir meeting.
सर उसके ऊपर भी वर्कआउट चल रहा है और बहुत जल्दी आपको रिजल्ट्स मिलेंगे। ग्राफ फोर लागू हुआ है।
You admit
केजरीवाल जी not in Delhi. He is in Gujarat. Basically give the free bites to Gujarat peoples. क्यों? क्योंकि वहाँ चुनाव है। उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता दिल्ली की स्थिति क्या है।
Sure. ओनिका जी, चुनाव तो अब एमसीडी का दिल्ली में भी है, बट आई डोंट नो वेदर पोल्यूशन विल बिकम एन इशू और नॉट. डू यू थिंक दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम? नाउ सी, इफ आई आस्क यू दीज क्वेश्चंस, यू हैव नॉट बीन इन पावर in Delhi or at the center for a while, so you generally through the course of discourse the Congress party takes this position that we did this, we did that, but where is that collective decision? There's pollution happening in Rajasthan as well, there's pollution happening everywhere. No state can claim, particularly in North India, that we're very satisfied with the pollution levels. Mr. Vivek, I'm going to come to you. You can perhaps shed some more light on this.
Sanket, remember 15 years we were also in power. I mean, you people just say that you are not in power. Yes, we are not in power. It's
no,
okay.
Not now.
Acceptable.
Yes, you were there earlier. Correct.
But looking at the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, Sanket ji, they have plundered and destroyed Delhi. The world-class city that Sheila ji had made, they've destroyed it completely. I mean, look at the level what ma'am started with when she entered in 1998-99. It was in a pathetic condition when she took over. But there was a zeal then, there was a collective decision. You keep on saying. There was a collective effort and constant meeting with the MCD commissioners were taking place. Tell me on record, how many MCD commissioners meeting has taken with Mr. Kejriwal? None whatsoever. And hence, this question will be arising and hence, you will keep having debates. So the point comes here is that there's no political will between both the parties. One, again, I will repeat, a suit-boot ki sarkar and one continuously imandari. Beyond that, no vision, no focus, sir, except of quoting some kind of amount that they have spent and the result, a big zero. This is what is happening.
My question to you again, do you feel that there should be a meeting initiated by the central government to find a pollution solution? At least get the stakeholders.
Absolutely. I think the Prime Minister has been doing it. At least I have seen the CM being called by the Prime Minister. The issues might be different. But yes, the central government has taken initiative of calling all the chief ministers, irrespective.
In other cases?
In other cases. But for this, I think it should be the topmost priority. Unfortunately, the Gujarat election and then down the line, the MCD election, the code of conduct is in place. I doubt, sir, and we're going to stand here next again complaining of the same issues.
Okay, well, I want to go across to Kompal. Would you like to tell us about what problem you face and how it gets aggravated this time of the year?
I would say that first, as Sir said, he used to be a sports person and now he couldn't because of his bronchial asthma. Even I used to love to sing. I wanted to learn professionally singing, but as soon as I got asthma, my lung capacity went zero. So I got to left both my singing and my sports. It's just sad to see that the pollution has a even more depressing effect than smoking. Even my generation who all does like partying and vape, it has even worse effect on that. The problem I'm facing is constant. Even every day after school in the evening, I'm on my nebulizer intake, which is both time consuming and very hard.
How many minutes of nebulizing in a day?
I would say at least an hour and half an hour.
Half an hour every day.
Half an hour every day. And I would say when it comes to closing the schools, sir, I'm a 10th grader, and for us boards is a very important exam. So closing the schools will be both affect, I don't know what will affect on the pollution, but it will severely affect on our studies, closing for a week or a 2 week or a month or a year. So the school was closed in the COVID time also, but we couldn't see a single change during the COVID time as well.
Manoj ji, I mean, as a concerned parent, I'm pretty sure that you're really concerned listening to Komal's plight. But how do you solve this situation? I mean, what do you do? Leave the city?
No, that is not a solution to leave the city. What I suggest, look, whenever the crisis arrived or whenever the problem comes, there are 2-3 ways to solve it. One is short term, middle term, and the long term. As far as short term solution is concerned, I have got the clue from my all respected political leader, irrespective of BJP or Congress or even though Aam Aadmi Party. Revenue culture freebies. I just request them for short-term solution. Please provide free N95 mask and air purifier to every Delhiite. As a citizen, this is my demand. And the second demand for a long-term or middle term or medium term that you have suggested for meeting and all that, all kind of, chorus word they were talking about. We should take it as a manifesto. Thanks to Arvind Kejriwal ji to bringing education and health on the platform. Thank to Modi ji to bring Swachhata. Thank to other political leaders also to bringing such things on the platform, and other party have to compel to
on the electoral agenda.
Yeah, play to on their pitch. So this way the pollution can be sorted, or otherwise we are ready to die as soon as possible, depending upon the severity of the pollution.
So Mr. Manoj here says that you want to win elections, this is what you need to give to the people. I'll come to the political stakeholders in just a short moment on what they feel. But Vivek Chattopadhyay, you see this entire area, Delhi and along the Himalayas, the plains, you always see that this is a condition. We have lived with this reality of fog. It has been a great blessing also. It gets in migratory birds. But when fog turned into smog, that's where the problem began. Now you were telling me just a short while ago that similar conditions have existed, climate conditions have existed elsewhere also in other parts of the world, and certain solutions have been arrived at. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about it?
See, one of the classic example is like how the California Air Resources Board, California is surrounded by mountains and high level of smog happens there. And they
much like Delhi's condition,
even much worse, because they had the chemical kind of a smog, because ozone was also formed. Correct. Here right now we have a concern of particulate matter in a large range. Ozone is also becoming concern in summer part of the year when we don't talk about smog, but ozone is there, which is very deadly gas. So at this point of time, like how they have dealt, the reason is like they have got very stringent standards on all the sectors, industries, vehicles, and that is the reason we call that emission standards, regulations are very important to follow. Unfortunately, in our country, our governments are not able to rise above party politics. So governments are duty bound to reduce air pollution, ensure clean air, and right to life. The Supreme Court always invokes Article 21. So why can't the governments take cognizance of the existing laws and regulations and ensure that at least the clean air is provided, because millions of people, particularly children, are affected, and government's own data, Central Pollution Control Board carried out a study, and they found along with the CNCI, Chittaranjan Cancer Research Institute, that 45% of the school going kids in Delhi have lower lung function. So when they become adult, there are high chances they will develop respiratory symptoms. Correct. So what kind of growth we are taking here without ensuring the clean air? That is my concern.
Okay. Dr. Jain, I want to come to you and perhaps ask you from a medical point of view. Of course, there is that acute situation where people will come with a medical condition, and then you will have to provide the solution accordingly. But to prevent a situation like this till such time that we figure out a solution for this problem, what does one do?
Sanket, year on year, it is just very frustrating and tired that year on year I am coming on your shows and we are just discussing since last 3 years on pollution. I personally feel it is a criminal negligence that we are killing the dreams of a 14-year-old girl. As far as the solution is concerned, if you are talking of acutely, there are only 3 solutions. First is N95 mask. Second is purchase an air purifier in every room. Change the filters very frequently. And third is don't go outside the home, specifically before 9 a.m. after 4 p.m. These 3 solutions at present. As far as
what about all these things are very difficult measures.
Very difficult, but if you want to save your precious years of the life, then it is very much essential. You have to understand, Sanket, if you are living in this environment for 2 months, you are losing 5 years of your life. And this is not a personal fact, it is the scientific fact. And as far as the condition or for the patient who is already pre-existing disease like diabetes, hypertension, sugar or heart condition or respiratory condition, they are the vulnerable population. Heart failure condition is increasing, heart attack condition is increasing. Why the heart attack is more prevalent in the younger population? This is one of the reasons, because increased pollution causes the increased thrombosis of the arteries, which is the reason of the heart attack. Second, like Jayadrat says, this is not pollution. We have to understand this is a poison which we are taking by a breath, and we have to take the acute solution for this matter.
Okay. Now, 2 or 3 things you said. You said get an air purifier in every room. Now, we all know that is not practical. It is not possible. A good air purifier will cost about 15,000. How will you expect people to set aside 15,000 rupees, and suppose if you have 2 rooms, 30,000 rupees, and then regularly keep it? Maintaining an air purifier is also an expensive proposition. The other option is a mask. Even this mask, a good quality N95 mask, is for 150 rupees minimum. I mean, and this is going to last me how long?
1 day.
1 day.
Only 1 day.
This mask for 1 day, which means my 30-day budget of the mask.
4,500 rupees.
4,500 rupees just for mask.
We have to understand, during COVID wave also, if your COVID score is 23/25, you need a Actimera injection. The cost of Actimera is 45,000 rupees. If you are not able to purchase, you are ready to die. And we have seen the person is dying only because of oxygen is not available, medicine is not available. If you are not able to purchase the oxygen mask, not able to purchase the air purifier, this is your problem. Politician is no way to concern about it. This is, you have to make your own arrangement. You want to live extra 5 years, or you want to die early 5 years.
Oh God. You know, I'm going to come back to, before Dr. Jha, I come back to you, the politicians. Mr. Maithil, MCD का चुनाव आ रहा है. आप और प्रियंका कक्कड़, why don't you make a promise, distribute these masks?
With air purifier.
Manoj ji says with air purifier.
One air purifier.
Sanket bhai, in the opening comment, Monica Kakkad ji showing,
Priyanka Kakkad.
Mrs. Kakkad was showing NASA images. I am showing you today's LG साहब tweet, जिसमें कहा गया है, सुन लीजिए, जिसमें कहा गया है 2021 से ज़्यादा पराली अभी जल रही है, और साथ ही साथ जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस दिल्ली के अंदर पॉल्यूशन इस समय एक्सट्रीम पहुंच गया है, और पंजाब के सीएम साहब को रिक्वेस्ट किया है काइंडली डू समथिंग ऑन इट, और सीसी टू दिल्ली के सीएम साहब को जो कुछ रात में घूम रहे हैं.
I'm going to ask these questions of Priyanka Kakkad. I want to ask you the following questions. As short-term measures in the national capital, what measures have been taken? You say that a graded response has been implemented.
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रदेश सरकार को दिल्ली के अंदर जितने भी 15 साल पुराने वाहन हैं उनको उसी टाइम सीज करना चाहिए, प्रायोरिटी बेस के ऊपर.
और क्या करना चाहिए?
उसके अलावा पंजाब में जो इनकी सरकार है, जो बड़े बड़े वादे किए, जो कैप्सूल लेके घूम रहे थे, आविष्कार किया हुआ, उसका प्रयोग कीजिए. वहां पर कार्डबोर्ड की फैक्ट्री लगाइए, वहां पर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को भेज के पराली को खरीदवाइए ताकि पराली ना जले. अगर ये 2 पॉइंट पे काम हो जाएगा संकेत भाई, तो दिल्ली के जो पॉल्यूशन लेवल है उसको कंट्रोल करने में बहुत सहायता मिलेगी. और जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार डीजल के ऊपर कार्य हो रहा है, कि इथेनॉल का प्रयोग हो रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स का प्रयोग होने की जो,
अच्छा मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, इस पीरियड में आपको नहीं लगता, एक सेकंड मैथिल जी सुनिए, इस पीरियड में आपको नहीं लगता कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं होनी चाहिए?
सर देखिए मैंने आपसे क्या कहा, जो एज पर नॉर्म्स है और ग्रैब 4 लागू होने के बाद तो कंस्ट्रक्शन होगा भी नहीं।
अच्छा जरा let's turn the camera around. We are at Vijay Chowk.
हाँ,
This is Parliament. That's the Parliament building where work is happening
नहीं
regularly. No, one moment.
Please,
one
show
moment.
me where.
One moment.
Where is
The
construction
work
going
happens,
on?
work happens and
No.
So you're saying there is no work happening on the new
At
Parliament?
this moment ग्रैब 4 के बाद कहाँ हुआ है बताइए आप मुझे। ग्रैब 4 लागू होने के बाद कहाँ हुआ है?
How do I argue with this person? He's saying that he believes Hardeep Puri ji's tweets over NASA satellite images. One. Secondly, we just
LG
saw.
साहब का tweet भी देख लीजिए आप। You kindly see the tweet of LG साहब।
Empty vessels make no more noise. Please, you have to mute him somehow.
प्लीज बचा लीजिए पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री जी अपने यहाँ पे पराली जलाने पे रोक लगाइए, दिल्ली का दम घुट रहा है।
In Punjab also, we've just taken over the government, and within the first 6 months, we've set up a bioenergy plant. We are also.
इंडस्ट्रियों ने बायोमास बनाए हैं और ये उनका ओनरशिप खुद ले रही हैं।
नहीं, आप जाके चेक कर लीजिए सर।
Okay. Before I come to you,
40,000 रुपए
before I come to you, one moment. Kompal wants to come in. Maithil ji,
15 लाख रुपए का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करते हैं और
बच्ची को ऐसा है,
करोड़ रुपए का
वो कुछ कहना चाहती है। हाँ, one moment.
I just want to ask, as Sir said, using electric vehicles. Sir, does India have a budget to install the batteries, the chargers for electric vehicles?
We've done it.
बिल्कुल
We've done it in Delhi.
बिल्कुल
They have not done it anywhere. Let me
on it. On every petrol pump we have the target to give at least 10 power switches for charging electric vehicle. This is our plan.
हम implement कर चुके हैं।
ना implement हमने किया है। 150 बसें हमने दी हैं। हमने 150 बसें दी हैं।
सर मैंने दिल्ली में 7 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट चुने और 67 आपके विधानसभा के मेंबर भेजे हैं। आप दोनों मिलके हमें शॉर्ट टर्म मेजर में N95 मास्क दे दीजिए, लगाते रहिए चार्जर बैटरी जो करना है आपको करते रहिए। वो
I want to assure Kopal through your show.
No. और एयर प्यूरिफायर
पौवा फ्री दिया था, इनसे बोलिए ना हर व्यक्ति को एक मास्क फ्री दे दे। जिस प्रकार इन्होंने शराब पॉलिसी बनाई थी, एक पे पौवा फ्री दिया था, उसी प्रकार से ये जो है आप शुरू कर दे।
आप प्यूरिफाई कर दीजिए ना। अपने
MCD चुनाव में मास्क फ्री बाइट्स का प्लेयर आम आदमी पार्टी है। मैं इनसे बोलना चाहता हूं इस प्रकार से ये आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग शराब के अंदर एक पैक रेवड़ी हो गई।
There's too much noise pollution right now. I am assuring Kopal through your show that there will be no, at least when it comes to stubble burning, we've only just taken over the government, but in 1 year we will make sure that there is no problem of stubble burning coming from Punjab.
Okay, sure.
That is 100%.
दिल्ली में क्या होगा?
But at the same time in Delhi,
Maithil ji, please, can we please have? I want to
show this, ma'am. दिल्ली का दम घुट रहा है. Kindly do something for Delhi. Please save the Delhi. पंजाब में पराली जलाना बंद कीजिए आप. पंजाब में पराली जलाना बंद कीजिए.
Solutions.
Yes.
Don't do the shows for
I think that's a very important point that has been made. No, I have to speak to Dr. Jha. Dr. Jha first, please. She's been waiting. Dr. Jha, we heard the doctor over here who said that we are literally wiping off 5 years, right? 5 to 10 years. I want to know from you, you are a gynecologist. This is going to be a problem for almost everyone, even pregnant women, adding further complications. So when on a daily basis people come to you for advice, what do you tell them?
See, first of all, whenever you get pregnant, we have to counsel that your immunity goes down a little bit to make the baby survive inside you. So keep how much ever you can be inside your house. Inside your house means indoors. As Sir said, an air purifier, whatever I am talking about is about the measures we can do for ourselves. And N95 mask as said, and you have to change it every day if you are going out. The very important thing that you have to increase the nutrition. Nutrition is very important for pregnant females. Nutrition, your protein and vitamins Vitamin C is a very good antioxidant. Protein gives you resistance to fight anything. You should increase your diet. Diet should be good in protein and
So I think some of these solutions have a lot to do with what we were told to practice during COVID also.
Yeah. Most of there also we were talking about improving immunity and being indoors. Here also at this moment.
But you know, Dr. Jha, I've heard from a lot of doctors who say indoor pollution is also equally a big cause of
indoor pollution is lesser in our urban middle class population, where the cooking is not on biogas or indoor pollution we generally talk about when we use bio like we used to use gobar ka chula and lakdi ka chula. So that was more. Even and exhaust have a very good role. So so that they use it. And very importantly, whenever you plan of getting pregnant, whenever you are planning for pregnancy, you should rule out all the infectious diseases, whatever. Pre-pregnancy screening is very, very important. Your weight should not be very high when you are planning to get pregnant. You should be screened of diseases, and your nutrition level should be good. You should have a good exercise regime. So these things are important. Normal, the things which are healthy for other people, the same should be done for the pregnant.
Jaydar Gupta wanted to come in.
I just want to talk about that indoor air pollution point. So indoor air pollution is 5 to 10 times worse than outdoor air pollution. So when our Chief Minister today was saying stay indoors, basically he's talking about limiting activity. But if you're indoors, don't be under the misconception that you're safer indoors than outdoors because the air quality inside your house is clean. Okay? You're talking about with the purifiers, yeah. If you don't have a purifier, so, all our materials that we use in our construction, in our homes, everything of gases. We have made our living environments absolutely toxic, okay? And we are living in these, environments that are going to give us cancer and all these things. I mean, this is a whole different subject. I think we need to have a different panel discussion on this. But switching gears for a moment, I just want to say that this is not only a Delhi problem. This extends all the way on the Grand Trunk Road from Punjab to West Bengal. I was talking to certain people, some celebrities in Bombay today. The AQI in Bombay is 200. It has nothing to do with Parali. But I've seen 5 to 6 years, there's a layer of smog all across the Bombay skyline. I want to appeal to my influencer celebrity friends in Mumbai. Your hair, skin, your voice, everything you do for a living is going to change if you don't enter this fight. So I need everybody to be joining this fight and forcing change, because that's the only way. That's the only way.
We have to talk on all India level.
Correct.
We can't always keep
I think that is a very, very important point. Very, very important point, which is why I had asked this question of Mr. Mehtil.
Today in Delhi can happen after some years in villages.
Which is why I asked this question of Mr. Mehtil. Why not have a national level meeting? Why not have a meeting at the national level where you call all the stakeholders, make it a regular feature? Is that happening? Well, we have not got the answer for that. I want to also bring in Ramneesh Vatsji, aap Yog Guru hain, and I want to know from you, what solutions does yoga have to offer to strengthen your lungs, which is a huge cause of concern at this time?
Sanket ji, we know yoga comes through union, and which means, as a Sanskrit word, yuj. Yuj means jorna, union, unity. And same thing happened, this happened by PM Modi ji. PM Modi ji also, unite almost 177 countries.
In the quest for yoga.
Okay. They offered yoga and they accept it. Do we accept it as a priority basis as an Indian? Of course not. बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने अब तक योग को एक एक्सरसाइज तक समझा है. But इसके अलावा योग एक्सरसाइज तक सीमित नहीं है. Yoga is a means of harmonizing body, mind and emotion. It works all aspects of the person, either physical, mental, emotional and spiritual development. But thing is, we need to practice of it. Then we can look to strengthen our immunity. Then we can look strengthen to our physical or emotional or mental development. and it is very required for all of us. Now we are looking a small child because उनकी इम्यूनिटी उतनी स्ट्रांग नहीं होती, उनके लिए कौन से योगाभ्यास किए जा सकते हैं जो उनके लिए उपयोगी साबित हो सकता है कि इस तरह के दूषित वातावरण में हम सब जानते हैं, जैसा कि ताड़ासन का अभ्यास जो है, खास करके भुजंगासन, ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा सरल अभ्यास माने जाते हैं। उष्ट्रासन का अभ्यास है, ये सारे अभ्यास सीधे हमारे वक्षस्थल को,
अगर कोई अभी शुरू करेगा, रमनीश जी, अगर कोई अभी शुरू करेगा, ऐसा थोड़ी है कि अभी मैं एकदम स्वस्थ हो जाऊंगा।
We are looking the solution. See, we are looking the solution. Right.
Yoga comes under lifestyle modification.
Which is something that an individual can do.
Yes, that is what. So Sanket ji, thing is we need to practice of it. जब तक हम प्रैक्टिस नहीं करेंगे तब तक हमें आभास नहीं होगा कि हाँ उसका लाभ क्या होता है। जब तक आप पानी में डुबकी नहीं लगाएंगे तब तक आपको कैसे पता चलेगा कि हाँ उसमें गहराई, नदी की गहराई कितनी है। तो वैसे योग को आपको उतरना पड़ता है, उसको प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ता है। जैसा कि मैं बच्चों की बात कर रहा था, इम्यूनिटी की बात कर रहा था, बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरी है कि सूर्य नमस्कार एक कंप्लीट पैकेज माना जाता है, क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं कि आप कोई व्यायाम करते हैं उसमें सांसों का कोई आदान प्रदान, मतलब उसका ध्यान नहीं होता है। यहाँ पे क्या है होता है कि हम ब्रीदिंग कॉन्शियसनेस रखते हैं। जब हम अभ्यास का योगाभ्यास खास करके करते हैं तो उसमें सांसों का ही सबसे बड़ा रोल अदा होता है हमारे जीवन के लिए। हम सब जानते हैं कि पानी के बिना भी हम रह सकते हैं 1 से 2 दिन तक, भोजन के बिना भी हम 1 सप्ताह तक, लेकिन आज जो हम देखते हैं ब्रीदिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल फॉर आवर लाइफ। तो उसके लिए कपाल भाती क्रिया, उसके लिए ही मैं कह रहा हूँ कपाल भाती क्रिया एंड भस्त्रिका प्राणायाम इज हैविंग अ वाइटल रोल फॉर आवर लंग्स कैपेसिटी। फिर दूसरी बात करते हैं कि कुछ आयुर्वेद के भी तत्व हैं जो हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा कारगर साबित होता है। जैसा कि इसके पहले मैंने कहा था कि जो बादाम होता है, बादाम जो खास करके हमारी कंसंट्रेशन के याददाश्त क्षमता के लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा, उसके साथ हम यदि काली मिर्च जो 20 ग्राम 100 ग्राम बादाम लेते हैं, 20 ग्राम काली मिर्च, उसके साथ 60 ग्राम खांड को मिला करके यदि हम उसको पाउडर बना लें और दूध के साथ यदि हम मिश्रित करते हैं, मिक्स करके यदि हम रात्रि में लें, दैट इज़ वेरी वेरी गुड फॉर आवर इम्यूनिटी। क्योंकि इम्यूनिटी क्या है, एक तरह का डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म है हमारे शरीर के लिए, लेकिन आज हम उसको उपयोग करने की ज़रूरत है। जब हम उपयोग करते हैं, चूँकि देखिए अभी भी लोग हमारे भारत देश में योग के ऊपर खिल्ली उड़ाते हैं, लेकिन आज हमें समझने की ज़रूरत है कि 177 देश ने अपना लिया योग को, हमने अब तक नहीं अपनाया।
Adopt yoga as a change in your lifestyle to make certain improvement.
What I said previously, you had asked me about the source of the data of the 35% decrease in farm fires. Exactly. It was because around this time last year in Punjab, up to 4 farm fires were seen in 4 lakh hectares of land, and this time it has reduced to 2.95, therefore 35%. Okay. That is what I want to clarify.
दिल्ली के एलजी साहब ने जो आज ट्वीट किया है उसमें उन्होंने सीधा संबोधित किया है पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री जी को कि दिल्ली का दम घुट रहा है, और सीसी में रखा है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी जो गुजरात में विचरण कर रहे हैं फ्री बाइट्स बांटते हुए। तो मेरा कहना सिर्फ इतना है आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता से, दिल्ली की जान से मत खेलिए, दिल्ली के लोगों की स्वास्थ्य से मत खेलिए। आपकी सरकार वहां पर है, लगातार आप लोगों ने प्रश्न उठाया पंजाब के पराली जलाने पर, और आज आप पराली जलाने को इम्यूनिटी दे रहे हैं कि कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ये बहुत
एक सेकंड, आई हैव टू मूव ऑन टू विवेक जी। I'll give you a right to reply. See the problem is that this can continue for many hours, and we will not achieve, we will not reach some meeting ground. Vivek.
I think we have to be very serious about the health impacts of the air pollution, and when we talk about breathing exercises, walking, cycling, what we are inhaling, our inhaling capacity is actually too much of pollutant goes into the lungs. I think that is the dangerous part.
At present, exercise is not advisable.
And children's playing outside in this environment, it's very dangerous. So I think we should not divert the topic that if exercising, definitely it will help a lot. But at the same time, there should be clean air. When we talk about improving walking and cycling in the city, that walkers and cyclists breathe high level of vehicular fumes.
Correct. And most of these people go exercising either early in the morning or in the evening, and that is when, in a time like this, they should not.
we have done the exposure monitoring, sitting in the auto rickshaw, while cycling, while walking, and what we have seen that the exposure level of PM 2.5 is much higher than what our stations record. So I think we should be very concerned about the exposure level of the people.
So what does this mean? The bulk of the activity in the afternoon?
The golden period, that if you look at the air quality curve, 3 to 4 p.m. time is relatively less. Thereafter it starts building up. So during morning hours it is very high. So it's a kind of curve. So
imagine how limiting this is, to limit all your outdoor activity from 3 to 4. For many this is the time for like a afternoon nap.
Ultimately create pollution again. You know, people are coming out at the same time. Now,
and the tricky part is the ozone, which is not as a concern during the winter period. During summer time, during 2 p.m. it builds up very high. So when your school kids are going back to home, that point of time you may think that it is clean, but ozone is invisible. And you are breathing very high dangerous level of ozone. So I think there are various gaseous pollutants.
Ozone is more dangerous than particulates.
That is a real poison.
So there are 12 pollutants which government regulates. There are several other air toxics. So I think we should be more scientific in air pollution control. We should not get into like I would say that there has to be a scientific approach, and at high level Parliament should be discussing this issue at this point of time. In other countries there would be an emergency meeting that this kind of air quality people are breathing. Here there is no concern. So I think it's a really concerned issue.
How many people over here, let me quick poll over here. How many people here feel that the Parliament must intervene? That the Parliament must intervene and there must be action at that level. A discussion, extraordinary. Why do you think that the Parliament should not intervene? आपने हाथ ही ऊपर नहीं किया. एक सेकंड.
आपने मुझसे पूछा था.
मैंने सब लोगों से पूछा. मैंने पूछा.
साहब तो ऑलरेडी काम कर ही रहे हैं. जब से उन्होंने सत्ता संभाली है, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो जाए, चाहे आप डीजल के अंदर एथेनॉल ले लीजिए, चाहे वो इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस के ऊपर आप टारगेट कर लीजिए.
मैंने 7 MP और 70 MLA दिए सर. उनके MP और MLA फंड से हमें इमीडिएट एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी मेजर चाहिए. मुझे वी आर ऑन ICU सर. इस वक्त मुझे आप हल्दी और बादाम और एक्सरसाइज मत बताइए प्लीज. आई एम ऑन ICU बेड. आप मुझे N95 और प्यूरिफायर दीजिए अपने MP और MLA फंड से. बात खत्म. उसके बाद लॉन्ग टर्म प्रॉब्लम देखी जाएगी.
सरकार जिस प्रकार से, मैं तो एक सजेशन है मेरा दिल्ली सरकार को कि जिस प्रकार से आपने एक पे एक बोतल फ्री दी है दिल्ली के अंदर हर गली में ठेका खोलकर, आप क्यों नहीं N95 मास्क को भी
I have a request to the BJP, since they're not understanding any sense. You know, tell them to create a wall around Faridabad so that the air doesn't enter from there. At least do that. They're not ready for a meeting.
Okay, one by one, please. Please, one more. Yes, one by one, please. You wanted to say
Sanket, it's not only the Parliament. At this point, this is a human rights issue. This is equivalent to mass genocide. I'd like to appeal to the WHO. I'd like to appeal to the United Nations. I would like an international intervention because nothing is being done. I'm on this panel for the 8th year. Nothing is being done in 8 years. We have this situation every year. This is not a emergency that has caught us with our pants down. This emergency happens every year between Dussehra and Holi, like clockwork. This is a planned emergency that nobody wants to deal with. What are we talking about? Parliament getting involved? This requires an international intervention. I'm very glad that somebody has put in a suit in the Supreme Court today. Hopefully something will come out of it. But I don't think this leadership can handle it. I've seen what I've seen over the last 8 years. These people are not capable. I don't trust them. I don't think anybody with half a brain watching this show would vote for them. I mean, I seriously doubt it.
Okay. Strong words, but yeah.
Sanket bhai, one thing is very clear. This year we have to lose another 2 or 3 years of our precious life. No, neither BJP nor Aam Aadmi Party or Congress can improve the condition. But my folded hand request to both the parties, at least take some serious decisions, some serious measures, so that next year we should not face this situation. इस साल तो आपको और मुझे एयर प्यूरिफायर और मास्क के साथ ही रहना पड़ेगा. ये बिल्कुल समझ लीजिए आप. आप कितना भी सॉल्यूशन कर लीजिए.
कितने लोग रहेंगे डॉक्टर साहब?
उतना जो नहीं रहेगा वो दिल्ली कम करेगा. घर में जाके दीजिए. आपके बतेरे कार्यकर्ता है आपके पास.
स्थिति ये है कि गरीब लोग वो कहाँ से अफोर्ड कर पाएंगे? वो मर रहे हैं. जो हम कहते हैं वर्क फ्रॉम होम, वर्क फ्रॉम होम कौन कर सकता है? हर व्यक्ति कर सकता है क्या? नहीं कर सकता। लोग बाहर जाएंगे, काम करेंगे, वो एक्सपोजर ले रहे हैं, एयर पोल्यूशन से अफेक्टेड हो रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल से सरकार का और सारी सरकारों का पॉलिटिकल पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर उठ के दे आर ड्यूटी बाउंड टू टेक।
I want to ask you, do you think that these graded response action plan works?
This works in the emergency situation for a short period of time. For example,
this is an emergency
for
situation.
example, you stop the vehicles today. You stop the vehicles today, you will immediately see a drop in PM 2.5. But you cannot stop your economic activity for a long period of time. So that is the reason it is taken for a very short period of time to see
Like
some
a day or
breathing
2 days,
space,
3 days.
some breathing space you get.
See, Sanket, the graded response action plan is a reaction to an emergency. I don't want an emergency in my town. Why should we allow the emergency to happen? The solution is very simple. Mexico City, Paris, Turkey, I mean poor countries have also, Beijing, they've solved these problems. Why can't we solve the problem?
You wanted to come?
No, we can't compare with international level, sir, because India has its own problem. See, remember, Sanket, Delhi is rich in human resources, but not in natural resources. We have to depend on others, and hence the constant bickering has led us to this. The BJP is for 8 years, AAM for 6 years, and not a single constructive step ahead towards it. That's a plea. If they would have taken, hold on, ma'am, if they would have taken one constructive step, I think we wouldn't have been discussing it here. Look at the levels today, it's increased further. Imagine you making us doing debate here and making us inhale such poison gases. So no, why should we? We want free air. As they are giving free electricity and free pani and what not. Why don't they provide us that too? It's high time, it's their responsibility. They have come with that kind of promises, tall promises, Sanket bhai. Let them get down to ground realities. It's sad.
You were talking about graded response. Why do you feel it doesn't work?
Sir, graded response, whenever we are talking about pollution, we are talking about pollution only in this part of year. Only around Diwali, only after Dussehra, we start talking about it. And as soon as the fog goes, the smog goes, we all forget about it. Being not only politicians, we general population, we don't talk about it. That's why it has not been taken care of. Till now, he has been continuously saying that I have been in this panel since last 8 years. 8 years is a big time. We have developed vaccine of COVID in 1 year, within a year. We can't have the solution of this problem. So graded response, yes, at this moment you can do something about it, but no, we'll have to work around it the whole year. And yes, right now it's a disaster, so we'll have to work as disaster management.
Okay, I'm going to spend the next few minutes very quickly to ask and attempt one more time to the political class and the political representatives here to give us 2 or 3 sharp and quick solutions where they can work together to solving this problem. Maithil ji, मैं आपसे शुरू करता हूँ.
संकेत भाई,
in your wisdom, the 2 or 3 things that can be done collectively by the political fraternity.
दिल्ली के कंसर्न में अगर हम बात करें तो दिल्ली के अंदर इस समय आम आदमी पार्टी को कॉल लेनी चाहिए। दिल्ली के अंदर 15 साल पुराने वाहनों के ऊपर लगाम लगानी चाहिए और साथ में जो पंजाब के अंदर इनकी सरकार है और जो लंबे लंबे इन्होंने वादे किए थे उन वादों को एग्जीक्यूट करने का समय है। दिल्ली का दम जो पंजाब की पराली से घुट रहा है उस पर लगाम लगाने के लिए दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गुजरात से बाहर आकर दिल्ली और पंजाब पहुंचना चाहिए। वहां पर कहना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री जी को कि कृपया करके पराली ना जलाएं।
बहुत अच्छी एडवाइस है। हम सबको पता है सर, आप अपनी बात करो, आप सब अपनी अपनी पार्टी की बात करिए कि आप क्या करेंगे। We are sick of this. I don't want to hear your pollution.
आपने 3 दिन
The words coming out of your mouth are all pollution. I don't want any more pollution.
आपने 3 दिन पहले 3000 मकान दिए दिल्ली के अंदर स्लम डेवलपर्स को, वो कहाँ से दिए सर? आप तो कुछ इस पे भी सोचिए ना।
आप लोगों का बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं यार। सॉल्यूशंस दीजिए। बीजेपी क्या करेगी ये बताइए आप।
बच्ची को देखिए मैथिली जी।
बीजेपी क्या कर रही है और क्या किया है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने स्वच्छ भारत अभियान चलाया है, देश के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिक को प्रमोट किया है, देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को किस प्रकार डेवलप किया है। सुन लीजिए पूरी बात को सर।
क्या करेंगे? अभी इमरजेंसी लेवल है, आप आज क्या करेंगे मेरे को ये बताइए।
पॉल्यूशन का मेन पॉइंट क्या है इस समय में? आप मुझे बताइए दिल्ली का मेन पॉइंट क्या है? 32% जो पॉल्यूशन बढ़ा है वो
पराली से बंगाल तक की बात कर रहा हूँ।
पराली से इस समय में जो पॉल्यूशन बढ़ा है पंजाब की पराली से बढ़ा है।
Maithil ji, one by one, what are you going to offer as a solution?
See, now I feel standing in this panel that I am not very आशावादी नहीं हूँ मैं बहुत ज़्यादा जैसा मुझे environment लग रहा है. So what I feel that we should decrease the school population. They are the affected most population. So now I feel that the festival leaves should be decreased, festival holidays should be decreased, and we should start a new holiday called pollution holiday. Because as the child said that the
Don't you think that's already happening? I mean, circulars are out.
But it's affecting their studies.
Let's create a pollution god also, and let's make it official. We are so good at creating gods. Let's create a pollution god.
It's affecting their studies. So we can decrease that if the government is not going to do, and if we are not doing, we as a citizen are not doing much. We are supposed to do much more than this. We should follow the rules that one family, one car. Carpooling. Use public conveyance. Don't wait for things to come very poor. So what I feel कि अभी तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते. हर साल हम air pollution पे school बंद करवा देते. Why don't we create an air pollution holiday? So that
air pollution holiday. Priyanka Kakkar.
Sanketji, I can only tell you this much about my party, that we are constantly working on the science-based, like sir suggested that the solution should be science-based. We are doing that. Like I said, the industries have converted to PNG. We have also reduced the sulfate component in a few chemicals. One of them being sulfate was adding to the pollution. We are constantly working at it, Sanketji.
You're trying to sound so intelligent.
I'm not.
This is the 8th year that you're working on these solutions, yeah? You haven't reversed pollution by 1%. You have no credibility.
The problem is that okay, tell me how, should I sound like BJP?
I'm sorry, you're telling me you have a magic wand after 7 years. Sorry, this is the 8th year pollution year of your government. कि 9वें साल में हो जाएगा क्योंकि आप इतना अच्छा काम करेंगे अगले साल में. I'm sorry.
Jayadhar ji, I understand.
अभी बताओ आप अभी क्या कर रहे हो यार? आज रात को क्या कर रहे हो ये बताओ आप.
एक दो दिन में तो शायद जैसे इन्होंने बोला कि ट्रांसपोर्ट से बोलने तो दीजिए सर. कर रहे हैं सर, लगातार कर रहे हैं. बुलंद हम ही हैं, आपको शक्ल चाहे नापसंद हो, दिख हम ही रहे हैं इस मुद्दे पर. आपने ये कहा ना, उन्होंने
one by one. This is not going to work. No, one more. We come away. Onika, I have to move away from this. Yes.
So let's get to constructive steps. Garbage distribution is one. How we are going to dispose the garbage, and then the water. There's no treatment plant for the sewage water. There's numerous things and unabated construction going on, sir. We need to have norms in place and people have to abide by it, and that's it. But when there's no nomenclature, when there's no control, you can go ahead bribing the MCD, you can go ahead bribing the engineers and get your construction done. You're bound to have pollution. So you're going to check these checks and balances from garbage to water to construction. I'm sure we can find a solution.
I've completely run out of time. What I want to say is that I do not know whether next year we are going to have this discussion right here at Vijay Chowk, discussing the reduction in pollution or not, or are we going to have another discussion on how it has increased? I do not know. I mean, increasingly more and more people, concerned people, feel that they must give up hope now. Should they or should they not? The big fight against pollution should be on every day, every night. Good night and goodbye.
Class on, match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on, a game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी family के लिए.
Everybody's on.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया CBI ने। उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी, इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को CM बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़।
You like to play indoor? Indoor or outside?
Outside.
Outside. Which game you like the most?
Racing.
Racing.
Lots of coughing.
Lots of coughing. Okay, so that's why mom doesn't allow you to go outside.
No.
So you play inside only?
Yeah. It's
boring
very boring out inside.
Inside.
On a daily basis, I am grappling with the issue of just my children's lungs being safe and sound. Instead of every parent, as a parent, you all want that they should have the longest lifespan. But clearly in this situation, every year you come down to this and we discuss it again and again. I think the schools need to come together. It is not about, choosing not to go online or hybrid. I mean, come on, this is a much larger issue. It is something that the governments need to sit down and discuss year after year. They sit down and there are policies being made, but you think it's actually getting implemented? Not at all.
अब पॉलिसी बाजार पे है जीरो कॉस्ट टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस। इसका मतलब एक ऐसा प्लान जिसमें आपको
मैच ऑफ रुकावट के लिए खेद है मीटिंग ऑन अ गेम ऑफ
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The
the show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, news that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we're here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News. By poll results today, a tight contest in Telangana's Munagode. Results with TRS in the lead right now. The BJP leads in UP, Odisha and Haryana seats. The BJP releases 11-point manifesto for the Himachal polls, promises uniform civil code, also a scooty for girl students and 51,000 for women on their weddings. While Congress's Bhupesh Baghel says that the Congress will form government in Himachal Pradesh with a 2/3 majority. Aam Aadmi Party chief launches a sharp attack on the BJP government, claims he's been asked to not contest in Gujarat in exchange for leaving AAP Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia alone. But can Kejriwal back up this explosive claim? Delhi's air quality improves marginally but still very poor. The particulate matter 2.5 levels are nearly 12 times what WHO considers safe. And Lankan cricketer D. Gunathalika, who was in the national squad for T20 World Cup in Australia, has been arrested in Sydney on rape charges. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. The top story, the results of elections in 7 assembly seats across 6 states. Those votes are being counted currently, and it's a prestige battle which are being fought in Bihar and Telangana, and a family legacy is on the line in Haryana. Now, after the first few rounds of counting, the BJP is leading in UP's Gola Gokranath, Haryana's Adampur and Odisha's Dhamnagar, and Tejashwi Yadav-led Rashtriya Janata Dal is leading in Bihar's Mokamma. In Adampur seat, however, the contest is tighter than expected, and K. Chandrasekhar Rao's Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is ahead in Munagode, while Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena faction is set for a win in Mumbai's Andheri East seat. Well, let's go across to our reporters now for more, and Uma joins us from Munagode, and Vedant joins us from Adampur. Uma, first to you, the TRS is leading, but is it a very close contest?
It does appear like a very close contest because the Congress is left behind, far behind, I must say, and that's the reason perhaps why the candidate in fact even left the counting center and has left this place. So it is a contest now between the TRS and the BJP, with the TRS in fact in the lead after the first round, and after the fourth round as well. They're still at a lead of about 1,000. It's not as though they've consolidated and raced ahead, but it appears that 3 factors are working for the TRS. One, of course, is the fact that their own policies, the welfare policies of the government is something that people want continuity. They don't want to lose out on any of that, even as assembly elections are coming up next year. But two other reasons are very political. One is that the TRS in fact tied up with the CPI, and Nalgonda and Munugod in fact is a very strong left base, and that is the vote that has in fact come to the TRS. So tying up with the CPI and having those leaders along with them has helped transfer the left vote to the TRS. The third factor is that there is anger against the BJP candidate for having shifted from the Congress to the BJP, for having left the Congress for no good reason as people see it. And this was of course a Congress seat. Komatreddy Venkat Reddy, who is now the BJP candidate, was in the Congress, and that anger against Komatreddy to make him defeated seems to have kind of transferred what would have otherwise been vote that went to the Palwai Sravanti, who is the Congress candidate, but that got transferred to the TRS to try and defeat the BJP candidate. Not so much the party, mind you, but the candidate itself, because the anger against him for having ditched the Congress is high here. So as of now, we are seeing this politically how this will play out. TRS was very keen that this election, which perhaps is the last election, that they are fighting as the TRS, because the Chief Minister has announced that they are now going to be called as a Bharat Rashtra Samiti, and that they will be now going national. So they could not have afforded to have a domestic loss. Already 2 bypolls went to the BJP, and the BJP would have claimed, in case they win this election, they would claim that they have a momentum, and in the assembly elections coming up in 2023, there could have been a movement that we could have seen of leaders moving from the TRS to the BJP, and that's something that the TRS certainly wanted to stop, because BJP per se does not have much of a rural cadre at all, and they require lateral induction of leaders in order to be able to strengthen the party, which is what they did in all the bypolls that they have won. Even in Huzurabad, it was this very senior leader from the BJP who had in fact from the TRS who had in fact gone to the BJP, and he won the election. And now as well, they have a senior leader from the Congress who shifted to the BJP in the month of August. Back to you, Gargi.
All right, thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with those details as that bypoll counting is underway. Let's go across to Vedant. And Vedant, while the BJP is leading and the Bhavya Bishnoi, however, it's not as a clean sweep as they would have wanted. The Congress is giving a contest.
Shri Kularam Nambardar, Indian National Lokdal 184, Shri Jayaprakash, Indian National Congress 4482.
All right, we will try and connect with Vedant, but the bypoll results there, the counting is underway. As we said, it's a prestige battle in 7 assembly seats across 6 states, and the BJP is leading so far in 3 of those, while the seat in Maharashtra, Andheri East, is going to be won by the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. That was known. That's after the BJP had withdrawn its own candidate, while the RJD is leading in Mokamma in Bihar. But the second seat in Bihar, Gopalganj, there seems to be a close contest, and some reports say the BJP is leading, but we're waiting for the Election Commission's categorical numbers as to who is leading there in Gopalganj. But so far the BJP is leading in UP's Gola Gokranath, Haryana's Adampur, and Odisha's Dhamnagar as well, and the Tejashwi's RJD is leading in Mokamma. Well, let's now go across to Vedant for more. And Vedant, tell us what are the results like there in Adampur? BJP is leading, but the Congress is giving a fight.
Well, Gargi, after the third round of counting, the BJP's candidate, Bhavya Bishnoi, is leading by over 6,000 votes. Remember, it's not a very impressive lead, because people were expecting Bhavya Bishnoi to, in fact, lead by over 10 to 15,000 votes after the third round of counting, because remember, the areas which come under these 3 rounds are all strongholds, very strong, extreme strongholds of, the Bishnoi. So that is reflective of the anger of the people of Adampur against the Bishnoi clan. Remember, as we've been reporting, the farmers here, particularly at Adampur, they are of, they come, in fact, some of them believe that
579, अमित इंडिपेंडेंट 12, जंगबीर 8, जयप्रकाश।
All right, well, let's now go across to Manish, who joins us on the Bihar results. And Manish, give us the latest. RJD is leading in Mokamma, and what about Gopalganj?
Gopalganj, after 17 rounds out of 24 rounds, the counting has completed in almost in 17 rounds, and the BJP candidate there is leading by over a margin of 3,000 votes there, and it seems it's going to be a nail-biting finish at Gopalganj. Of course, in Mokamma, the RJD candidate has got a comfortable, leading by a comfortable margin of over 13,000 votes. Of course, there are 9 more rounds to go, and anything can happen, but it seems that if you go by the trends, it's going to be 1-1, and both the parties, BJP as well as RJD, seems to be poised, seems to be going to retain their respective seat of Mokamma as well as Gopalganj. As you know, Gargi, that Gopalganj seat BJP has not lost since 2005 November, and JDU or RJD has also retained the Mokamma seat since 2005 November. Of course, the candidate has, candidate was Anand Singh. This time his wife Neelam Devi is in the fray, and she seems to be leading by over 13,000 votes. But as far as Gopalganj seat is concerned, it's clear that the AIMIM candidate as well as BSP candidate, who is wife of former MP and Sadhu Yadav, has played the role of a spoiler for RJD as far as trends are concerned. Trends are suggesting that both of them been a very big factor as far as ensuring that BJP candidates is able to maintain so far she is able to maintain the lead over RJD candidate. Gargi.
All right, Manish, thanks so much for joining us there. So counting underway in the bipole elections, and those results, those leads are coming out currently for the bipoles. Well, let's get you the campaigning that is underway in Himachal now, and BJP President JP Nadda released an 11-point manifesto ahead of Himachal polls promising uniform civil code. Also, that the BJP would survey all Waqf properties if voted to power. The BJP has also promised 8 lakh job opportunities and a 33% reservation for women in government jobs, as well as scooties for girl students, and for women getting married would be given 51,000, that's up from 21,000. Also to cut GST on Apple packaging to 12% from 18%.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार यहां पर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लेके आएगी और इसके लिए एक समिति बनाई जाएगी एक्सपर्ट्स की, और उनके रिपोर्ट के आधार पर हिमाचल प्रदेश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लगाया जाएगा.
And Congress also leaving no stone unturned as they campaign in Himachal Pradesh. Bhupesh Baghel spoke to my colleague Saurabh Shukla, and he's been camping in Shimla for the last 4 days and said the Congress would get a 2/3 majority.
Shimla is very cold. The temperature is 5-6 degrees. But politics in Himachal Pradesh is getting heated up. Prime Minister Modi held 2 huge rallies in Himachal Pradesh. Priyanka Gandhi is campaigning. Congress has launched its manifesto promising old pension scheme, 1 lakh jobs to unemployed, government jobs to unemployed. I've joined by Bhupesh Baghel, CM of Chhattisgarh, who is election in charge of Congress in Himachal Pradesh. He launched Congress's manifesto. He's been in touch with Himachal leadership. He's campaigning, he's meeting workers, and he is one of the star campaigners of Congress. We'll speak with Bhupesh Baghel ji and understand Congress's campaign, why Rahul Gandhi is not campaigning, how they will reintroduce OPS, old pension scheme, from where they'll get funds, and of course about Gujarat polls as well. आप प्रियंका गांधी जी के साथ रैली भी कर रहे हैं, वैसे ये प्रचार कर रहे हैं, लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, नेताओं से मिल रहे हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ छोड़कर हिमाचल में इतनी मेहनत करने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी, पहले तो बताइए।
मैं छत्तीसगढ़ में भी हूँ और हिमाचल में जहाँ पार्टी ने जिम्मेदारी दी है वहाँ मैं आया हूँ, और लगातार पिछले 3 महीने से अलग अलग समय में कभी कार्यकर्ताओं की मीटिंग, कभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, कभी 10 गारंटी की बात, आज जिसमें चुनावी घोषणा पत्र जारी किए, आम सभाओं को भी मुझे शामिल होने का अवसर मिला। मुख्य रूप से बात यही है कि हिमाचल की जनता आज महंगाई, बेरोजगारी इससे बहुत त्रस्त है। सरकार ने जहां 2 करोड़ लोगों को जॉब देने की बात कही थी, किसानों को कहा आय दुगुनी करने की बात, वो सारी बात जुमले साबित हुए हैं। और अग्निवीर और आगे, चूँकि ये वीरों की भूमि है, देवभूमि है ही, वीरों की भी भूमि है, और यहाँ से हजारों हजार नौजवान सेना में भर्ती होते हैं, और ऐसे में अग्निवीर आ गया तो उसके जैसे सपने में आपने पानी फेर दिया है। तो जो उम्मीद लेके आए थे 2017 में, वो सब खत्म हो गया है।
ठीक सर, आज जब ये मैनिफेस्टो लॉन्च किया आपने तो उसमें 1 लाख सरकारी नौकरी की बात है, ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम की बात है, और महिलाओं को हर महीने 1500 रुपए देने की बात है। ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम आपका बहुत बड़ा चुनावी मुद्दा है यहाँ पर, और कल हमने प्रियंका गांधी जी को भी सुना, आप भी यही कह रहे थे कि हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में ये करके दिखाया है, हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में पुरानी पेंशन योजना भी लागू की, किसानों का कर्ज भी माफ किया। लेकिन सर, पुरानी पेंशन योजना लागू कैसे होगी? बीजेपी कह रही है कि आपको पुरानी पेंशन योजना लागू करने के लिए भी मोदी जी के दर पर आना पड़ेगा।
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात यह है, यदि एनपीएस के भी पैसे हैं तो किसके हैं? राज्य सरकार के, और दूसरा राज्य के कर्मचारियों के। भारत सरकार के नहीं है, केंद्रीय सरकार के नहीं है वो अधिकारी कर्मचारी। ये पैसा कर्मचारियों का है और राज्य सरकार का है, और इसमें हक केवल राज्य के कर्मचारियों का है। अभी हमने राज्य सरकार की ओर से लिखा है पत्र कि आप उस पैसे को हमको दे दीजिए, लगभग 17,000 करोड़ रुपया। उन्होंने एक लाइन में कहा कि हम नहीं देंगे, लेकिन कारण उन्होंने बताया नहीं है, वो महत्वपूर्ण है, और इसलिए हम लोग वकीलों से भी सलाह ले रहे हैं। दूसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, कर्मचारी कभी पैसा अपना निकाल सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो जैसे हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ की बात करें, 3 लाख कर्मचारी का एग्रीमेंट है व्यक्तिगत रूप से, तो अपना पैसा तो वो 80-90% जो एग्रीमेंट में है वो पैसा कभी भी निकाल सकते हैं, और वो पैसा निकाल के जो कारपास फंड बनाना है वो छत्तीसगढ़ में बन जाएगा, राज्य में बन जाएगा। कैसे रोक लेगा? किसी व्यक्तिगत पैसे निकालने के लिए केंद्र सरकार कैसे रोक सकती है? तो ये विलंब कर सकते हैं, अंगा लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन सफल नहीं होंगे।
तो क्या आपको जो सुन रहे हैं बीजेपी के नेता हमारे एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से, या हिमाचल के लोग एनडीटीवी के माध्यम से सुन रहे हैं, और बीजेपी सवाल उठा रही है कि आप ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम लागू नहीं कर पाएंगे, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे? कैसे लागू करेंगे? कहाँ से लाएंगे पैसा?
बिल्कुल लाएंगे। पैसा उन्हीं का पैसा है, राज्य का पैसा है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार का पैसा है, छत्तीसगढ़ के कर्मचारी अधिकारियों का पैसा है। वो पैसा तो हम लेके रहेंगे, उसको रोक कोई नहीं सकता, किसी कीमत में नहीं रोक सकते। लेकिन ये है कि अभी वो सीधा राज्य सरकार को नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो कर्मचारी खुद निकाल लेंगे, उसे कैसे रोक सकते हैं आप? तो रोक तो नहीं सकते आप। और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम हम लागू करेंगे, ये हमने कहा है, और वो होके रहेगा।
1 लाख नौकरियां सरकारी कहाँ से सृजन करेंगे इन 1 लाख नौकरियों का?
सीधी बात है, 63,000 पद वैसे रिक्त हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में। और दूसरी बात है, कांग्रेस हमेशा लोगों को अधिकार संपन्न बनाने का काम किया है, उसके जीवन में परिवर्तन आए हमेशा कोशिश की, चाहे शिक्षा हो चाहे रोजगार हो, और इसके लिए चाहे नए नए पद सृजन करने की बात हो, नए विभाग खोलने की बात हो, तो लोगों को रोजगार देने, और उसके साथ साथ जितने भी आप देखेंगे सार्वजनिक उपक्रम खोलने की बात, वो कांग्रेस सरकार ने किया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इन पद को समाप्त भी कर रही है, और दूसरा जो सार्वजनिक उपक्रम है वो सबको निजी हाथ में बेच रही है। तो इनका एजेंडा दूसरा है, हमारा एजेंडा दूसरा है। हम लोगों को अधिकार संपन्न बनाने का काम करते हैं, ये अधिकार छीनने काम कर रहा है।
भूपेश जी, चलिए, आप इंचार्ज, इलेक्शन इंचार्ज हैं, आपके पास सारी रिपोर्ट्स भी आ रही होंगी, कितनी सीटें?
सीटें हमारे स्पष्ट बहुमत की है, मैं ज्योतिषित नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये है कि
सर मुख्यमंत्री हैं आप, चुनाव लड़ते भी लड़ाते भी हैं।
ये मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हम 2/3 बहुमत से हिमाचल प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
ठीक है। थोड़ा सा छत्तीसगढ़ के नजदीक गुजरात भी है, वहाँ भी इलेक्शन अनाउंस हो गए हैं, वहाँ पे अशोक गहलोत जी इंचार्ज हैं, रघु शर्मा जी हैं, कोशिशें चल रही हैं, लेकिन वो कैंपेन लग रहा है कांग्रेस को उठता नजर नहीं आ रहा है। आम आदमी पार्टी वहाँ पर थोड़ी हाइप बनाए हुए है, बीजेपी में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अभी 4 दिन रह के आए, अमित शाह है, बीजेपी के लिए साख का सवाल है। और पिछली बार बहुत कम मार्जिन से आप लोग गुजरात हारे थे, वहाँ पर कांग्रेस की तैयारियाँ कैसी हैं?
गुजरात में निश्चित रूप से हमारे सीनियर लीडर अशोक गहलोत जी हैं, रघु शर्मा जी हैं, अनुभवी लोग हैं, और वहाँ कांग्रेस मजबूत है। भले विपक्ष में हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कांग्रेस मजबूत है। आप पार्टी से कोई बहुत नुकसान नहीं हो, नुकसान होगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को होगा। कांग्रेस इसका लाभ मिलेगा और कांग्रेस वहाँ बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। अभी डेट अनाउंस हुआ है और जैसे जैसे समय बीतता जाएगा और निश्चित रूप से वहाँ चुनाव उठेगा।
12 तारीख के बाद आप लोग भी वहाँ पर जुटेंगे तैयारियों में, जाहिर सी बात है यहाँ आपकी जिम्मेदारी, क्योंकि आप इलेक्शन इंचार्ज हैं, यहाँ पर आपके हाथ में सब कुछ है। राहुल गांधी कैंपेन करने नहीं आए सर हिमाचल प्रदेश में?
राहुल गांधी जी पद यात्रा कर रहे हैं 7 सितंबर से। अब ये 7 तारीख को 2 महीने हो जाएंगे। 1500 किलोमीटर से अधिक चल चुके हैं। और किन मुद्दों को लेकर चल रहे हैं? यही बेरोजगारी, यही महंगाई, ये तो मुख्य मुद्दा है। और भारत जोड़ने के बाद जो सामाजिक समरसता है उसके लिए लड़ रहे हैं। तो जो मुद्दे यहाँ के नौजवानों के, यहाँ के गृहिणियों के, उस मुद्दे को लेके तो वो 7 सितंबर से पद यात्रा कर रहे हैं। तो उसका लाभ निश्चित रूप से हमको मिलेगा।
जेपी नड्डा पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं जो हिमाचल प्रदेश से आते हैं। अनुराग ठाकुर केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, बड़े महत्वपूर्ण विभाग हैं उनके पास, आईएनबी वगैरह, वो हिमाचल प्रदेश से आते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी आज कह के गए हैं कि हिमाचल के पुत्र हैं, हिमाचल ने बहुत काम किया है। तो हिमाचल बीजेपी के लिए साख का सवाल है। उनका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष यहाँ से है, कहते हैं विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। और आप लोग भी कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग पैटर्न बदलने नहीं देंगे, रिवाज बदलने नहीं देंगे। इसको लेकर के आप लोगों ने क्या आगे देखेंगे? कैंपेन किस तरीके से आपका परवान चढ़ेगा? जैसे आपने बताया राहुल गांधी जी नहीं आ रहे हैं, आप और प्रियंका जी यहाँ पर ज़्यादातर कैंपेन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, उसको लेके आगे कुछ रणनीति बदलेंगे आप लोग? बीजेपी में प्रधानमंत्री को कैसे काउंटर करेंगे? बीजेपी कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री हमारे विराट कोहली है, एंड में आते हैं छक्के मारते हैं, और जैसे पाकिस्तान को हराया वैसे हम लोग भी, मतलब पाकिस्तान का एग्जांपल दिया उन्होंने मैच का, एक नेता बता रहे थे मैं, तो हमारे मोदी जी विराट कोहली बन के हर मैच जिता देंगे उन्हें।
देखिए, जहाँ तक कि कांग्रेस की बात है तो हमारे कार्यकर्ता हमारे स्टार प्रचारक हैं और वो निकल पड़े हैं। और जब कांग्रेसी यदि निकल पड़े तो फिर उसके सामने कोई टिकता नहीं है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा ये कहती है कि हम दूसरे पार्टियों से अलग हैं, हमारा कार्डर बेस्ड पार्टी है, हमारे अनुशासन है। और स्थिति क्या है कि आज 21 विधानसभा में उनके बागी लोग खड़े हैं। 35 तो बहुमत के लिए चाहिए और उसमें से 21 लोग बागी हैं। और ये राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का प्रदेश है, जहाँ 21 लोग बागी हों, वहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष संभाल नहीं पा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद बात कर रहे हैं बागियों से, उसके बाद भी वो चुनाव मैदान में डटे हुए हैं, तो वो हार तो पहले मान चुके हैं। तो ये स्थिति भारतीय जनता पार्टी की है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बगावत भी है और सारे जो उनकी जो रणनीति है वो सब फेल हो चुकी है।
Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। एनडीटीवी इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने, उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी
इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफ़र किया है, मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफ़र किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ, अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे, और वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है। यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है।
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the
Welcome back. Well, let's now get to the latest on the electioneering in Himachal Pradesh, as all parties are campaigning there, and the BJP released its manifesto. Let's go across to Saurabh Shukla for more. And Saurabh, it was an 11-point manifesto that has promised uniform civil code, also promised 8 lakh jobs over the next 5 years.
Absolutely, Gargi. In fact, JP Nadda, CM Jairam Thakur, Anurag Thakur, leadership of BJP was there on the launch, and we've been reporting there is a lot of infighting. And Congress has promised old pension scheme. So on that, BJP has not announced anything. BJP has clearly said that they'll create 8 lakh job opportunities. Congress has promised 5 lakh job opportunities, but nothing about government jobs. But apart from that, the most important poll promise of BJP in Himachal Pradesh is uniform civil code. So we have seen that in Goa and Uttarakhand as well, and now in Himachal. So BJP is slowly moving towards their promise in national level also of uniform civil code. In fact, JP Nadda clearly said that they've started with states and they'll soon get that in center as well. So that'll take some time. And apart from that, but Gargi, it's a very important thing that in Himachal Pradesh, the Muslim population is close to 2.20%, which is not very significant. Muslim voters are not deciding winning or losing in any, they're not in position to vote BJP out of the power. So that is a very important thing, but uniform civil code is BJP's promise. That is why in national politics and national perspective, it is very important. That is why BJP has promised that they will form a committee, and that committee will study, and on the report of that committee, they will get uniform civil code imposed in Himachal Pradesh. And apart from that, BJP's manifesto is focusing on women as well, and there are equal women voters in Himachal Pradesh. 33% reservation in state government jobs to women, 3 free cylinders to women who are below poverty line. Apart from that, the girls after 12th standard, if they are in first 5,000 rankers, they will get monthly stipend of 2,500 rupees. So these are the important poll promises, and Congress is again playing really high on the issue of old pension scheme. And if you speak with the voters here, they are quite allured by it. Though we did ask about that freebie thing, which BJP is against freebies, and Prime Minister Modi has said. Then we did ask about that. Why are you giving free cylinders or scooties to the girls after 12th standard? So Nadda said that there's a very thin line between empowering and alluring. So they are trying to empower women voters. But uniform civil code, 33% reservation to women in state government jobs of Himachal Pradesh, 8 lakh job opportunities, 5 medical colleges, and survey of Waqf properties. We have seen that in Uttar Pradesh, and that same promise in Himachal Pradesh as well. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us there. Saurabh Shukla there reporting on the Himachal elections. And from politics, let's switch course now to cricket. And Sri Lankan cricketer Dhanushka Gunathilaka, who was with the national squad for the T20 World Cup in Australia, has been arrested on charges of rape. It's been learned the 31-year-old was arrested and taken to the Sydney City Police Station in the wee hours of Sunday following an investigation into the alleged sexual assault of a woman on the 2nd of November. And according to details, a 29-year-old woman had met the Sri Lankan cricketer after communicating with him for a number of days via an online dating app, and it's alleged he then sexually assaulted her. The Netherlands sent South Africa crashing out of the T20 World Cup today with a stunning 13-run victory in Adelaide, which has also propelled India into the semi-finals. The latest in a series of shocks at this tournament left Bangladesh and Pakistan now fighting it out for the final spot in the last four. Table toppers India are on 6 points play Zimbabwe in Melbourne in the final match on Sunday's triple header, the result of which will decide the final Super 12 standings and who faces who in the semis. And with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
अब पॉलिसी बाजार
Class on, match off, रुकावट के लिए खेद है, meeting on, a game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Greetings and welcome. This is Rajiv Makni on the Gadget 360 show, and we are now absolutely flooded with good stuff. First top story, Apple iPad Pro. Two sizes, 11-inch variant and the larger 12.9-inch variant. But what are the big changes they've really done? Well, that's where I'm going to really struggle. It's powered by the M2 chip, yes. 5G support, Wi-Fi 6E. But for the rest of it, it looks the same, and the behavior, performance, almost the same. And then we'll move on to our other big story, and this is really the big one. I've been waiting to get my hands on this TV, the LG G2 Evo, the Gallery Edition 4K Smart OLED TV. Many people in international media have called this TV the best TV in the world. Is it really? What's the big deal with this TV? Why does this TV get everybody so excited? We'll tell you today. And then we'll move on to a very special segment. And this is another big one, the best DSLR camera for content creators. So we've been very specific. These are the best DSLR cameras for content creators, because while smartphones are great, very cost effective, very easy to use, they are not really going to deliver everything you need if you want to be the absolute best in terms of content creation. So we'll tell you DSLRs, not necessarily the super cheapy ones, but the ones that are just priced right, best bang for buck for content creators. Let's get started with today's show. Okay, we're going to start off with today's show with the Apple iPad Pros. Now, Apple came up with two different iPads this time, the Norman 10th generation iPad and then the iPad Pro. Two sizes, we've got the 12.9-inch. Now, this is the 12.9-inch with the mini LED display. Absolutely fantastic display, peak brightness, 1600 nits. HDR is absolutely fantastic, and it runs iPad OS 16, which to many is the best part, to many not so much. Beautiful looking, absolutely the same same though as last generation. The M2 processor is really the only real big change. So what big change will it make if you buy this one is what we're going to tell you right now.
Steve Jobs once said, "Design is not just what it looks like and feels like, design is how it works." Apple's design ethic has created a fan base of its own. This is especially true for the Apple iPad Pro lineup. It's no surprise that when it comes to the iPad Pro, a lot of the original design language has trickled down from 2018. We have seen multiple changes on the software and hardware front. It's what makes it such a great device to grow into. The 2022 Apple iPad Pro is no different. We're attributing a human-like quality to this, and that quality is diligence. It works efficiently and takes care of the little details, upholding a standard that is not met by every manufacturer. The Apple iPad Pro is the ultimate combination of portability, versatility, and superior performance. Right at the forefront of the iPad Pro is the M2 chip. The M2 chip represents the start of Apple's next generation of M-series chips. It's almost impossible to test how powerful this is based on the very few days we've had the device for. It's designed to be intuitive. It's faster than the M1 by 15% with re-energized performance and efficient cores that deliver up to 35% faster graphics. It comes in two screen sizes, an 11-inch or 12.9-inch screen that is made out of aluminum with a USB-C port and a quad speaker array, and a square camera housing on the back. The 11-inch version uses an LCD panel with a 2388 by 1668 resolution with 600 nits of max brightness. Our review unit was of 12.9 inches and has mini LED-based Liquid Retina XDR display. It can reach up to 1000 nits of max brightness or 1600 nits when viewing HDR content. The colors on the iPad Pro feel rich and luscious. It's bright and sharp with deep blacks. The 120Hz refresh rate lets your games run smoothly even when there are applications being downloaded in the background. Multitasking on this was a breeze. Some of the tasks seemed challenging since our review unit didn't carry the Apple Pencil, rendering this experience somewhat incomplete. Known mainly for its hover features, the Apple Pencil can detect motion at least 12mm over the screen. It's a genius move for artists, graphic designers, and editors who like to work with precision. The body feels like the older version, premium and sturdy. The front-facing camera is provided in a vertical orientation, but when you turn it into landscape mode for video conferences, the camera gets put off to the left side. This is a bit weird, especially during FaceTime calls. But Apple fixed this by moving the camera to a proper landscape orientation. The back camera is a 12-megapixel main camera with an f/1.8 aperture and a 10-megapixel ultra-wide camera with an f/2.4 aperture. The front also sports a 12-megapixel front-facing camera with f/2.4 aperture. There are very few occasions this disappoints, perhaps in low-light situations or dim areas. As such, good lighting is the better half of a good camera. Plenty to see, especially with the Pad iOS 16 updates. Carrying certain trademark features from the iOS 16 to the iPadOS 16. How many times has it happened that you sent a text that you wish you could delete immediately? Apple seems to have found a solution. It is now possible to send, edit, undo send, and mark conversations as unread. Watch a movie, TV show, workout, or game using SharePlay via messages. Other updates included here are dictation, updates to mail, new iCloud shared photo library, etc. We were most eagerly waiting for the Stage Manager. According to Apple, it is a new way to multitask and get things done with ease. Tap the control center and then tap the new Stage Manager icon. You can set up a stage where your apps and windows will be arranged in different sizes in a single view. You can drag and drop windows from the side while working on the main app that is staged in the center. Apple says Stage Manager will unleash full external display support with up to 6K resolutions. Users will be able to arrange the ideal workspace and work with up to 4 apps on the iPad and up to 4 apps on the external display. All these unique functions require a hardcore battery performance. The M2 iPad Pro's battery life hasn't had much of an upgrade. In our testing, we found it lasted only for a few minutes above the 9-hour mark, falling short of its 10-hour claim. We watched videos, streamed content and music, made some presentations, and found the tablet could handle these tasks without any lags. But compared to the 15 to 20 hours we get on the MacBook Air and the MacBook Pro, this was a mild disappointment. For connectivity, it has Wi-Fi 6E that enables a much faster connection than before. It is available in silver and space grey finishes with 128GB, 256GB, 512GB, 1TB and 2TB configurations. The 12.9-inch iPad Pro starts at Rs 1,12,900 for the Wi-Fi model and Rs 1,27,900 for the Wi-Fi plus cellular model. So the real question everybody asking here is, should you upgrade to the M2? Well, our answer to that is that if you already own the 2021 iPad Pro with the M1 chip, chances are you won't notice that much of a difference, and you should stick to that. However, if you've been using the non-M chip equipped iPad Pro or the iPad Air series, then you should definitely make the jump.
And now let's move on to our big story. I said this is the TV I've been waiting to get my hands on. I think everybody is. The LG G2, this is the Evo Gallery Edition. So this is a 65-inch 4K smart OLED TV, breathtaking design, minimalistic. You know, the bezels are almost not there. If it's just a few feet away from you, it feels like you're floating around in the air. Really thin bezels, contrast ratio, blacks because it's OLED. Blacks are deeper than anything else we've ever seen. Colors are super vibrant. You know, everything in this TV literally is top of the line. And then it's called the Gallery Edition because it displays art with hyper-realistic texture and color when you're not watching TV on it. Then sound, Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Atmos, everything in this TV is really, really nice. And price points, 55-inch about 2,54,000, 65-inch about 3,99,000, but you will get it about 15 to 20% lesser. The big question we're going to answer is, are these the best TVs, premium TVs in the world?
It's rare for us to see a piece of tech crafted with the artisanship of a master craftsman. And the LG G2 65-inch OLED Evo Gallery Edition 2022 is precisely that piece. Today we take a look at its top-of-the-line 65-inch 4K TV. But what makes it truly unique? And is it the perfect match for your home entertainment system? We find out. Boasting of incredible picture quality, the LG G2 65-inch OLED is an excellent TV that just got better. The designing has been taken to newer heights here. The commanding yet minimalistic design, the sleek stand and super thin bezels that are virtually non-existent. OLED TVs like the LG G2 don't rely on a backlight like traditional LCD or LED TVs. Hence, their self-illuminating pixels are designed to shut off independently, producing perfect black levels. It covers 100% of the HDR color gamut DCI-P3, and paired with the HDR10 and Dolby Vision LG has packed a punch. Sporting the Alpha 9 Gen 5 processor, the performance of the LG G2 is formidable. Look at those vibrant and accurate colors. The processor breaks the screen down into 5,000 individual blocks to improve the vividness of the picture. Of course, the support of Dolby Vision IQ and Dolby Atmos makes for an impressive and immersive experience. Every quake and quiver is felt. It's like you are on the battlefield where the guns are blowing off right in front of you. Usually TVs have a tabletop or wall mount setup. However, the LG G2 65-inch OLED TV is part of the LG G2 Gallery Edition. They've designed a TV that can also look like a painting, and it looks stunning. Thanks to a set of ultra-thin wall brackets that are included with the TV, which keeps the G2 closer to the wall than most traditional wall mounting brackets. The thin silver frame completes the art gallery look. And voila! Now your TV is also your art piece. Running the newest version of LG's Web OS, the LG G2 has minimal bloatware and navigation is relatively simple. There is an efficient TV management system here with a media guide and a highly competent media player that supports a wide variety of formats. The remote control can be run on voice assistants, but the real impression it makes is with the magic mouse-like cursor. Talking about ports and connectivity, there are 4 HDMI 2.1 ports given here. Bluetooth is 5.0 and the Wi-Fi 6. It supports 4K gaming at 120Hz with a bandwidth of 48 Gbps. There's also voice control, automatic source detection, but here is where the LG G2 OLED really stands out. Making for a truly immersive experience is the superior picture processing and a heatsink that allows for higher light output without generating extra heat that could damage the electronics. This beautiful mix of software and hardware combine to give one of the best picture qualities we have seen so far. The colors are not saturated or washed out. Rather, they are illuminated at the right places. Indulge in the filmmaker mode for SDR and HDR content, which is great if you are not good with technical stuff. It saves you the hassle of figuring out which settings to toggle with for the best picture output. This might, however, cap your peak brightness to a few hundreds, but you can also max out its brightness up to 1000 nits. Whether it's on or off, this is a gorgeous TV with top-of-the-line features. No wonder it's made it to the list of top contenders for Best TV of 2022. Priced at ₹3,99,990, LG has delivered an artistic piece of powerful tech and its latest flagship, and we are here for it.
All right, let's take a quick break right now on the Gadget 360 show. When we come back, lots more happening.
Do we have to?
Class on, match off, रुकावट के लिए खेद है, meeting on, a game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting. News that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we're here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। एनडीटीवी इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने। उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी, इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है। मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ। अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे, और वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है। यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है।
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations.
Now let's move on to a very special segment, the best DSLR camera for content creators. You know, we had to work very hard for this one because this is not the best DSLR cameras, the best in the world, or the best at a particular price point. These are best for content creators. Now, most content creators are using smartphones, and I think they're getting a great job done. You know, very tempting to use, very, very easy to use, always with you, cost effective also. But there is that kind of content creator that wants to take their content to the next level, wants to do cinematography level stuff, really, really fantastic stuff with it. For that, you do need a DSLR, and we'll tell you the best ones, the best bang for buck.
Do you wish to create content on the internet? Has the rapid growth of creator economy enticed you to take a bite? Are you already doubting if you have what it takes to be one? Well, currently there are 2 billion active users on YouTube worldwide, and chances are you could be amongst them too. Creating content on the internet is a profession that has come to surface in the recent years. But what does it take to truly stand out? Recording content on a smartphone camera is great and cost-effective, but can it really blow up your content game? Tempting as all of this sounds, it doesn't deliver the best quality. Producing high-quality content is a challenge, and a camera is your best friend in this endeavor. It is essential for social media branding, reaching out to potential customers, and building traffic to your websites. Offering great depth of field, framing, film studio-like production, and the flexibility to color grade the sheer choices of DSLRs and mirrorless cameras in the market is overwhelming. Let's take a closer look at some of the DSLRs and mirrorless cameras that can help you navigate this business with ease. The first of the lot is for the beginner content creators out there. If you're just starting with building your social presence and you have a small budget, we suggest you give the Nikon Z30 a look. Video creators are often found in a dilemma of choosing between speed or megapixels, and Nikon Z30 can help you shoot instant videos and edit them on the go. This is a compact camera that can shoot 4K resolution video at up to 30 FPS, and it does not crop in the 4K mode. You can also record excellent selfie videos by rotating the screen towards you. Your Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts just got a life of its own. This is a video-first mirrorless camera at the price of an entry-level DSLR with excellent noise reduction at high ISOs. The kit comes with a 16 to 50mm lens and is priced at Rs 70,999. Following in the footsteps of its predecessor, Panasonic GH5, the Panasonic Lumix GH6 is one of the best value options for shooting video. Content creators need a device that is the perfect amalgamation of performance, mobility, and rugged design. An intelligent heat management technology lets users record for longer durations without causing overheating. And when you choose the Panasonic Lumix GH6, you're essentially making your job way easier. The Lumix GH6 has a brand new 25.2 megapixel sensor. Not only can it shoot 4K at 120p, but it can also shoot 5.7K at 60p. Codecs introduced to the internal camera give you the power to shoot ProRes 422 HQ and ProRes 422 codec videos, which is the professional industry standard for delivering high image quality at low compression. This helps in lessening the post-production workload on the computer and allows non-linear editing without transcoding. Efficiency is the king of the mountain, and this helps creators streamline their post-production workflow. These next-generation digital mirrorless cameras come with a starting price of Rs 2,34,990 and should be on your list if you're considering taking your workflow to the next level. If you're in the market for a DSLR that has in-body stabilization, a multi-point touchscreen display and better battery life, then look no further than Fujifilm X-T4. Offering advanced video shooting at 4K up to 60p, which gives a smooth butter-like 2x slow motion effect. For creating visual stories, this is one of the best mirrorless cameras out there, which is why we were compelled to feature this in our DSLR heavy segment. The 6.5 stop in-body stabilization eliminates the need for a gimbal, so you can shoot at a much slower shutter speed when in low light environments. This can be used for filmmaking and vlogging both. Bringing marked changes from X-T3, the autofocus is now faster, enhanced face and eye tracking, and comes together at the starting price of 1,52,000 rupees. The Canon EOS 90D's 32.5 megapixel sensor has the highest resolution of any APS-C camera, and hence this is one of our favorites. Built for videography, the EOS 90D shoots uncropped 4K video and a range of frame rates, particularly in full HD, making it an ideal DSLR for enthusiasts and intermediate creators. The best part though is the integration of Canon's dual-pixel CMOS AF system. So when you switch the EOS 90D to live view mode, there is no autofocus disadvantage compared to a mirrorless camera. It puts in a great performance when shooting video. And the cherry on the cake is the headphone and microphone connectors, allowing you to play with sound. Even though it is thick and chunky, it has plenty of space for controls. The solid build gives your hands and fingers more surface area and leverage, making it more comfortable than many mirrorless cameras. Priced at 1,24,712 rupees, everything about the Canon EOS 90D sounds like a creator's dream, which is why it is already popular with many. Lifestyle and travel creators were mesmerized by the launch of Sony's flagship model, the Sony a7 IV. The a7 IV uses a new 33-megapixel backside illuminated CMOS sensor providing better resolution. It also processes better image quality in low-light situations. A 3-inch screen flips out to the side and rotates to face fully forward, making it easy to film yourself. A 10 FPS continuous shooting speed works really well, with the autofocus system delivering high-quality video output at all times. Sony's AI-assisted autofocus tracking is just magnificent. A newly developed 33-megapixel full-frame sensor with the Bion Z XR processing chip used by the A1 is the backbone of this amazing camera. Shoot 1080p footage at up to 120 FPS and 4K footage at up to 60 FPS. The various picture profiles available including S-Log2 and S-Log3, which is great for filmmakers. Prices start at 2,42,490 rupees, and the Sony a7 IV has a user-friendly design and is extremely popular with content creators delivering both 4K video and stills.
That then was the Gadget 360 show for this week, and we've got so much great stuff next week. I mean, can I start listing it out? Actually, I cannot, because I've been told that a lot of that is on embargo. Just come back next week and you will be absolutely shocked. See you on that show.
Do we have to?
Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी family के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting. News that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we are here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए. कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and the big news we're tracking right now, the election results to the by-polls that took place recently, the 7 by-polls, and the big news coming in, the RJD has won the Mokamma Assembly by-poll in Bihar. The official results still awaited, but we do know that Tejashwi Yadav's RJD has retained this seat with candidate Neelam Devi retaining her husband's seat for the party. Her husband had to step down, and she was the candidate for this by-poll. So the first result of the by-polls, which are keenly watched, with the RJD winning the Mokamma seat, counting of votes for the by-polls of 7 assembly seats in 6 states, began at 8 this morning and currently underway. Let's just take a look at the first reaction. There was no countdown, there's no audio. I'm not.
एक औपचारिकता थी, वो भी पूरी हो गई.
लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपके ही अपने लोग जो कई पुराने आपके साथ थे, वो लोग इस बार जिस तरीके से घेरेबंदी की आप लोगों की, किसी तरीके से अनंत सिंह हार जाए,
तो कहे तो कि मोकामा बाबा परशुराम की धरती है. वहाँ मोकामा क्षेत्र की जनता किसी जुमलेबाजी और बहकावे में नहीं आएगी. जितना विधायक जी जनता को सेवा किए हैं, दुख में सुख में और विकास किए हैं, जनता उसी का तो रिजल्ट दे रही है.
All right, let's go across now to our reporters. And currently what we do know, the BJP is ahead in 3 states, in Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and in Odisha. It's very neck and neck currently in Telangana's Munagode, where earlier the TRS was ahead. Let's go across to Vedant now for more on the Adampur seat. And Vedant, this is a family prestige battle for it was after Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi stepped down and he left the Congress, joining the BJP. now his son is contesting. Initially, it seemed the Congress had put up quite a fight, but now it seems that the lead that the BJP has increased here.
Well, absolutely, Gargi. The latest figures that we're getting after 8 rounds of counting, the BJP's candidate, Bhavi Bishnoi, is ahead of the Congress's candidate by over 15,000 votes. Now, that can be seen as an impressive lead as of now. However, remember, the Jat belt is still, the counting for the Jat belt is still underway. So that is likely to reduce, Bhavi Bishnoi's lead. Remember, initially, as you rightly mentioned, there was neck-and-neck contest between the Congress candidate and the BJP candidate. Congress actually pulling out all its stops throughout the campaign to retain this seat that in fact it had won in 2019. Remember, as you rightly mentioned, while it's the family legacy is on the line, it's also a very important fight for the BJP. And why is that? Because the BJP has already lost 2 important by-polls in Ilnabad and Baroda. So if the BJP in fact lost this by-poll as well, then that would have been a major jolt for Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. In fact, we saw Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar actually come on the ground and campaign for the BJP candidate as well. As far as Kuldeep Bishnoi is concerned, remember, this is the stronghold of the Bishnois. This is the stronghold of Bhajan Lal's family, which has been in power ever since 1968. Kuldeep Bishnoi himself has been a 4-time MLA. So it was important for his son to, in fact, prove to the people of Adampur that, who say that the Bishnoi clan has, in fact, betrayed them. They have not, kept up their trust. So for them, for the Bishnois, it was important to prove to the people of Adampur. However, remember, the official results are still not announced. However, after 8 rounds, there's a, significant lead of 15,000. Remember, Kuldeep Bishnoi back in 2019 had won by almost 30,000 votes. So there is, a slight dent there. So which means that the people of Adampur has shown that, this kind of party hopping and defections is perhaps not very welcome. And, talking about party hopping and defections, Gargi, it was very interesting because the INLD candidate, the Indian National Lokdal candidate, was in fact a Congress veteran. The Aam Aadmi Party candidate here was a BJP turncoat. And the BJP candidate, which is, Bhavi Bishnoi, is the son of Congress veteran Kuldeep Bishnoi. So that was particularly interesting because this kind of party hopping and defections and the delicate dynamics perhaps, are what those are going to in fact define not just these polls but also the upcoming Haryana Assembly polls and the general elections in 2024. Remember, the Haryana Assembly polls coincide with the general elections. So in the run-up of these crucial polls, these by-polls are important. And as of now, as I mentioned, the latest is that there is a significant lead. However, the counting for the Jat belt is left, and remember, the Congress appealed to the Jats, significantly during their campaign. So let's see what happens. But as of now, an impressive lead. Gargi.
Right. Thanks so much, Vedant, for that. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir now for more on the Munagode results. And remember, this has been a very, very closely contested, very aggressively fought campaign here. And Uma, what is the latest? Earlier, TRS was in the lead. Have they managed to maintain that?
Yes, Gargi, at the end of 5 rounds of counting, what we understand is that the TRS candidate has got 32,000 odd votes. The BJP candidate has got 30,000 odd votes, and the Congress candidate is at about 10,000. What that means is that the TRS is not really consolidated or built on its lead, but they are still at a lead of about 1,400 votes. You are right in pointing out that it was a very fiercely fought battle, which looked like a 3-cornered fight between the TRS and the BJP and the Congress. The Congress admittedly said that they did not have money to spend, and yes, their attention, should I say, was split between the by-poll and also the Bharat Jodo Yatra that was passing through Telangana 1 week before the election. So most leaders, in fact, were going towards that. But 3 factors perhaps that I can say that have contributed to the TRS, in fact, maintaining this lead. And it is possible that they, even though the lead right now is only about 1,400, we are expecting that possibly they are going to build on this particular lead. What I would say is that one, this has been a stronghold of not just the Congress, but also the CPI, and the TRS are tied up with the CPI, the left parties, and therefore they have got some votes here. The second important factor is that there is anger against Komatiredi Rajgopal for having quit the Congress and joined the BJP, forcing this bypoll, of course. And therefore, the Congress people, when they realize that Rajgopal looks like he's gaining a lead in the run-up to the voting itself, seems to have shifted their vote from the Congress itself to the TRS, giving them an edge over the BJP, and that's the reason why we are seeing the TRS candidate, in fact, marginally ahead, should I say, of the BJP candidate. Per se, people also point out that the lead that Rajgopal is getting, or rather the numbers that he is getting, is not really a reflective of the BJP's position here in Nalgonda district or in Munugod constituency. It is more the kind of a status profile or goodwill that Rajgopal enjoyed, because of which he has been able to get these kind of numbers. Of course, the BJP was betting on what they thought could be a winning horse, or at least a good second, and that's what Rajgopal in many senses has turned out to be. For the TRS, 3 lessons here: that they are able to keep a national party at bay if they do manage to win this particular election. Second, that the Congress has become very, very marginal as a player. And at a time when the TRS is talking about going national and has launched itself as the BRS in its new incarnation as a national party, they will be able to say that we are safe back home, and therefore we can go ahead and take our policies to the rest of the country. The Congress is actually the main story in this entire Munugod election, because from being almost a stronghold, the backbone of the Congress during UPA and UPA 1 and UPA 2 was in fact Andhra Pradesh, the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. And even though Sonia Gandhi is credited even by the TRS president as giving Telangana, despite that they were not able to make political dividend out of forming the state in 2014. They did not perform well, they lost power, and in Andhra Pradesh they were decimated. 2018 they got 19 members, but one of them, of course, Uttam Kumar Reddy, became an MP, but out of the 18, 12 shifted to the TRS, which meant that they lost they were humiliated with not even having an opposition status here in Telangana. And now for them to be looking at 2023, they are not even a second in a Munugod election. Not that what happens in a bypoll reflects in a general election or in an assembly election, but the should I say the tidings seem to suggest that the Congress in many senses is losing the game in Telangana. Back to you. Not even being in the race perhaps to be challenging the ruling TRS.
That's right. Thanks so much, Uma, for that. And let's take that across to the Congress spokesperson. We're joined by Arshpreet Khadiyal. Your reaction, to these results that we're seeing from Munugod, where the Congress is a distant third.
Thank you for the time. First, we humbly accept the mandate of the people. We thank the people who went out to vote. And as far as Haryana is concerned, we are hoping that we'll be able to bridge and close the gap because the Jat belt is still due. And as far as the contemplation goes, we'll make sure that we improve upon things that have not been done or delivered upon. And I'll just say one thing, that there's a famous saying, "Haar ke jeetne wale ko bazigar kehte." In the 2024 elections, actions are going to be speaking way louder than words, and the Congress party will come back with a big sweeping victory in the 2024 elections. And these assembly elections, no doubt, are indications, but they're not significant. And we will make sure that the Congress party comes back with a bigger and better position in the 2024 elections.
All right, so let me get your opinion on the Adhampur constituency and those results coming in. As you know, we're discussing, perhaps the Telangana result is not something that you're going to speak much on. But yes, Adhampur initially did seem the Congress was giving a fight, though now the Bishnoi is now has increased his lead by quite significantly. Yes, Arshpreet. Okay, let me go across to Mr. Ravula Sridhar, who joins us, spokesperson of the TRS. And, this election in Munugod, very, very closely contested, very hotly contested. And it's really the TRS and BJP who've been fighting it out here. The Congress a distant third. And even now it is neck and neck. And it's become such a prestige battle.
Yeah, it was a Congress sitting seat in 2018. Congress won that seat. The MLA candidate there, MLA resigned and joined Bharatiya Janata Party for a 18,000 crore contract. Then he contested Now it's only 5 rounds completed. 10 more rounds are awaited. Results are awaited. So in the first 5 rounds, there is a lead of 1631 votes, and from this round onwards, all the rural segment, which is mostly in the favor of TRS party, would come for the counting. So 100% this lead will continue and it will further increase, and TRS party will have a clear majority by the end of the counting, and we will be winning this seat. We will be bagging this seat from Congress party. Now, though BJP is in keen contest, the question is, it is not the BJP actually there. The candidate personal image is adding up to the votes there. But however, TRS party, we have campaigned in the constituency based on the work we have done in Telangana, based on the development and welfare activities that we have done in Telangana for the past 8 years. And this result shows the people of Telangana once again repose their faith on us and repose the faith on Sri Kesia's leadership. And we are going to win this seat, no doubts. And in the first round, few rounds, they may have...
Right, but what would you say, this became such a hotly contested seat and there was so much money thrown around. We have, the people there in that constituency going around saying they're being handed over thousands of rupees. Many people have stopped working because they're just going from rally to rally. And, it became such a prestige battle. There's been criticism as well about how much money was put into this by-election.
That's what I was saying. Raj Gopal Reddy, the contested MLA candidate from BJP, gone to BJP on a contract for rupees 18,000 crores. And BJP here and their candidate completely depend upon their money strength and money muscle, nothing else. They have thrown crores of rupees in the election. They have spent money, but people realized the election was not actually necessary. It is only for the political gains of BJP and personal gains of Raj Gopal Reddy. They have brought this by-election. The people took a decision very strongly to vote for TRS, and we are going to win this election.
All right, though right now it does seem neck and neck, but Pulla Rao, your comments on how this election was fought, this by-election, just a year left, for the elections in Telangana, but this particular election became such a prestige battle.
You see, everyone spent money. It was openly spent. To say I spent or he spent, he didn't spend is not correct. There's been never an election like this. There's no point saying I didn't spend or you spent. Everyone spent.
Everyone spent. Perhaps the Congress didn't spend.
Everyone spent huge amounts unknown hitherto in other states. And therefore, the second point is, I do expect the TRS to maintain its lead, but I was expecting a much bigger lead by the TRS. So by the end of the day, we'll have to see what is the lead, who comes second, how many votes the Congress gets. And you're forgetting one thing. Rahul Gandhi is right now in Telangana, though they have maintained a distance from Munugood. So all these factors are being talked about in the regional media. We'll have to see the margin. We'll have to see who went where, what is the urban thing. But as Mr. Reddy has said, TRS has an edge. As of now, and perhaps they may maintain the edge. But it has been a hard-fought election. And the elections are only 1 year away or 9 months away. Yes. And definitely this bitterness, this polarization will continue till the next election.
All right, we have BJP's Ranbir Singh Patania also joining us. And first, your comments on the Munugood election and the way it was fought. Right now, the TRS maintaining its edge, but the BJP really, putting its all into this this one by-election that became such a huge story in Telangana.
Gargi, now it is said that we always stoop to conquer. So the basic conquering point remains. We might have not have plucked the regional strings. We might not have stooped up to that level of charging, of making that wild and baseless allegations and trying to create
But you did get the Congress candidate to resign and join the BJP, and therefore we've had this by-election. So you did manage that.
Absolutely not, madam. My point is that we stoop to conquer. The basic conquering point remains that we believe in the politics of inclusivity. We believe in the holistic development of the Aam Aadmi, of the Shesh Bharat. We believe in delivering on the ground. Just to cite one example, that 43% households of the entire country, pan-India, we're talking of pan-India, 43% households of the entire country will be given a tap water at the cost of 43 trillion. This is, sorry, 3.6 trillion budget has been earmarked for Jal Jeevan Mission. So we don't believe in such that parochial considerations. Once Mr. Kejriwal blows the whistle and he says that I have been
Okay, we're talking
pressurized.
about the by-election results right now. BJP leading in 3 states, yes, and in 1
Yes, that's
seat
it, that's
in
it.
Bihar
I'm just
currently.
commenting on TRS. See, Gargi, we see the results in Haryana, we see the results in Bihar. There's
And in
always
Haryana as well, it's after Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi left the Congress and resigned again, another seat, you know, having another by-election taking place because the sitting candidate, and once again, it's the Congress candidate who resigned and joined the BJP, and that's the reason that this bypoll in Haryana necessitated.
Yes. So we could take it the simple way that we have arrested that seat from Congress also, to put it the other way, because a canard was being sent through that the party changing. You were making.
After 8 years of governance, they have realized that
I mean, the Congress party were hurling allegations of all sorts on Mr. Bishnoi, but we have been able to blow the trumpet. We have been able to hold it close to the ground. We have been able to deliver, and I think the people of India have ultimately trusted again and again. People of India have trusted the people-friendly policies of Modi Sarkar, and I said we believe in the politics of inclusivity, sabka saath, sabka vikas, and sabka prayas is our hallmark, is our slogan, is our delivering point.
All right, let's get Dr. Double Kishore in with the RJD winning 1 seat there in Bihar, and in Gopalganj there is a bit of a fight still, though it does seem the BJP in the lead there.
You know, in Bihar, the people have certified that the lies of BJP has to be rejected. Gargi, you must have seen, despite being 20 months in the government in Bihar, the BJP, which has promised 19 lakhs jobs, we are not able to give 19 jobs. And this is the result, that the BJP is being rejected. And Mokama, you have seen, with huge margin, RJD candidate has won. And in Gopalganj also, we are pretty sure that we are going to defeat BJP. And
so right now, it's the BJP leading. It's neck and neck in Gopalganj. Mokama, yes, your candidate has won.
But let's wait. I'm sure that we'll win there also. And you will also see that despite the BJP has been the past 3 or 4 elections, you see this time it is neck to neck. It is just with a margin, a thin margin.
Yes, that's true.
And that also is going to be rejected by the end of the day as we have the input. Anyway, what BJP is facing in Bihar is that the lies have been caught by the people of Bihar. And incidentally, they are giving a result in favor of Mahagathbandhan, that what BJP has been saying and promising to the people of Bihar and people of India is completely hollow and lies, and that has started being rejected from the Bihar, and it will have an implication at all India level in the time to come. That is what BJP is being given message in Bihar.
All right, Ranbir Singh Patania, your reaction to that, and yes, in Gopalganj, while the BJP is in the lead, the RJD has given a good fight there.
Madam, Rashtriya Janata Dal, from the last 3 or 4 decades, it stands an ideology, it stands a policy, it stands a program. Just for engineering defections, planning, we could say conspiracies at the national level, Rashtriya Janata Dal has not been able to deliver on ground. Bihar still remains a tail ender in the entire country. So I have seen the statement of the Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav that we contribute to 40 seats and we are not being given our share. Then who was responsible for that? You had been at the helm of the affairs for decades and again in Bihar. You had been the part of Central Bharat Sarkars also. Your people remained nominees in the Bharat Sarkar, and now you want to cry over spilt milk. You want to turn the tides in your favor by such lawsuits and all that. You stand exposed. We have an impressive show. Though you are the ruling government in Bihar, we have an impressive show in Bihar. We have an impressive show in Gopalganj also, and I am hopeful that we will click through in Gopalganj what the inputs are if they are to be believed as on ground. So you could see the turnaround. Ultimately, they stand exposed, and this politics of opportunism. This post-poll, you fight elections, you indulge in a cockfight with each other, and the person with whom you were indulging in cockfight, you embrace him overnight.
All right, politics of opportunism. I think that's the sentiment of our times. But yes, Naval Kishore, your quick response to that.
Yeah, look at him. He is talking of politics of opportunism. The party, along with Modi ji, is busy in buying MLAs, and here in Bihar, his partner has rejected them. And that is, he is saying political opportunism. The Bihar have shown that what has changed in Bihar is not just government. It has changed the politics of the country. And that is why the BJP is bothered and they are fearing that they will lose everything that they have right now. And that is why they are targeting.
I'd like to get Arshpreet Khadial back in here just to, talk about the Congress. You've lost, the seat in Telangana, you're distant third there in Munagod, and then in Haryana as well, in Adampur seat, the Congress is, the distance is, the BJP has been gaining. So where is the Congress? What do these bypolls mean for you?
See, number one, no doubt the bypolls, are important, but they're not as significant as some parties are trying to claim it, because in the 2024 elections, a lot is going to be happening. These are just, a handful of bypoll seats that are happening. However, number one, we have given our best. We will keep on fighting. The good fight goes on. Winning and losing is a part and parcel of the game. What really?
Now you want to add a point?
Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So see, winning and losing is a part and parcel of the game. The good fight continues. No matter what, the good fight would continue. However, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson said, "Sabka saath and sabka vikas." The Bharatiya Janata Party's words and actions are contradictory to each other. They say there is no saath and there is no vikas at all whatsoever. In fact, due to breaking of the MLA, a bypoll has happened. And do they realize the fact that when a bypoll happens, it leads to spending money, it leads to spending energy, it leads to spending resources. The governance suffers, even though the Bharatiya Janata Party might be able to gain a seat or two, but at the cost of people, at the cost of governance, at the cost of development. This seat has been suffering from so many months, and this is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is all about. They're all about campaigning and voting and, just taking seats, not governance, not work, not development, not vikas,
right.
not class,
Let me get in
Raghula
Sridhar Reddy here. He wanted to make a point earlier. Yes, go ahead. And I do understand this point of, these by-elections being necessitated because of candidate switching and then so much money having been spent there.
See, it's not the question of money and all that. I already have told you that the BJP candidate purely depend upon the money power, and they have done that. And as a ruling party, TRS, we have done the welfare, we have done the development. We don't have to get into that kind of activities and all. And my BJP friend is saying that, they are now planning to, after 8 years of governance, Narendra Modi ji realizes that the country, people need to be given drinking water, the Jal Jeevan Mission. And Telangana, already the state, declared in the parliament that, we are the only first and biggest state giving potable drinking water to all our habitations in the state. Now, who is ahead of it? And you are talking about opportunistic politics and all that. Now, Andheri is showing you. The Shiv Sena is leading there of Uddhav and Bihar.
Well, that's because the BJP didn't put up a candidate in Andheri. But final word, Pulla Rao, what does this mean for opposition unity? Because going ahead to 2024, can the opposition all work, these parties work together to challenge the BJP? That is the big question. What role will the Congress play there? What role will the TRS play there? All these questions. And that's something that, that's why watching these bypolls is so interesting.
One thing, if you're only referring to Telangana, what has happened is, from the formation of the state in 2014, there were three forces. The BJP is now, if it continues this kind of votes, there will be two forces left, TRS and BJP. Congress has gone back. So Telangana might become a bipolar state. One regional party, one national party, unless the Congress bucks up. Across the nation, it is now up to TRS. The leader says, I'm going national. It is up to him to get the Congress to work with him or not work with him. If he cannot get the Congress to work with him, his idea of being a national alternative will be very difficult. So first he has to see and reach out to all these parties which are not going with him, and then you can talk about opposition unity. Is KCR ready to stretch his hand out to Congress or not? That is the question. And what he will do after this election is something we are eagerly waiting for.
All right. Well,
May I just say one thing? May I just say one thing to conclude? See, the Bharatiya Janata Party taking digs at us, let me remind them one thing. There was a point of time when they were at 2 seats, and today they have won twice at the Lok Sabha elections. Therefore, we are at a way better position, at a way better situation, and we will come back stronger and way better than they ever
All right, well, we have to leave it there. Completely out of time. Thank you so much all for joining us. And BJP leading in 4 of those by-elections, the 7 by-elections that took place. We'll continue to track them right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
अब पॉलिसी बाजार Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game of.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने. उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी, इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी. वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो. जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है. मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ. अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे.
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे. और वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है. यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने
This is a big thing. One should not drive for such a long time.
Me using cabs more oftenly, so I have seen people driving.
To be very honest, मैंने कभी इसके बारे में सोचा नहीं है, but लेकिन ऑब्जर्व करा है.
कैब ड्राइवर की फिजिकल हेल्थ डिपेंड ऑन working hours.
They're available 24/7. So I think they wake up early in the morning and then they work late in the night. So I think it really affects them and their shifts.
Till now, I have never met a driver like who is not fit.
बहुत से टाइम पे मुझे ऐसा भी लगता है कि कैब ड्राइवर्स ड्राइव करने में फिट नहीं है.
90% ड्राइवर्स कैब ड्राइवर्स अनगैली करते हैं, वो अपने शरीर का ख्याल नहीं रखते.
Honestly, as a customer that's sitting behind the cab, I can't tell whether they're good in health or whether they're not.
Especially the blood test is very necessary, I think.
So yes, they have to undergo with eye tests regularly so that they can go with the vision test and get them safely drive to us.
अपनी सेहत के लिए टेस्ट कराने चाहिए. एक तो उन्हें डेली योगा करना चाहिए.
उनको एजुकेट किया जाए कि आपने अपनी सेहत का पहले ख्याल रखना है और अपनी जो आई साइट है उसको रेगुलर चेकअप कराना है.
Me or or anyone who is sitting in the car can meet with an accident.
Nothing, it would be lead to an accident.
जो भी उनके साथ में बैठे हुए हैं ना, उनके साथ में रिस्क नहीं ले सकते ड्राइवर्स, जो भी ड्राइवर्स हैं।
जरूरी नहीं है कि दुर्घटना ही हो, कई वजह उस समय से भी हो सकता नहीं पहुंचा है।
If you are not fit, if you are driving for such a long time, definitely driver will go and hit.
हाँ, इसको इम्पेयर्ड ड्राइविंग बोलते हैं। वो इम्पेयर, उनका दिमाग सो जाता है।
I should ask the companies to get their test also done.
Regular full body checkup should be there for these people.
उनका सर ना thrice or fourth in a year उनका एक proper checkup होना चाहिए।
They're driving on everyday basis. They should bring up some measures so that they can get tested, or at least some kind of facility in which even the customer is sort of satisfied that, oh, my driver is fit to drive for me.
We've all had to drive through traffic, negotiate tight turns, concentrate on the road, squeeze into parking spots, and felt exhausted at the end of it. So have you ever wondered what kind of physical strain doing this repeatedly throughout the day puts on a cab driver? Have you ever wondered how fit your cab driver has to be? Hello and welcome to yet another episode of The Voice is Mine, where we explore how Mine, India's first super app, is finding solutions to challenges in the country. While we have all been talking about how Karnataka government has issued a warning to popular cab aggregator apps for charging surge prices and listing autos without permission, did you know that Mine, India's first super app, is also the first app to already find a solution to this challenge and has gone beyond this to do much more in ensuring safety of its passengers? In today's episode, we explore how Mine is endeavoring to keep its drivers healthy by offering them free health checkups, which are aimed at both the good health of the drivers and also the safety of the users. As we told you in the last episode, Mine is already looking after the financial health of its drivers by not charging them any commission, and it is also looking after the safety of its commuters by not charging them any surge prices. Mine considers this to be a disruptive strategy, that if the drivers are happy, the users will be too. In essence, Mine is a true ride-hailing app, and that's because, by definition, apps that charge a commission from cabs listed on their platform are cab aggregator apps. Since Mine does not do that, that is, charge commissions from autos and cabs that are listed on its platform, it's a true ride-hailing app, one that cares equally for the users and the drivers. Let's find out what Mine does to ensure the overall health of the drivers who sign up with them. We visited Mine's special health camp for drivers in Bengaluru. This is where we met Mahesh and Chetan, drivers who have listed with MyLocal, Mine's unique cab and auto service in Bengaluru. Mahesh and Chetan have been cab drivers with other cab aggregator apps till now. However, they visited the Mine office next to Kempegowda Airport in Bengaluru for registration and were offered a free health checkup. This is a service Mine provides all drivers who list with their cab service. They first got an optometry test done. This is a detailed eye checkup. A first ever for the two drivers who dutifully went through all examinations such as testing of vitals, audiometry to assess if they have any hearing loss, as many drivers have earplugs constantly plugged into their ear throughout the day. A thorough foot examination to check foot reflex and sensation, as they always have one foot on the accelerator, followed by tests to do with spirometry, ECG and blood tests such as CBC, liver and kidney function test. आप अभी चेकअप के लिए गया ना
जी।
ये चेकअप में गया तो पहले भी ऐसे कभी गया चेकअप के लिए?
नहीं मैडम,
फर्स्ट टाइम गया?
ये फर्स्ट टाइम गया।
अच्छा, कैसा लगा अंदर?
अच्छा है मैडम, अच्छा
क्या
है।
किया डॉक्टर ने?
डॉक्टर सब हेल्थ पूरा आँख सब हेल्थ पूरा चेक कर दिया।
चेक किया?
अच्छा किया
वेरी गुड। अच्छा, आप बताओ, आप पहले कभी गए ऐसे हेल्थ
Yes,
चेकअप?
I made only that blood checkup only, not this ECG, ear, eyes. I didn't check anything else.
Okay.
They checked it very well and they said everything is normal.
Okay.
Yes.
You speak very good English.
Yeah.
Where did you learn this from?
By talking with customers.
Oh.
Yes.
So how come which customers you talk to? Foreigners?
Foreigners or Hindi customers. Yes. That.
Very good, very good. Okay. अच्छा अन्ना,
जी।
आप दिन में कितना घंटा कैब चलाते हैं?
मैं 24 घंटे चलाता था। वो दूसरा जो कंपनी था उसमें हम लोग नहीं कमाता था, पूरा उन लोग के ही कमाता था।
तो 24 घंटा कैब चला के भी कुछ नहीं
कुछ नहीं मिलता था मुझे।
और आप?
16 to 18 hours I run the cab.
Every day?
Every day, but weekly once day I will take rest. Weekly once.
Has that affected your health?
I think affected for some back pains, knee pains, like that.
Okay. अन्ना, आपको कोई हेल्थ का प्रॉब्लम हुआ? इतना
नहीं,
घंटा आप गाड़ी चलाते हो?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं प्रॉब्लम नहीं। अभी ठीक है। अभी दूसरा कंपनी में गए ना, अभी अच्छा। जो कंपनी था पहले गया था वो नहीं है, हेल्थ नहीं ठीक नहीं था, नील नहीं था, खाना भी नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था। अभी ठीक से अभी कर रहा है दूसरा कंपनी में। इधर आने के महीना में कभी कर रहा है। अभी थोड़ा इम्प्रूव हो रहा है।
अच्छा, कैसे इम्प्रूव हो रहा है?
अभी धीरे से अभी कस्टमर आ रहा है ये महीना में। अच्छा है मैडम, तो ज़्यादा कमीशन नहीं लेते। अच्छा है मैडम, कमीशन नहीं लेंगे।
कोई कमीशन नहीं लेते?
दिन में 150 रुपये लेते, उतने ही। वो ऐसा नहीं, दूसरा ज़्यादा लेता था।
अच्छा,
हमसे ज़्यादा लेता है वो।
ओके। आपके साथ भी कमीशन का प्रॉब्लम रहता है?
Full of problems of commissions. Like every single trip they pay us CST, GST, like that they will cut with us, and the commission is more. We can't run the cabs. The diesel price is very high, but we cannot saving the money for further. The cab more everything, diesel price or service price, tire price, everything is hike. But we are suffering from this taxes and commissions.
So now
Have
you
to
are
say.
with mine?
Yes, I am with mine. Just now I joined the mine.
Okay. So now no commissions you have to pay?
No, they're saying that no commission are paying. We are happy. That's it.
Okay. So money directly coming to you?
Yeah, directly coming to my account. They are doing like that.
Okay. अन्ना,
जी।
100 रुपीज़ पे कितना कमीशन टैक्सेस कटता है?
कमीशन मैडम 150 रुपीज़ मैडम। 30%।
नहीं, वो तो माइन में है ना। बाकी सब कैब सर्विस में है।
जी।
100 रुपये कमाते हैं तो 100 रुपये पे टैक्स और कमीशन 30%।
30%।
आपको भी फाइन है?
30% their commissions plus tax.
प्लस टैक्स?
Yes.
तो मतलब 100 रुपये पे 40 रुपये तक जाता है? हाँ?
जाता है।
40
40 rupees it will go, and in 100 rupees we have to remove 20 rupees for diesel and 10 rupees for vehicle maintenance. बाकी 10 rupees for hours daily expensive. 20-30 we have to keep back that 20-30 rupees.
तो 100 रुपीज़ पे कितना पैसा कमाता है ड्राइवर?
20 or 30, that's it.
उतना है मैडम। 30 रुपये नहीं तो 20 रुपीज़, बाई 20 रुपये उतना ही मिलते थे
पर राइड।
For 100 rupees.
After the registration of each driver, the first thing we do is we'll enter all the vitals, which include blood pressure, pulse rate, saturation and everything. And immediately after that, the patient will go to the first chamber where we'll do the refraction, with which after that endoscopy, which is followed by audiometry and foot examination. After that spirometry, ECG and blood investigations. So after the patient enters each cabin, the designated person will do the investigations, and after all the investigation done, we'll club all the data, and we'll just advise them if they have any problem with the report. I would say more than 90% of the people which comes every day, for them it will be the first time they will be undergoing all this investigation under one place. majority of the people, if they are like age below 50, they won't be having any issue with eye problem, but age above 50, they will be having some vision issues. So for that, we are issuing spectacle, based on the problem they have. Okay, foot examination. It's because of mainly drivers. Vision is like one of the important thing for them to drive. So that is the reason we do refraction followed by fundoscopy, so that we get an idea of their how their vision is. Foot examination is basically because they'll be using both of their foot all the time, throughout the day for the acceleration and clutch pedal. Majority of the drivers aged above 40 will be suffering from diabetic, which could cause a condition called as neuropathy. In that, they won't be having sensors, so it might get affected with that driving thing. So that is like the main reason we do the foot examination, to know whether they have diabetic neuropathy or not. Majority of them, they could not afford all of these investigations, because majorly they will be from the middle class of society, and all the investigations we do here, if they do it in a private hospital or outside, it could cost them around a fortune actually. So all the patients and all the drivers who come here, who get all the investigations done here, they are extremely happy with our service, and they will have an idea actually, in their health status, like do they have any issues, or are they any prone for any other medical diseases in the future. So the initial screening we do, they'll have an idea actually in which part they can control over things, like for example the way they eat, the exercise habit, everything. We give health education also at the end of all the investigations. So the first thing is they'll get an idea how fit they are overall, and also for the future health, they'll get a better health education from here. So we are getting like a very good positive response from the people. And to save for an instant, we have seen like many people who come here, who undergo all the tests, they inform their friends, their family and everything. They brought other people also here. So I would say it's an extremely helpful step from mine.
We visited Mind's head office in Whitefield, Bengaluru, and met with their CEO, Mr. Nanjunda Prasad Ramesh. He tells us about Mind's plans for those drivers who've gone through the optometry test but need spectacles.
So one of the commitments that we have given to drivers is that we will take care of their health. I mean, that's an important aspect, right? It's not just about business, wherein we just provide enough opportunities for drivers to earn, but we want them to go about that in a healthy way.
Okay.
So as part of that, we got started with a one-of-its-kind health checkup.
Sure.
Why I call it one-of-its-kind is that you regularly go through routine health check where there are a battery of tests that are being done. That's general. But here we are focusing on the occupational hazards of a driver. Whatever is very important for a driver, for example, it's vision, it's hearing. They keep sitting for an extended period of time. Their spine is very important, and they use their foot extensively. So we have designed a battery of tests that are very specific to what the driver requires. Two things it does. One is it is useful for the driver. It focuses on areas that are generally ignored, like people do not care to go and get their eyesight checked unless it kind of deteriorates to a certain extent. Second thing is it also makes it that much more beneficial for the passenger who is there, right? It takes care of passenger safety and even the society at large. I mean, people who are walking around, I mean, there are a whole lot of people around, right? If there's a healthy driver driving a car, it makes the impact is all around. So
There are a whole bunch of these spectacles over here we see.
yes. So like I said, we run this battery of tests. What you see here is an eye test that we do. As part of whatever we are doing, we want to like extend the commitment that is there to the driver. What we have seen is typically people just take the test and they may not really focus on what to do next.
Right.
So we are going one step further. If they are found to have any issues, right? For example, in their vision, we found that there are about 30% of drivers who have refractive challenges and they have sight and they're not using spectacles. So we went ahead and we got them spectacles. Now we'll be offering this free of cost to drivers so that we drive home this point that it really makes a difference and they need to focus on it.
And I see these spectacles, there's a glass that's been, I think you've taken it off deliberately.
Yeah.
What's the intention for that?
So we just want to show that it's not done for the sake of it, but we are putting a lot of effort behind it.
Sure.
So as you see, this is meant to test the whole thing, right? I mean, it's an unbreakable frame that we are providing the drivers. Like I can show it to you right here.
Okay.
That's the reason why you see this without a glass. I mean, if they just like drop it anywhere or if
So if you twist it, does it get broken?
it doesn't. That's the test that we were
Oh,
doing
fantastic.
it.
Okay.
You can just pop the lens back to it. It comes with our own branding. Yeah,
Let's see
you
that.
have not skimmed cost anywhere.
Ritika, us on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game of.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, news that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we're here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। एनडीटीवी इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने। उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी, वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो। जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफ़र किया है, मेरे को इन्होंने ऑफ़र किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ, अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे।
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे, और वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है। यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है जमीन।
Welcome back. Mine believes that in the good health of its drivers lies the safety of its passengers. The first step in that direction is no commissions from drivers and charging only government-approved base fares and no surge prices from commuters. In this everyone-win situation, users pay less and the drivers earn more. From financial health to physical health, Mine's health checkups for the drivers registered on its platform are an integral aspect of ensuring driver welfare and eventually commuter safety. Another one to this list of beliefs is the importance of CPR training to their drivers to equip them to take on emergencies and maybe even save lives.
Yeah, I thought, so Bangalore has roughly about 10,500 kilometers of roads. And we thought, is it possible, and the traffic that it is, you can't get an ambulance very quickly. I mean, it would take an hour to get an ambulance, and there are quite a few of them, fairly widespread. So we thought, if we're going to have 40, 50,000 cabs on the road, and these guys are actually trained to provide basic, important, accident, trauma-related, to handle those emergencies and all, it's a pretty good thing that we can do. These things are actually there globally. I mean, there are very well-prescribed methodologies to actually train public to actually deliver these emergency services. And we've imported one of that, and so we're going to train them, and we'll also provide them a kit so that he can handle those simple things like, stopping bleeding. For an accident victim on the road, it could actually go a far, it could save their lives immediately. So I think, so CPR, it's not just the CPR, but simple things like stopping bleeding and whatever first aid that we have to do. These guys are quite capable of doing it, and we thought if we can put 40,000 of them on 10,500 kilometers, I think we would save some lives as well.
Well, absolutely.
And these cab drivers see it as a pretty important thing that they can do, and they start feeling proud of their profession, and we are very excited that we are doing this.
Healthy drivers make for healthy customers, and happy drivers make for happy commuters. With that, we'll see you soon in yet another episode of The Voice is Mine, where we will continue to explore the journey of India's first super app in solving key challenges. Until then, goodbye.
I am a rebel, on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on? Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, news that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we're here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and the big story this morning, the results of the bipolar elections in 7 assembly seats across 6 states. Those results now coming in. The BJP ahead in 4 seats. In fact, all set to win win those seats. The RJD has won Mokamma seat in Bihar, and the TRS leading in Munugode in Telangana. And the big news also, the RJD, as we said, won Mokamma. Here's what Neelam Devi, the candidate, had to say.
ये तो पहले से ही तय था, हमारी जीत पहले से ही तय था। हम तो पहले ही बोल दिए थे कि कहीं कोई टक्कर में नहीं है, सिर्फ एक औपचारिकता थी, वो भी पूरी हो गई।
लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपके ही अपने लोग जो कई पुराने आपके साथ थे, वो लोग इस बार जिस तरीके से घेरेबंदी की आप लोगों की कि किसी तरीके से अनंत सिंह हार जाए,
तो कहे तो कि मोकामा बाबा परशुराम की धरती है, वहाँ मोकामा क्षेत्र की जनता किसी जुमलेबाजी और बहकावे में नहीं आएगी। जितना विधायक जी जनता को सेवा किए हैं, दुख में सुख में और विकास किए हैं, जनता उसी का तो रिजल्ट दे रही है।
All right, let's go across to our reporters. Uma joins us from Munagode, and we have Vedant there from Adhampur and Sanket in studio with us. So Sanket, so far no big surprises here. Gopalganj was seeming neck and neck, but now the BJP ahead there, so all set to win. But yes, the big result is from Munagode. Let's go across to Uma there, where it's also been a very tight race, Uma, but the TRS is ahead, and of course Munagode has been in the news for, you know, the way this election was fought and the type of money that was allegedly thrown around.
Gargi, there have been 7 rounds of counting so far. 15 is what is the total number of rounds that we are looking at. And at the end of 7 rounds, TRS is at a 2,000 plus. That's yet not the official figure. Till the 5th round that we saw, TRS was ahead with 1,400 votes. Even though they had won in the first round itself with 1,200 votes, they've not really built on it and consolidated on it, raced ahead. But they have steadily remained ahead by 1,000 to 2,000 votes, and that seems to be telling the Munagode story. The second part of this is that, yes, as you mentioned, the BJP and the TRS fought quite fiercely. We had spoken about it as a 3-cornered contest initially, speaking about the TRS, the BJP and the Congress. This happened to be a Congress seat that was vacated by the Congress MLA who joined the BJP and became the BJP candidate, and therefore it was seen initially as a 3-cornered contest. But from the look of it, it appears like it is only the TRS and the BJP that are having a straight-on fight with each other, and the Congress is in fact coming a very distant third. So at the end of 5 rounds, if you had the TRS at 32,000, the BJP at 30,000, the Congress was only at 10,000, and therefore no surprise that the Congress leader in fact left the counting center itself. So does this indicate that even in 2023, which is just a year from now when assembly elections will happen, the Congress will not be in the race, in the reckoning? Of course, nothing to say that when a bypoll happens, the assembly election should follow a similar pattern, but that does seem to show the kind of tidings that the party is going through. You know, just a week before the elections, we saw the Bharat Jodo Yatra passing through Telangana. It is still passing through Telangana, but the attention of the leaders was diverted away from the by-election itself, which the other 2 parties were fighting like a very high voltage battle, and the Congress was dismissing it as it's only a bypoll. We don't have to put all our resources there, and all the leaders were actually focusing on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The second thing that happened was, for the TRS, of course, if they do manage to keep this lead and do manage to win, they would be showing that, we have nothing to worry in our domestic territory, and that the BJP cannot make inroads in our thing. It would have been bad for the TRS if the BJP would win, because that would mean that the 3rd by-election of an assembly, the BJP would be winning, and that would be bad news for the TRS, which in that kind of a scenario would have perhaps seen the BJP building on that momentum and going on to consolidate itself before the 2023 assembly elections. As of now, the votes that the BJP candidate has got is not so much because the BJP had any cadre strength here or leaders here, but because of the profile of the leader himself, who has a base in this place. He and his brother Komatreddy, brothers as they are called, Rajgopal and his brother, both of them had a base here, and now in a sense, if the TRS were to win, they would be put on the back foot. The second part is the TRS also very intelligently lined up with tied up with the CPI, which still has a influence here. This was seen in fact as a field of influence of the CPI, and therefore the left vote also transferred there. One last point, Gargi, when the Congress loyalists saw that Rajgopal may be racing ahead, what we do understand is that the Congress votes seem to have got transferred to the TRS in an effort to defeat Rajgopal Reddy, since he had in a sense backstabbed the Congress. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those details of the TRS in the lead there. And let's go across to Vedant now, and there Bhavya Bishnoi keeping the family legacy intact.
Well, absolutely, Gargi. 11 rounds of counting have been complete. A total of 13 rounds is what we're looking at. But as far as the latest is concerned, Bhavya Bishnoi is leading with a margin of over 17,000 votes. This is likely to increase because the Jat belt, the counting for the Jat belt has already, been completed. So even then, Bhavya Bishnoi continues to maintain that lead of 17,000 votes. Remember, Kuldeep Bishnoi back in 2019 won with a margin of over 30,000 votes. But what is also interesting, Gargi, and something that should be pointed out to our viewers, that Jay Prakash, Congress veteran, former union minister, he has been defeated by 3 generations of the Bishnoi family. So he was defeated by Bhajan Lal, then he was defeated by Kuldeep Bishnoi, and now we are looking at, Kuldeep Bishnoi. Perhaps it's not officially announced yet, but the lead suggests that Kuldeep Bishnoi, I beg your pardon, Bhavya Bishnoi will, keep the family legacy, in fact, alive. And as we've been reporting from Adampur, a lot of people here, particularly farmers, saying that, some of them saying that Kuldeep Bishnoi betrayed us by switching over to the BJP. He has betrayed our trust, and some of them saying that we're willing to give him another chance. Remember, this has been a stronghold of the Bishnois. The Bhajan Lal family has been in power here, ever since 1968. But what are the implications of these by-polls as far as national politics is concerned, and also Haryana is concerned? Because remember, Haryana will be going to polls in 2024. Those elections will coincide with the general elections in 2024. So remember, the BJP had lost 2 crucial by-polls in Haryana, the Ilnabad by-polls and the Baroda by-polls. So if the BJP would have lost this by-poll as well, perhaps still to be officially announced, but if the BJP would have fared poorly in these by-polls, that would have been a major jolt to the BJP in the state, particularly Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. We saw how he in fact also came on the campaign trail and campaigned for the BJP candidate Kuldeep Bishnoi, Bhavya Bishnoi. So for the BJP it was crucial. It was almost like a prestige battle. Remember, as you've been reporting, there is a significant anti-incumbency wave in the state as well. So how that's going to, in fact, pan out as far as 2024 is concerned and Haryana is concerned is going to be interesting. But as of now, 11 rounds of voting have been complete, and Kuldeep Bishnoi, I beg your pardon, Bhavya Bishnoi, maintaining a strong lead of over 17,000 votes. Gargi.
All right, thanks so much for joining us there, Vedant. And let's now go across to Manish, who joins us from Patna. And Manish, so BJP all set to win Gopalganj?
They have already won the Gopalganj seat. Yes. It's a 1-1 in Bihar. As far as by-elections are concerned, RJD is able to retain Mokama seat and Gopalganj seat. Once again, BJP has retained this seat. Of course, the sympathy factor has worked there in their favor. But of course, for RJD, AIMIM as well as BSP candidate has really played the role of a spoiler, because between both of them, both the candidates, they are able to get more than 15,000 votes, and somewhere everyone is, of the opinion that all these votes which both the candidates of AIMIM or BSP has got, it was actually, Mahagathbandhan, from the Mahagathbandhan base votes, and somewhere, RJD was not able to avert this split in their base vote, and that is why they have lost despite, and somewhere BJP was also able to, retain this seat. In Bihar, after 2020 assembly elections, so far there are 4 by-elections. In all the 4 by-elections, wherever there is a by-election after the death of the sitting legislator, the widow or the son is able to retain that seat. And once again, Gopalganj has confirmed that the widow, Gargi.
All right, Manish, thanks so much for bringing us the latest there. So I think, Sanket, this was the most exciting contest besides Munagod in Telangana, the Gopalganj seat, but now the BJP winning that seat.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it'll let's be very clear. This is a no surprise election. I mean, the results have pretty much gone on expected lines. There's been no major or big upset that one has seen. In Adampur, where Vedant was, the result on expected lines, it has gone with the Bishnois. In Bihar, one for the BJP, one for the RJD. In Telangana also, the fact that TRS has been able to win this by-election will mean a lot as far as their ongoing campaign against the BJP is concerned. However, we must not extrapolate a national outcome on the basis of what has happened, the results of these by-elections. Number of local factors at play over here. However, these regional parties are going to claim very strongly that they have held up against, they have in fact held their strength against the Bharatiya Janata Party and succeeded in most of these cases. So
Right.
Yeah, mixed results, but pretty much on expected lines and no big surprises.
All right, thanks so much for that, Sanket. Well, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll move away from politics and get you all the cricket news with Rika. Stay with us.
अब पॉलिसी बाजार पे
मैच ऑफ रुकावट के लिए खेद है मीटिंग ऑन गेम ऑफ
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
मनीष सिसोदिया को बुलाया सीबीआई ने. उस दिन बता रहे थे मनीष जी, इंटेरोगेशन तो कम हो रही थी. वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, केजरीवाल को छोड़ दे, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो, तेरे को सीएम बना देंगे, बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो. जब उसने मना कर दिया, अब इन्होंने मेरे को ऑफर किया है. इन्होंने ऑफर किया है कि गुजरात चुनाव में मत जाओ. अगर गुजरात चुनाव में नहीं जाओगे तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी छोड़ देंगे और मनीष को भी नहीं पकड़ेंगे.
अरविंद जी ने तो कहा कि हम जिम्मेदारी है ठीक से करेंगे, और वहाँ पोल्यूशन है, हवा का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी कोई मरा नहीं है. यहाँ तो 150 लोग मर गए, फिर भी कोई मुख्यमंत्री का रिजाइन नहीं मांग रहा है जमीन.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation.
Hello and welcome to Turning Point. India, Pakistan from Group 2 and New Zealand and England from Group 1 are the semi-finalists in this edition of the T20 World Cup. Now, India made it to the semi-final of the Cricket World Cup after Netherlands knocked out South Africa earlier this morning. They were the first team to qualify from Group 2. Now, Pakistan also has qualified. The match against Zimbabwe that's happening today in a little while from now do not hold much significance in terms of qualification, but it is important for India to finish on top. The news from the middle is that India have won the toss and they are batting first. Rishabh Pant has replaced Dinesh Karthik. For India, it will be a test of their top order. Even though Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul have scored 50s in 250s in this tournament, but they are still to come good, and a test against the Zimbabwean Quicks will be on offer today at a packed Melbourne cricket ground. Earlier today, a little while ago, the two captains were out there for a toss. It was a virtual quarter-final between the two Asian nations, Pakistan and Bangladesh. After South Africa were knocked out, Pakistan clinically sealed a win. Let me show you how that win came for Pakistan. Bangladesh batted first. Najmul Hussain Shanto was the only batter who stood tall against the Pakistani pace attack and scored 54. Shakib Al Hasan's wicket was a big turning point in their innings. Bangladesh was not satisfied with the decision, but umpire called it out.
Goes upstairs immediately.
Floodgates opened after his dismissal as wickets fell in a heap. Shaheen Afridi struck twice in the over for his career best 4 for 22. The Tigers eventually got to 127 for 8, setting Pakistan 128 to win. Shaheen Afridi was the pick of the Pakistani bowlers. Pakistan started strong. with the openers scoring 57.
Shakib Hassan would have been happy. They've got a 50.
But they had a slip in the middle as both the captain, Babar Azam, and Mohammad Rizwan were gone in successive overs. Mohammad Haris played a little gem of an innings. He scored 31 of 18 balls to give Pakistan just the momentum they needed in the middle. Shan Masood played a critical knock even as wickets fell at the other end. It was a Sunday to remember for the Pakistan cricket team. They completed a clinical chase against Bangladesh, winning by 5 wickets.
He's going to come back quickly.
And let's have a look at what happened earlier today. South Africa endured a shock defeat against Netherlands. They were knocked out of the Cricket World Cup. Remember, they had topped Group 2 for some time. Netherlands beat South Africa for the first time in any format. With that, South Africa's net run rate fell below Pakistan's, chasing 159 for a win. The Proteas needed 26 runs in the final over. They eventually lost by 13 runs.
They can't quite believe what they...
And let's have a look at how Group 2 points table look like after these two matches. Remember, there are 3 matches today. Right now, Pakistan is on the top after having played all their group games. They have garnered 6 points, 3 wins, 2 losses. India, of course, are second on that list. They have still one more match to go against Zimbabwe. South Africa getting knocked out by Netherlands early this morning. They remain on 5 points. They will be ruining a rained out game. Well, expectations will be heaped on Indian openers as they take on Zimbabwe. Remember, Zimbabwe's quicks have been pretty good in this edition of the tournament. Let me bring in my cricket analysts at this hour. I'm joined by Karthik Iyer and cricket fan Naresh Mansukani. Karthik, well, India has very little to tinker, but today we've seen that they have changed their combination, brought in Rishabh Pant for Dinesh Karthik. Is this something you were expecting?
Yes, I half expected this because India have had a trend that whenever we play an inconsequential match, we tend to make certain changes. However, I thought that Hardik Pandya might be given a rest because he's not taken the field consistently for all the 20 overs in any of the matches. But this comes as a surprise, but I was half expecting this Rishabh Pant in place of Dinesh Karthik.
Naresh, what about you? Did you expect Rishabh Pant to play this game? And there's been a lot of talk about Dinesh Karthik's form and how this edition of the World Cup could well spell the end for him in Team India.
Yeah, I do agree with Karthik. I expected Pant to play today and probably have Hardik stay out and play with 5 bowlers. But I think this has lots to do also with Hardik and Dinesh Karthik, both not in form, you can say, though Hardik Pandya did score a 40 in that game against Pakistan, but he has struggled post that. So Pant, how much he gets to bat today will be seen. And is this now going to be the side going into the semi-final, or are we going to go back to see Dinesh Karthik come in? So that we will have to see how the game goes today. But this change was expected.
Let me ask you, Karthik, about our 2 openers, Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul. Both of them have scored 50s in this edition of the World Cup, one against Netherlands, the other against Bangladesh. But would you say that they still are far from their best, and that's something that India needs to fix right now, the form of the openers?
Absolutely, and it's just not those 2. India as a team also are by far from their best, because in every match that they have played, there have been too many chinks in their armor, and it's been morely due to the heroics of Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav and Arshdeep Singh that India have been winning. Mind you, there have been no comprehensive victories as such. We were down and out against Pakistan, but we managed to win. Netherlands, we were not impressive. South Africa, I mean, forgettable match. So this is the perfect stage wherein the top order comes good, right from Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul. We have a good finish at the death, and with the ball, it would be great if at least every bowler picks up a wicket or 2.
The Arshdeep Singh has been in supreme form. He has displayed that he is probably India's, Rohit Sharma's go-to bowler in this edition of the World Cup. Let's have a look at a couple of stats. So far as this match is concerned, Virat Kohli on the verge of scoring 4,000 runs in T20 cricket, and Surya Kumar Yadav also is probably on the brink of a record. Coming back to you, Naresh, would you say that Surya and Virat pretty much have been India's fulcrum in this World Cup?
Absolutely. And what's important is when they both are together in the middle, they are enjoying each other's partnership. They are kind of being aggressive enough, matching each other to put pressure on the bowlers. So the partnership is looking good, and that's where it's very critical that beyond 4, we need a 5 and 6 also to click and finish the games well. So these two, yes, are making it their own. Virat especially has made this World Cup his own. But yeah, Surya and Virat, very critical to continue the form they are in.
Karthik, India will probably be the only lucky team not to get rain in Melbourne. Their first match, rain held up, and now in this match also it looks very clear. So India probably gets lucky in Melbourne.
Yeah, ask Australia that, because their match against England was washed out over here. So yes, absolutely. I think 4 or 5 matches were scheduled at this venue, and 3 of those were either abandoned or were curtailed due to rain. So India are very lucky that none of their matches, touchwood, so far have been affected by rain, and which is why they can play proper cricket without looking at the conditions overhead.
Naresh, I'll just ask you one last question about the semi-final that we are going to play against England. We play the second semi-final against England in Adelaide. What is it that India needs to change in the current outfit, or what is that India needs to tinker with in order to, gain that win against England and get into the final?
Yeah, and it's the Adelaide condition, and that's why it will be very interesting to see if Pant now continues in the side, because with short boundaries, Pant could play a very important role being a left-hander. And how we play Sam Curran and Adil Rashid, because they have been the bowlers in form for England. But we would like to play Adelaide. One, obviously, Virat Kohli loves to play at Adelaide. He scored a lot of runs. And we saw today also how both the games turned out. Whatever the score, Netherlands was successful in defending. There won't be any back-to-back games. It would be the only game in the day. So I think India would like to play at Adelaide, but it's going to be who comes in the middle. Do we continue with Pant? Otherwise, I don't see any other change happening to this side if there are no injuries. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Naresh and Karthik, for joining me at this hour to talk about Team India. And let's listen into some of the fans, what their expectations are as India takes on Zimbabwe.
India has already qualified for the semi-finals, and this match is of academic interest. Nevertheless, India should not be complacent, because Zimbabwe is a good team, and this tournament has seen quite a lot of upsets. Who expected this afternoon that South Africa will go down to Netherlands? All in the game, we are looking forward to a great game. Viva India!
It's going to be an awesome experience out here. We're so happy we come here with the entire family to watch this game, and we're all excited and Chak De India.
Yes, we're so excited and we want to come back again to MCG to actually see India win and play the finals. Go India! Go India! Woo-hoo!
Yeah, so I'm the trophy bearer for today's game between India and Zimbabwe. I'm also one of the champions for the T20 World Cup, which is an ambassador. So we've been spreading the word about how amazing this tournament is, how it's bringing communities together, people together, and how we are a multicultural nation that is supporting this.
India will win this World Cup, mark my words.
Who do you think will be the India's best performer, and why?
Kohli.
Why Kohli?
Because he's greatest of all time, GOAT.
Of course, it's a win-win for us. We're going to take this cup this time. We are very excited. Now it all depends on the game that's going on, because I'm hoping that we have an India-Pakistan final, and that will be an amazing game. It's a sport. That's what we are here for.
My heart is still racing because, even with the Pakistan game,
and I'm sure that we'll do again extremely well today as well. Yeah.
The kind of form India is in, you think India will win the
Oh,
World Cup?
absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. I'm not being overconfident. I'm just basing it on the way they're playing. I think really good chance, and I feel we're already in the semis actually with Holland winning today. So I'm hoping to meet. I think we will meet England, but I think we'll get the better of them. Yeah, really excited. And I think people are talking of India, Pakistan. I would like to watch, but I think Bangladesh will kick them out today.
It's going to be a sea of blue in MCG. Once again, it was a sea of blue when India met Pakistan. And once again, it is a full sellout Sunday crowd. Now, some shocking news coming in from the Cricket World Cup. Sri Lankan cricketer Danushka Gunatilaka, who was with the national squad for the T20 World Cup in Australia, has been arrested on charges of rape. It has been learned that the 31-year-old was arrested and taken to Sydney Police Station in the wee hours of Sunday morning following an investigation into alleged sexual assault of a woman on the 2nd of November. According to the woman, she met the Sri Lankan cricketer over social media, over a dating application. It's alleged that he then sexually assaulted her on the evening of 2nd of November. That's all we could pack into this edition of Turning Point. Thanks for watching.
I am a rebel, on. Match off. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. Meeting on. A game off.
What's going on?
Switch to Airtel Extreme Fiber. Super fast speed. हर कोने में, हर पल. पूरी फैमिली के लिए.
Everybody's on.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, news that informs and inspires.
Facts build stories, but opinions shape them. And we are here to bring you both. A 360-degree look at the day's top stories. We are not afraid to take a stand.
No agendas, no excuses, no whataboutery, and no obfuscation.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching.
Hello and welcome to this special presentation from NDTV. नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका NDTV के इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में. गुजरात में चुनाव में जब जनता वोट डालने जाएगी पहले फेज के लिए, उसके लिए 1 महीने से भी कम का वक्त रह गया है. हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपनी पूरी ताकत झोंक रही है. अब तक जो चुनाव कांग्रेस या बीजेपी बनाम कांग्रेस का चुनाव था, इस बार उसमें एक नया तड़का लगाने के लिए आम आदमी पार्टी मैदान में उतरी है और पूरी ताकत से गुजरात की जनता का दिल जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. शायद इसीलिए हमने ये लगाया है केम छो गुजरात. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी यही कहते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं. जनता इसका जवाब क्या देगी वो जानने के लिए मेरे पास इस वक्त दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हैं. साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कल ही बिल्कुल अपने जो यहां पर गुजरात में जिनका चेहरा आगे किया है, जिनके हाथ में कमान दी है, ईसुदान गढ़वी साहब हमारे साथ हैं। ये आम आदमी पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा होंगे। आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है एनडीटीवी पे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस अरविंद जी। मैं सबसे पहले, क्योंकि शायद सबसे बड़ा सवाल अभी फिलहाल जनता के दिल में भी यही है, लोग भी यही बात पूछ रहे हैं। मोरबी में 6 दिन पहले एक बहुत बड़ी घटना हुई, बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपनी जान खोई, 135 लोगों का ऑफिशियल आंकड़ा है। कई परिवार बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हुए, हमने लगातार वहाँ से रिपोर्टिंग भी की। इस घटना को सबसे पहले आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं, उसके बाद मैं आपसे पूछूंगा कि क्या इसका कुछ चुनाव पर भी असर होगा, ये बड़ा मुद्दा होगा लोगों के जहन में।
देखिए, ये मोरबी का जो पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये भ्रष्टाचार की एक तरह से लिमिट दिखाता है इन लोगों का। एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को आप पुल बनाने का काम कैसे दे सकते हैं? उनका कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है घड़ी बनाने वाली, वो घड़ियां बनाते हैं, उन्होंने कभी पुल नहीं बनाया। उनको कैसे मिल सकता है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक पुल रिपेयर करने का, मेंटेन करने का, बनाने का? दूसरी चीज़ कि बिना टेंडर के, मैंने कई मीडिया में पढ़ा कि शायद कलेक्टर ने विरोध किया तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था मीडिया में कि गांधीनगर से फ़ोन आया कि इस कंपनी को दे दो। गांधीनगर से किसने फ़ोन किया? कौन था वो नेता? उस फ़ोन की वजह से बिना टेंडर के इस कंपनी को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे दिया जाता है। आज अखबारों में छपा हुआ है कि 2 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने थे, उसने 12 लाख केवल खर्च किए। उस कंपनी को अब पहली चीज़ तो 150 लोगों की जान गई, ये बहुत दुखद है। भ्रष्टाचार की वजह से गई, ये बहुत दुखद है। अब पूरी इंसिडेंट होने के बाद पूरी कोशिश चल रही है उनको बचाने की। एफआईआर में कंपनी का नाम तक नहीं है, एफआईआर में मालिक का नाम तक नहीं है। कौन लोग पकड़े गए हैं? जो टिकट काट रहे थे, टिकट खिड़की पे बैठे हुए क्लर्क जो थे, चपरासी जो थे, उनको पकड़ा है। उनका क्या लेना देना था इससे? इसमें तो सीधे सीधे जैसे उपहार ट्रेजेडी हुई थी, आग लगी थी उपहार सिनेमा में, उनके मालिक आज भी जेल भुगत रहे हैं। इनके मालिक को क्यों बचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है? मालिक को बचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, कंपनी को बचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, पूरी जबरदस्त तरीके से कोशिश। मैं गुजरात के लोगों को यही कहना चाहता हूं कि मोरबी हादसे में बच्चों की जान गई है, महिलाओं की जान गई है, लोगों की जान गई है, गुजरात के लोगों की जान गई है। ये कल को आपके परिवार का भी कोई हो सकता था इसमें। इससे थोड़े दिन पहले जहरीली शराब की वजह से 100 लोगों की मौत हो गई, कोई जेल नहीं गया, कोई मास्टरमाइंड जेल नहीं गया, अरे गैरों को पकड़ के जेल में डाल देते हैं। रोज गुजरात के अंदर पेपर लीक होते हैं, कोई मंत्री जेल नहीं जाता। पेपर लीक थोड़ी होते हैं, पेपर बेचे जाते हैं, लीक नहीं होते, बेचे जाते हैं हजारों हजारों रुपए के अंदर, कोई जेल नहीं जाता। ये बता रहे थे 2-3 साल पहले तक्षशिला कांड हुआ था, उसमें 20 बच्चे जिंदा जल गए थे, पेरेंट्स हाईकोर्ट, उसमें कोई जेल नहीं गया, कोई जेल जाता ही नहीं है यहाँ पे। ये ज्यादा दुखद है। लोगों को लगता है कि हमारे साथ पहली चीज हमारे घर के लोग चले गए, और दूसरी तरफ जिन लोगों ने ये कांड किया उनको जबरदस्त तरीके से पूरी सरकार, पूरा तंत्र उसको उनको बचाने में लगा हुआ है।
इस जी एक माइक होगा वहाँ आपके पास भी। मैं ये आपसे अरविंद जानना चाह रहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद आए इस हादसे के बाद, गुजरात में थे वो, आए उसके बाद लोग जो वहाँ पर थे घायलों से मिले, और उन्होंने ये कहा गया कि सख्त इंस्ट्रक्शंस दिए हैं कि इसमें एक कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, इसकी तह तक पहुँचना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र,
एफआईआर में उसका कंपनी का नाम क्यों नहीं डाला जा रहा?
आपको लगता है इसके पीछे कोई राजनीतिक कहीं दबाव है, कोशिश की जा रही है बचाने की?
ये तो जनता तय करेगी कि जिस कंपनी की पुल टूटी और उसकी वजह से 150 लोगों की जान गई, उसके चपरासी को आपने कैद कर लिया, उसमें तो सीधे सीधे मालिक को गिरफ्तार किया जाना चाहिए था। कंपनी के ऊपर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए थी। कंपनी का भी नाम नहीं है, उनके इंजीनियर्स का भी नाम नहीं है, उनके मालिक का भी नाम नहीं है। कुछ लोगों का आरोप है मेरे पास इसके कि वो डोनेशन देते हैं इनकी पार्टी को।
इसका असर पड़ेगा चुनाव पे? मोरबी क्या इतना बड़ा
जनता को तय करना है, गुजरात की जनता को तय करना, और गुजरात की जनता इनके 27 साल के कुशासन से भी दुखी है, और अब मोरबी का जिस तरह से हुआ, और जिस तरह से एक तरह से सीधे सीधे कह रहे हैं, मतलब पहली चीज आपने ये किया, और दूसरी चीज आप उनको बचाने की जिस तरह से कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एक तरह से गुजरात की जनता को सीधे सीधे कह रहे हैं जो करना कर लो, हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है गुजरात की जनता की। एक तरह से धमकी दे रहे हैं गुजरात की जनता को कि जो करना है कर लो, हम नहीं इनको गिरफ्तार करेंगे, और भी मोरबी होंगे, और भी तक्षशिला होंगे, और भी पेपर लीक होंगे, और भी जहरीली शराब बिकेगी, जो करना है तुम्हें कर लो। धमकी दी जा रही है गुजरात की जनता को एक तरह से।
पर कुल मिलाकर जैसे आपने अभी दिल्ली में कहा, कुछ मुद्दों पे जब आपसे सवाल पूछे गए कि जनता ने तो तय कर लिया, उन्होंने उस पर चुनाव हो गया, जनता ने हमें वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस दे दिया है। 27 साल से लगातार जनता वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस इनको दिए जा रही है।
किसको देते था? कौन?
कांग्रेस लड़ रही थी पिछली बार, देखिए
कांग्रेस। आज अगर आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आती, ये सारे कांग्रेस वाले बीजेपी में बैठे होते। ये सारे लाइन लगा के बीजेपी के दफ्तर के बाहर बैठे थे कांग्रेसी। जब आम आदमी पार्टी का ग्राफ बढ़ने लगा तो बीजेपी ने कहा नहीं नहीं कांग्रेस में ही रहो, नहीं कांग्रेस बिल्कुल टूट गई तो आम आदमी पार्टी ऊपर आ जाएगी।
आपके पास भी आए थे क्या कांग्रेस वाले?
हमारे पास नहीं आ रहे, उन्हीं के पास जा रहे हैं। इलू इलू दोनों के बीच में चल रहा है, आई लव यू दोनों में। आप अंकित, बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, इन लोगों ने गुजरात के सारे टीवी चैनल्स को धमकी दे रखी है कि कोई आम आदमी पार्टी वाले को डिबेट में नहीं बुलाएगा। बीजेपी वालों ने धमकी दी है कि अगर आम आदमी पार्टी वालों को डिबेट में बुलाओगे तो हम नहीं आएंगे। अगर मनीष सिसोदिया पे भी डिबेट होता है तो बीजेपी और कांग्रेस बैठी होती है, उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं होता। मजे की बात यह है कि कांग्रेस ने भी धमकी दे रखी है कि आम आदमी पार्टी वाले को बुलाओगे तो हम नहीं आएंगे, हम बस बीजेपी से ही डिबेट करेंगे।
उनको लगता होगा कि भैया फैक्टर ही नहीं है, जो मजबूत प्लेयर है वो आपस में बात कर ले, आप फैक्टर ही नहीं है।
तो टीवी वो डिसाइड करेंगे कि आप डिसाइड, आपका टीवी चैनल डिसाइड करता है गेस्ट कि बीजेपी और कांग्रेस डिसाइड करते हैं?
हम तो बिल्कुल स्वतंत्र रूप से डिसाइड करते हैं।
तो फिर ये बीजेपी की धमकी दे रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी आएगी तो हम नहीं आएंगे, कांग्रेस धमकी दे रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आएगी तो हम नहीं। ये दोनों में चल क्या रहा है? और कल अमित शाह जी का इंटरव्यू देख रहा था मैं, वो कह रहे थे नहीं हम दोनों के बीच में ही है जो भी है, कांग्रेस और बीजेपी के बीच में ही है जो भी है, टक्कर हम दोनों के बीच में ही है। वो उसको आगे बढ़ा रहा है, वो उसको आगे बढ़ा रहा है। दोनों में जो भाई बहन का, पति पत्नी का रिश्ता है बीजेपी और कांग्रेस के अंदर, ये सारे गुजरात के लोग देख रहे हैं। आपका प्रश्न था कि 27 साल फिर शासन क्यों किया? क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो इनकी पत्नी थी, कांग्रेस तो इनके जेब में बैठी हुई है।
मैं इस पर थोड़ा, जो ए बी टीम है उस पर थोड़ा बाद में आऊंगा, लेकिन जैसे आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस वाले सारे वहां जाना चाहते थे, एक कांग्रेसी नेता, बड़े नेता हैं आपके पार्टी में भी आए थे, राजगुरु साहब, सौराष्ट्र में अच्छी पकड़ रखते हैं, गुजरात के सबसे अमीर एमएलएज में से रहे हैं। ईसुदान भाई का नाम आप कल देते हैं और वो आपकी पार्टी से किनारा कर लेते हैं। अभी तो चुनाव में आपको गुजरात की जनता का दिल जीतना है, आपकी पार्टी के लोगों का पूरी तरह से आप दिल नहीं जीत पाए, इससे लग रहा है कि वो उठ के चले गए वहां से।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। गुजरात के लोग महंगाई पे वोट देंगे, गुजरात के लोग उनके नाम पे वोट नहीं देंगे। वो चाह रहे थे कि ईशुदान की जगह उनको सीएम का चेहरा बनाया जाए। ईशुदान को सीएम का चेहरा केजरीवाल ने नहीं बनाया, ईशुदान को सीएम का चेहरा गुजरात की जनता ने बनाया। वोटिंग कराई थी हमने, वोटिंग में जिसका नाम आया सबके सामने नतीजे थे। तो ऐसे कोई ब्लैकमेल अगर करेगा पार्टी को कि मेरे को सीएम का चेहरा बनाओ नहीं तो मैं छोड़ के चला जाऊंगा, तो गुजरात की जनता तय करेगी उसके बारे में।
ईशुदान जी, लेकिन आपके लिए भी तो थोड़ी सी दिक्कत होगी। आपका नाम आते ही ये भी बताया जा रहा है, आज मैं गुजराती अखबार देख रहा था, उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि जो आप इटालिया साहब हैं उनके कुछ समर्थक भी नाराज हैं, वो चाहते थे कि वो बन जाएं, राजगुरु साहब चले गए।
ये सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के अंदर ये जितना मीडिया वाले छाप रहे हैं ना, ये वहाँ पे बीजेपी के हेडक्वार्टर से बन के आता है कि इटालिया नाराज हो गया। अरे इटालिया ने तो इसको गले लगा के कल ऐलान किया था यार। मतलब ये इनमें कोई दम नहीं है, मुद्दे से भटका रहे हैं। मुद्दा गोपाल इटालिया नहीं है, मुद्दा केजरीवाल नहीं है, मुद्दा ईशुदान गढ़वी नहीं है, मुद्दा गुजरात की महंगाई और भ्रष्टाचार है जिससे गुजरात की जनता त्रस्त है।
मैं ईशुदान जी एक सवाल ये आपसे भी ले लेता हूं कि कल ही आपको चेहरा बनाया गया और उसके बाद आज हम कुछ सर्वेज देख रहे थे, नेशनल चैनल पे बड़े सारे सर्वे चले, सीएसडीएस का भी एक अरविंद जी सर्वे है, वो सब बता रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी रेस में दूसरे नंबर की तो हो सकती है कांग्रेस, और उसमें बीजेपी से तो कोसों दूर खड़ी हुई है। तो आपका चेहरा बनने का आपको लगता है कि कुछ पार्टी को फायदा होगा?
देखिए, गुजरात की जनता तय करती है। पहली बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक किसान मालधारी के बच्चे को आगे किया है, ये मौका दिया है। चुना तो जनता ने, अभी तक क्या था, अब मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे हैं, आप आ जाओ वारिस से संभालो। अरे राजाशाही तो खत्म हो गई मेरे साहब। सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने जब लोकशाही के लिए 562 जो रजवाड़े एकत्र किए तब से खत्म हो गई। लेकिन इन्हीं के देखो, अमित शाह जी का बेटा कहाँ है, क्रिकेट की पता नहीं है, सेक्रेटरी बनकर बैठा है, और भाजपा का पैरना प्रमुख बेचारा बिजली भी फ्री नहीं ले पाता है। क्या दिक्कत है यार आपको उनकी? तो ये सब चीज़ें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने जैसे पंजाब में किया मिस कॉल नंबर, यहाँ पे भी पार्टी ने किया मिस कॉल नंबर, लाखों लोग गुजरात की जनता जिसको भी चुने, और ये एक व्यवस्था है। मैं मुख्यमंत्री नहीं हूँ, 6.5 करोड़ जनता मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ लेगी, मैं वादा देता हूँ। और दूसरा,
आपने ये बात कही, कुछ अखबार इसमें आज ये भी थोड़ा उनका आकलन चल रहा था कि देखिए ये सब कहने की बात है कि जनता से इन्होंने फोन वोन करवाया, बड़ा सोचा समझा था कि सुदान गढ़वी को बनाए, एक पॉपुलर जर्नलिस्ट रहे हैं, चेहरा रहे हैं लोगों के बीच में, तो आम आदमी पार्टी को मुश्किल नहीं होगा इनको जनता के बीच में इनको पॉपुलर करना। और दूसरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, जहां बीजेपी और कांग्रेस पाटीदार पटेलों को रिझाने में लगी हुई है, उसके चक्कर में बीजेपी ने अपनी पूरी सरकार बदल दी, सत्ता बदल दी, सीएम बदल दिया, कैबिनेट बदल दी। आप ओबीसी तबके से आते हैं तो 48% वोट हैं, उसका फायदा आम आदमी पार्टी को मिल जाएगा।
देखो एक चीज, मैं जब पत्रकार था, पत्रकार की कोई जाति होती है? पत्रकारिता जाति पत्रकारिता होती है। मैं इंसान हूँ, हाँ मैं ओबीसी से आता हूँ, किसान से आता हूँ, मैं मालधारी का बच्चा हूँ, उन लोगों को गर्व हो सकता है। लेकिन भगवान राम ने, मैं जब छोटा था तब मेरी दादी माँ रामायण महाभारत मुझसे पढ़ाती थी, मैं हर रोज 2 अध्याय मेरी दादी माँ को जब तक मैं गाँव में रहा सुनाता था। भगवान राम ने रामायण में कहा है, लिखा है वाल्मीकि रामायण में, वाल्मीकि जी ने लिखा है कि भगवान राम ने कहा है कि राजा वैसा होना चाहिए कि जो गरीब से गरीब को ऊपर उठा सके। दूसरा कि आपने कहा, एक यहाँ का बड़ा अखबार है, उन्होंने भी सर्वे किया है, आप देख लीजिएगा उनके सर्वे, सबके सर्वे। देखो ये जनता तय करती है, और मैं पहले भी कहता हूं कि हम बनने के लिए नहीं आए। मैं जब पत्रकारिता में था, मेरा शो देखने के लिए लाखों लोग 1 घंटे का था, 1.5 घंटे का शो किया था। हाँ। मैं अच्छी खासी सैलरी में ले पाता था, मेरा काम तो कभी सरकार में रुक नहीं पाता था। लेकिन मैं ताजुब के साथ कहता हूं कि कोई सरकार में बता दे कि सुदान गढ़वी ने खुद का काम किया है, मैं जिंदगी भर उसका गुलाम रहूंगा। मैं अपनी फाइल के लिए नहीं आया।
ठीक है।
तीसरी बात, मैं इसलिए आपको बता दूं कि देखो गुजरात की जनता को चाहिए क्या। आपने कहा कि यहाँ भाजपा है, कांग्रेस इलू इलू थी, इसलिए पिछले 8 साल में 65 कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता भाजपा में चले गए। अभी मैंने सुना है कि 35 एमएलए, रनिंग एमएलए कांग्रेस के भाजपा के साथ मीटिंग कर चुके हैं। हाँ। लेकिन भाजपा वालों ने यह कहा कि अगर आप इधर आ जाएंगे तो आम आदमी जीत जाएगी, और हम दोनों,
ऐसा नहीं है ना, हम दोनों तो आपके यहाँ भी आए, उन्हें आपने भी लिया और पार्टी से, जैसे राजगुरु साहब को कांग्रेस से ही लिया था आपने।
एक आध हैं, मोस्टली तो बीजेपी में
नहीं, एमएलए नहीं आया।
एक चीज
मैं एमएलए की बात कर रहा हूँ। और दूसरा आपको इसलिए इलू इलू का सबूत दे दूं कि एनडीटीवी के लोग समझ पाए, पूरे इंडिया में देख रहे हैं। देखो 65 वो बड़े बड़े नेता गए हैं। दूसरा, राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव था, 9 एमएलए कांग्रेस के क्रॉस वोटिंग किए थे, अभी 1 एमएलए भाजपा में चला गया, 8 कहाँ है?
ठीक है।
इन्होंने क्या किया है, इन्होंने ये कहा है कि कांग्रेस वालों को कि आप वहां रहिए, पैसों की जरूरत है, हम 5-7 करोड़ रुपए आपको दे देंगे। मैंने सुना है
राजनीति में इस तरह के आरोप,
इनका सुन लीजिए, पूरे बड़ा स्कैंडलस है।
हाँ। इसलिए देखो एमएलए मेरे पास भी आते थे कि सुदान भाई कैसे करेंगे, क्या करेंगे। मैंने कहा देखो आपका सर्वे में आएगा तो टिकट देते, हम सर्वे के बिना टिकट नहीं देते। तो भाजपा वालों के पास गए एमएलए और उन्होंने कहा कि आप है ना कांग्रेस से लड़ो, पैसों हम देंगे, जब जीत जाओ तो हमारे में आ जाना, और अगर हार जाओ तो आम आदमी को हराना, भाजपा वालों को जिताना, क्योंकि अब उनको लग रहा है कि 70+ भाजपा नहीं हो रही है। और उन्होंने कहा कि 22 आप जीत कर आओ पूरे गुजरात में तो हम सरकार बना लेंगे साथ में मिलकर।
ये राजनीतिक
कांग्रेस के कैंडिडेट्स को भी बीजेपी लड़ा रही है, फंड कर रही है, और बीजेपी वालों को भी बीजेपी लड़ा रही है।
अच्छा, मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, सुदान भाई अभी बात करते करते उन्होंने जिक्र किया रामायण का और गीता का। ये मान लो कि बहुत जल्दी आपसे सीख गए, क्योंकि चुनाव से पहले आप भी कई बार हनुमान जी का जिक्र कर देते हैं, भगवान शिव का जिक्र कर देते हैं, बार बार अब लोग कहने लगे ये तो क्या बीजेपी वाले जो करते थे वो आजकल अरविंद केजरीवाल कर देते हैं।
1 मिनट इसका जवाब दे दूं मैं थोड़ा। मैं शो चलाता था, आपको पता है ये हिंदुस्तान में पहली ऐसी पत्रकारिता होगी कि वीकली 1 दिन संडे को मैं संस्कृति बचाने पे शो चलाता था। भगवान हनुमान कौन है, अब मेरा यूट्यूब में, तब तो मैं पत्रकार था ना, हनुमान जी कौन है, राम कौन है, रामायण क्या है, गीता के श्लोकों पे मैंने किया है, कर्म के सिद्धांत पर मैंने शो किए। तो आप ये मत समझिए।
तो अरविंद जी, क्या ये भी एक फैक्टर था इनको अपनी पार्टी में लाने का, क्योंकि हिंदुत्व का बीजेपी में कहा जाता है कि गुजरात उनकी हिंदुत्व लेबोरेटरी है, यहाँ पर बड़ा जोर चलता है मेजोरिटी कम्युनिटी का, तो इस वजह से ये भी एक फैक्टर था क्या सुदान गढ़वी को अपनी पार्टी में लाने का?
नहीं, अगर कोई भगवान को मानता है, आस्था रखता है भगवान में, और दूसरों को उसके बारे में अच्छी बातें बताता है, इसमें बुरी बात क्या है? अच्छी बात है ये तो।
आपने कुछ दिन पहले, क्योंकि ये मैं इससे इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि ये बात बार बार उठी कि देखिए कैसे चुनाव राजनीति कैसी कैसी चीजें कराती है। जो बातें अरविंद केजरीवाल करते थे स्कूल की, कॉलेज की, वहां पर आजकल मोदी जी फोटो खिंचाते दिखाई पड़ते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मंदिर के दर्शन करते दिखाई पड़ते हैं।
हम तो दोनों ही कर रहे हैं जी। हम तो हमारी आस्था भी कर रहे हैं, मंदिर में भी जाते हैं, भगवान की पूजा भी करते हैं, हम स्कूल की बात भी कर रहे हैं। मेरे जितने भाषण अभी उठा के देख लो, मैं क्या कहता हूँ कि मैं आपको महंगाई से छुटकारा दिलाऊंगा, 1 मार्च से आपका बिजली का बिल 0 हो जाएगा, मैं आपके बच्चों के लिए रोज़गार तैयार करूंगा। दिल्ली में मैं रोज़गार दे के आया हूँ, 12 लाख बच्चों को रोज़गार दिया है। मैं आपके लिए स्कूल बनवाऊंगा आपके बच्चों के लिए, दिल्ली में मैंने बनवाए हैं। मैं आपके लिए अस्पताल बनवाऊंगा, आपका सारा इलाज मुफ्त करूंगा, दिल्ली के लिए मैंने किया है। हम तो दोनों बातें, सारी बातें कर रहे हैं।
दिल्ली मॉडल की आप क्योंकि बात कर रहे हैं, उससे पहले मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछ लेता हूं कि बस दीपावली अभी गई, उसके बाद आपने कहा कि देश की अर्थव्यवस्था इस समय बड़े बुरे दौर से गुजर रही है, भगवान का हमें आशीर्वाद भी चाहिए होगा, इसलिए लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर लगवा देनी चाहिए। अरविंद केजरीवाल कल जब ईसुदान गढ़वी को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे, अपनी पार्टी के बारे में कह रहे थे देखिए हम पढ़े लिखे लोगों की पार्टी हैं, हम साइंटिफिक टेम्पर वाले लोग हैं, मतलब हम साइंटिफिक टेम्पर वाले लोग इस तरह की बातें करेंगे तो फिर लोगों को थोड़ा सा लगेगा कि